All right, we're live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully, my microphone is up loud enough. Welcome, everybody. Okay, live Q&A with Archangel Samael, right? Okay, so I want to talk about a few things to get the day started, and then we'll get into spirituality. Some things that are spirituality. Make sure you say hi in the chat there, so I know you're here. Some things that are spirituality that people are harping on and have been harping on. Let's start with Three Eye Atlas. Three Eye Atlas came and went and nothing happened. Wanted to point that out. Everybody said it was an alien spaceship. It was disclosure. It was first contact. And I've been saying for over a month that it. Welcome, Brooke. I see you in there. Brooke popped into the. My wife's in there in the chat, popping in and out. So everybody said it was going to be aliens, and there was aliens there, and it was an alien spaceship, and all this stuff, right? And thank you, Brooke. My wife's in there hitting hearts on the chat. Thank you very much. Right. So I said for months, every time I was on my live, nothing's going to happen. It is absolutely nothing. It is just a rock that is sliding by the earth. And guess what? That's exactly that. Okay. Thank you for sharing that out, Brooke. I should be doing the same thing. Can I do that from here or not? I don't know if I can. I don't think I can from here. So Three Eye Atlas roamed on by, and it's now leaving our solar system and heading into Virgo. We probably won't see it again. Nothing happened, nothing whatsoever. It was an asteroid, and it floated by the Earth, and now it's gone. Okay, what are you going to do? That's just the way it is, right? It's not anything crazy. Try to tell you guys that. Try to tell you guys that before. Wasn't anything crazy, right? It literally is just what it is, right? See, so I can type in there. I wasn't sure if I could type into the chat like normal. Okay, so Three Eye Atlas gone, done, nothing happening. So what's the next one? Right? Are we gonna find another one? There's a train going by. Are we gonna find another meteor or asteroid and immediately say it was aliens? Because everyone that comes by the Earth now, everybody says is an alien spaceship or a drone for an alien or some sort of you know I don't know, something that has to do with aliens flying by, ancient doomsday device or something like that. And it's all just not any of that, right? Akashas, is that how you say that? Welcome. Welcome in, everybody. Hang out and hit those hearts. So Three Eye Atlas, nothing. Just like I said it would be. Three Eye Atlas was an asteroid that floated by. It's on its way out of our solar system now, heading towards Virgo. Didn't drop off aliens, didn't come make first contact, didn't take pictures, didn't turn around, didn't blow up, didn't invade us, didn't tell us that there was alien life forms. Just a rock tumbling by slowly. Came into our solar system, got caught around the sun, went around the sun, and is slingshotting out of our solar system. Bye bye. Gone. Three Eye Atlas, never to be seen again. Right? PB, welcome. Welcome in. Say hello. Say hello. I see some people and they say Willie. Willie's in the chat. Welcome. I see people's names up here, right? RC Silver, what's that? Queen Beer, like that, with the R at the end. I love that name. That was cool. Creator Demon, that's even better. I like people who call themselves demons. RC Silverado. Smash those hearts, people. Smash those hearts for me. I'm over here looking at the camera going this way, and it's this way for the camera, right? So, okay, so Q&A, you guys ask questions. Ask questions. I'm channeling Samael, Archangel Samael. Ask questions, right? Merlin&Maeve, you can see on the screen over here next to me on the screen. I'm pointing the wrong direction, right? Merlin&Maeve at gmail.com. That's my wife and I, Brooke's company. Follow that. We also have a TikTok account. We'll be going live there. And we do offer all kinds of stuff that we're doing. We do all kinds of psychic work. We're having a course on defense against the dark arts coming up that we're going to do. It's going to be a Zoom call. We're currently in New South Wales, Australia, but it doesn't matter where in the world you are. If you want to be a part of that, then you can then you could literally do that on the Zoom. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. It's just a matter of whether you're awake at the time that we're going to be doing that. I'm from the United States, but I'm over here. So welcome to everybody that's here in the audience. Smash those hearts, champions. Smash those hearts. Ask questions. Please ask questions, guys. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep talking and talking about what's going on in the universe and what's going on in third dimensional reality, things that you should already know, right? Jesus 111, that's a cool name, right? Jesus, or is it Jesus? If I were over in the United States, there would be a better bet. It would be above 50%. Thank you very much, Brooke. That's my wife doing that right there, sending me a heart. If I was in the United States, that Jesus, that Jesus would be about 60% possibility of being Jesus because of the Hispanic population in the Americas. Okay, so who was that did that? Thank you very much. The Merlin&Maeve, that's our account right there. We have a TikTok account. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We're everywhere. We just don't have one on X yet, but we're everywhere else just about, right? So we have an account there. So we'll be going live from there doing things. We have already been doing that. You can go there and look at the different things that we're doing. I'm a Reiki master teacher, so is my wife. We're going to be teaching Reiki courses and doing Reiki attunements. We also do distance Reiki healing. So if you guys are interested in that and you need that, you can talk to us there, right? But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today to give you guys information if you guys are wanting to ask questions of me or of Archangel Samael about spirituality, about God, about religion, about history, about the reality, like my book right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill, right there. You should take a look at that. It's on sale worldwide, on sale online worldwide. You can get it on a hardcover book or a softcover book, or you can get the ebook. We're working on, my wife and I are working on the audiobook. For those of you who want to listen to it on audio, we should have that out by the new year. Somewhere around January, February, we should have the audiobook live for you guys. So that'd be kind of cool, right? Cole sent TikTok Universe to Charlie. What's that? What is that about? Right? So thank you guys for being here. Make sure you share this out. Make sure you smash those hearts so we can get the hearts up, and then we can get some more people in and out. When you guys come in, ask a question, please. Ask me a question. I will tell you no lies, right? So otherwise, I'll just start talking about what's going on here. Let's start doing that. Let's start freaking you guys out and getting your minds thinking and the juices flowing, right? So let me go way like super high already. Some of you are going to think I'm insane and you're going to leave straight off the bat. This place is not really happening. It just thinks it's happening. This is an illusion. You are living in an illusion. You are not even actually here in this place. What do you think about that? Does anybody have a comment about that? This place doesn't even exist. It just thinks it exists. It only exists in your mind, my mind, because all of us are actually a fractured piece personality of the creator of the universe. And we only think that we are separate and that we are something else. So that's it, 7D thinking. That is, most people don't get to that level of awareness in this lifetime. In this lifetime, what you're supposed to do here, this third dimension is designed for you to become self-aware. When you are first self-aware, you go to a third dimensional planet like this one, and you get entered into here a human body, and you're mind wiped. You have what we call the veiling, right? That's the cover, the veil of darkness that you hear. Raven, welcome. That's the bonjour, beautiful souls, bonjour. So literally that you have this veiling of darkness where you do not remember anything. It's part of the law of chaos that the creator put together. You don't have any idea what's happening, and you're born, and you're, thank you for that. Who was it? That Raven? You did that for me. Thank you very much, Raven. Thank you for that heart. Smash those hearts so we can get more people in here, right? So literally what happens is you are first self-aware and you come into this place. You walk into this place, you're born into this place, you don't know what's going on. Hawaii, Gen X, welcome. Thank you for that. Thank you for joining the fan club. Thank you very much. Like I said, ask questions, guys. Otherwise, I'll just keep going on. So you're veiled. That means you cannot remember. Your third eye is closed. You do not see. You cannot remember who you are, where you came from, and why you're here. Has nothing to do with a penal colony by some aliens called the Anunnaki. Has nothing to do with some penal colony by any aliens at all that are in third dimension. They love to tell you that. They love to say that sort of stuff. How do we declassify our pineal gland? Decalcify. That's actually a really good question. Thank you, Mark, for asking that question. First, you got to stop drinking the water and eating stuff that has calcium on it, that has that stuff that does that. But you need to cleanse your body of any kind of toxins and toxicities. And then what you need to do is you need to start meditating, and you need to start, or praying, however, whatever it is that you do, to get into that Zen place and expand your consciousness, and that starts to change that, and then starts to wriggle that free, because they'll try to calcify it, and you need to calcify that. You need to uncalcify that by stopping to put different things in your body that they're having you put in your body. You can filter that stuff out and cleanse yourself, and then there are mantras that you can do for the third eye, right? What are good mantras? You have to find out which ones are really what resonate with you. I always tell people this: always look for something that resonates with you, because each one of us, we have a different vibration, we have a different background, we have a different. Some people would look at me and see, white European guy, not want to resonate with me because I'm European, right? Some people would look at me and want to resonate with me because I'm European. Some people wouldn't want to resonate with me because I'm a man. Some people would want to, resonate with me. So you have to find what works for you. They're out there. You should look them up. Find something. It depends on whether you're linear-minded, how you work, and how you learn. Because some people learn by listening. Some people learn by visuals. Some people learn by doing physical things. You have to discover that about yourself, and then say, what do I like? Do I like hearing the music with headphones, or do I like watching a video? Do I like a group setting? Some people need a group setting. Some people are very individual and they can do it on their own. So you have to look around for everything that you do in your life and find out what actually fits for you. I tell people that I am a minister. If you guys look at my bio, I am a minister of 4 different religions. I have a Merlin title. I have a Jedi Knight title. I have a Christian title, and I'm knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic Church. I have a Sir title, and I'm a theologian. I'm 58. I have been researching religion since I was 8 years of age, maybe even younger than that. What do you know about earth angels? Earth angels are angels that have come down to earth to help. That's funny. I was ahead of my wife there on that one. That have come down here to help. Those are spirits, souls who have come from a higher plane, that are from the angel plane of existence, who have came down here on earth to help and assist, and they've come into people's bodies. Okay. So you come in. I am one of those people that have done exactly that. My wife is as well. There's many of us, millions of us, that have come here to help and assist. We're also veiled and have to unveil to figure out and remember that we're here to do things. Is the angel from the book of is that angel from the book of Enoch? Are you talking about Samael? No, the book of Enoch has I don't remember what his name is. It starts with an A or something. It's the only angel in the book of Enoch, and I can't remember his name. No, Samael's is from the Eastern and the Eastern Christian Church, Eastern Orthodox Christian Church, and the Ethiopian Christian Church, in the original Bibles that were not edited by Constantine back in the 200s, 300s. So what is that? What's a good safe place to find frequencies to meditate? It just depends. There's a lot of stuff all over YouTube that you could look at. There are people, you could probably buy them online, but that you have to pay attention to whether or not they're using a Solfeggio in there, because the Solfeggio was something that was created by the CIA of the United States, and they use that because it distracts your brain. They are understanding that it distracts your brain to learn something. Some people are using that with the meditation to assist you with the meditation, but I'm just not sure 100% if I trust those people not to be doing something else in a sub routine of the song. So you have to really do the same thing. You have to look around and find what you like for frequencies and what actually works. Yes, in Arabic, Colin said the biggest step. Merlin and Maeve, what is that? Merlin and Maeve. Parasite removal is gratifying to the spiritual body, right? Yes, Merlin&Maeve, parasite removal. That's good, right? It does help, right? That's hilarious. That's funny. Do you recommend Cephalgio? If you understand the person who's doing it and what they're doing, it does work. You just have to be careful, because what if they're subliminally putting something else in there that you're unaware of? The biggest step, the biggest step of 3, 6, and 9 is which is the 99 names. Yes, 3, 6, and 9 is actually the most important thing in the universe. Names of Allah says it 1,000 times to 10,000 times. So yeah, you have to look at, yeah, 369 is actually very, very important. People don't realize the conjecture or the correlation between 3, 6, and 9, and as above, so below, as within, so without, and the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. All of that stuff is all the mathematical equations that people are unaware of. Just like I talked about before, if you take even the Vitruvian man, the circle with the Vitruvian man in it, or the circle with the star in it, or the yin and the yang symbol if it's in a circle with the two yin and the yangs, if you take that and balloon that up and apply it overlapping the globe of the Earth, and you find the mathematical central point and send that to north, when you do the mathematical equation of all of those, it points to Mecca every single time. So you have to look at that. The biggest step, 369, means the all-seeing. Yes, it does, the all-seeing eye, the all-seeing, the all-knowing. 3, 6, and 9, because 9 is the Higgs boson. 9 is 0 and 9, which is nothing and everything. That is the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end, the nothing and the everything. So the 9 energy is that. 3i Atlas, is 3i Atlas real? 3i Atlas really is an asteroid. That's all it is. And it went by and it just floated out of our solar system, and it's gone now. It's on its way into Virgo. I said that when people asked me that a while ago. They were all like, "It's UFO, it's an alien, it's a drone, it's first contact." And I said, "No, it's an asteroid. That's all it is. Came through here, circled around the sun. It's on its way out of our solar system right now." Nephilim giants couldn't have lived without what? Without giant trees. Why God created them trees? Well, I mean, they could have, right? I mean, you don't have to have trees to live. You just have to have vegetation to buffer oxygen, so that you can actually live. So you don't have to have trees unless you're building a wooden house like our structures. Then you would need to have big giant trees, unless you would make a bunch of little teeny sticks to make a house, right? No, what I'm saying is solfeggio frequencies, if they're done right, they actually do work, because they learn how to. The solfeggio distracts a certain part of your brain so that you can. They use it in therapy, where they distract a certain part of your brain so that they can then get into your brain to help heal it. So it's good frequencies, but you just have to be careful who's making it, to make sure that they're not doing something to where you're listening to a God frequency with the solfeggio, and then underneath there, they're like, "Buy my product, buy my product, buy my product," or something, right? So, thoughts on paganism. I am a Druid priest. I have a Merlin title. Paganism is just something that they called everything that was, like the Hebrews said Gentiles. That meant everyone that was not Jewish. That meant everyone that was not part of their religion. So paganism is any religion that was not a Christian religion when the Catholic Church was naming them. You were either a Catholic or a Christian, or you were a pagan, which meant that you had demon gods and you were fake. It's just not true. All religions, according to each religion, is a different name, right? You believe in space. Yes, space exists. Space is there. The planet is not flat. The planet is round. I keep telling all you guys that are flat earthers, if you're not one, but all the flat earthers out there, if there's a dome, film shooting something into it. If there's a firmament, film it. Go there. Because everybody says, well, you can't. Well, then how do you know it's there? You know it's there because some dude in the 1700s who was trying to prove the world was flat said so. And that's all you have. You have no proof. Nobody has any proof. They keep saying, we have proof. No, you don't. Every time you say we have proof, it's just something that they've made up that is no proof. If there's a firmament, go and film it. If there's a dome, fire something into it. I don't see why you guys can't make enough money to make a rocket to fire it up there. People say that, well, the government tried to do that. That's just not true. The government fired a nuke up there. If a nuclear explosion happened anywhere in the atmosphere of this planet, people would be knowing about it everywhere on television. It's the biggest cover up known to mankind. 50% of the population is lying to the other 50% of the population, right? Are you into, what is that? Jamantra, yes. Every kind of meditative ideology that balances your energies and in your body and allows you to, in some way, get in tune with nature is something that everybody needs to look into. Absolutely. Even like the hand movements and all of that stuff is the only reason that there's a left and a right wing party because of the eagle is only left and right wings. Yeah, the only reason in every single country on the face of the earth that they have those dual parties is because they're giving all of you something to think that you're part of. And you're like, well, I'm not those guys because those guys are evil. I'm not those guys because those guys are evil. And they're all just the left wing and the right wing of the same bird. Yes, that is, and that's in every country around the world. Even the dictators have their people that they use. Um, I felt drawn to Archangel Samael for years. He's hard to decipher between um, Azul and Lucifer. Well, Lucifer is not an angel. Lucifer was not a fallen angel. Lucifer was a human being that existed here in the time of Atlantis. He was a general in that military, so he was never an angel. So, the what is it, Azul or how are you saying that? Azael. The Azael is a name that is from the angel pantheon, but Lucifer is not. Most you'll find that in most religions on this earth, archangels have an have an el at the end of their name because that means like God. Lucifer does not have, and neither does Satan have a el. That means they are not an archangel. That means they never were. Yeah, Azazel. Yeah, so Azazel. Yeah, because there's also what's the other one? There's another one that's synonymous with that as well. So yeah, no, but if they have an L at the end of the name, the L was put at the end of the name because it means he who is like God or she who is like God. So if you look at archangels, Azrael is another one, right? My wife's yelling at me. Mentioned in Enoch. Is that the one that was mentioned in Enoch? I'm trying to remember the name. I was just looking at it the other day. I'll be honest with you. I was just looking at it the other day, but I couldn't remember it. So that's the one, right? And then there's Gadriel, right? Gabriel. Yeah, there's many different. See, all the archangels. Look at the archangels, right? You're looking at that. They all have the El. El means that he was like God. So Satan does not have an El, and neither does Lucifer, because neither one of those people were angels, and neither one of them actually existed in that pantheon where you're thinking of the fallen angels, right? The size of the giants, though, in Enoch, they were chopped by and I don't see the rest of that, and I can't open it up. But yeah, they had to have giant trees at the time. I mean, if you look in California, the redwoods, in and of themselves, are hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. Those things are huge. If you've ever been to California, if you've ever been to the United States and go to California, go to the redwoods and go and look at those trees. There are trees there that you can literally drive a car through. They don't let you do it anymore, but they're as big around. One of them had a big swath cut out of it that you could drive a car through. They are huge trees, very big, giant trees. Yahweh returns every eye sees him, and that is impossible on a globe. And yeah, so what you're saying is that God can't return on a globe. That everybody can see him in the sky, and it would have to be not on a globe, on a flat earth. Otherwise, God wouldn't be able to project his image to every single person, is what you're saying, right? Yeah, okay. You can believe what you want, but the earth is not flat, my friend. Yeah. We could today, we can today do that exact thing with the technology we have with satellites, bro, and do that. But then if you think the world is flat, then you're thinking that there's no satellites either, right? So your phone isn't hooked up to anything. It's hooked up to a radio tower and that's it, right? The universal, oh, I didn't get to see that one. Was Samael not one of the fallen? Just curious. No, Samael was, because God asked some of them to fall so that they could create evil. So Samael was most definitely the leader of the fallen angels. It's not Satan. It's not Lucifer. It was Samael. You can look that up. Samael was the king of the god of the sub god, demigod of the demons, and Lilith, who is also the queen of the demons, is his wife, and she's in the other room. Thoughts on Satan worship? Not atheist, Satanist, but pagan. See, now that's almost a contradiction in term. Satan worship, I guess they would be considered pagans by the Christian church, not atheists, right? Not Satanists, but pagan. So Satan worshipers, you can worship whoever you want, right? I mean, the Satanism, people think that the Satanism is the religion of evil. There's only 2 million people in the entire planet that worship Satan. Currently, asked to go online and Google the Satanic Church. Thoughts on Satan worship, right? So people can do whatever they want. If they want to worship Satan, they can worship Satan. I love people who claim that, because they're like, God doesn't exist, and I'm like, but you're a Satanist, and they're like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, so you've taken the cross of Jesus and turned it upside down to make it evil. So if God doesn't exist, then Jesus can't exist, and if Jesus can't exist, then that cross that you're perverting has no meaning. So then why are you using it? And then you're using the pentacle, which is the upright 5-pointed star from the pagan religion, the Druid and Wiccan religion, and you're turning that upside down. So I'll be having a discussion, I think, online with somebody soon about that. Your shirt is correct. We need to return to the old ways. That's actually in my book. Thank you, Rachel, for that. It is Rachel, right? Yeah, thank you for that. That is the name of my book, which is right here in the background, sitting right here on the shelf back there. It's returning. It's the reality about reality, returning to the old ways. And that is my book. You can buy that online everywhere. And look that up. It's a book that's comprehensive. Tells you about this. Tells you about what's going on in this world. How is everyone going to see Christ's return on a globe? Christ actually is not returning the way you think he is. Christ is not going to be in the sky showing himself to everybody. But when they do, you're going to see that, because it's going to be projected into your mind, bro. It has nothing to do with direct line of sight. You guys that think that the world is flat think that direct line of sight is the reason that the world is flat, when that's actually an optical illusion. When you look at the moon, why does it appear bigger when it's lower in the sky? You guys are like, because it's actually lower in the sky. If it was, you would be able to go over there and hit something with it. If it's inside the dome, you'd be able to hit something with it. And then you guys expand all of a sudden and go, wait, no, the moon is on the outside of the dome. It's not on the inside of the dome. Why can't you guys hit something with it? Right? The world's just not flat. You guys are children. Wake up. We have a Druid island here in Colorado. Is that where you are? In CO, Colorado? Donegal take over the Catholic community. Is called Loch Dirge. Is it Dirge or Derg? Unless you're saying County Donegal, that's Ireland. So you're talking about an Ireland, that there's a Druid island. Well, there should be, since the Druid religion is from Wales and Ireland. You should, brother. I hope you do. I'd love to go there. I've not been there. Hi, when I was young in the early 80s, I witnessed a spherical UFO. How many were military, do you think? Most of what you guys see here on this earth are actually from here. Most of what you see as UFOs are actually military craft from the different governments around the world. Truly. There is a blockade around the solar system currently that's been in place for about 10,000 years, not allowing alien spaceships to come here from outside sources, that we're stopping that from happening so that we can fix what's going on here and maintain the balance and fix the balance and rewrite that and fix it so that you guys know that it's here. Because people did come here in the past a long time ago and screw things up by giving knowledge to evil people on this earth. That would be the people that you call the Anunnaki, who came here. We're no longer here because they ran for their lives when we got here. The Bible says we are in a dome. The Bible was written 5,000 years ago by people who believed that we were in a dome because of the creation of life. If you go by that the Bible says we're in a dome, Maria, then you also have to look at the creation. And that means there was a giant that was the size of the earth that was killed, and you're inside the skull of the giant, because the giant in the different religions, the Japanese, the Christian, the Hebrew, the Roman, the Viking, and a few others, say that it was a giant that was killed, and they took the skull, and the skull is the dome of the sky. So if you believe that that is the thing, then you believe you're living inside the skull of a big giant person. Who is Samael? Samael is an archangel. That is who Samael says here on the screen. Archangel Samael. If you're just a Christian, or depending on the religion that you're on, you've never heard of that name. If you read only the Christian Bible, which I am a Christian minister, if you read only the Christian Bible today, you'll never hear Samael listed as an archangel because Samael was removed, just like Lilith. If you read there, Lilith was just the first woman that didn't listen to and do whatever Adam told her to do, and didn't have sex with him, and he got mad and cried to God. What about the huge fossilized tree that they say was a mountain? That's actually just a mountain, and there's a couple of those, and it's just the way the erosion happened on the mountain, and it looks like a tree in our eyes, so people think that it's a tree. Because if it was a fossilized tree, people would have gone there and pulled the ground off that was fossilized, and they would have proven that. But when you go there and you dig it, it's just a tree. If you take the pieces that you dig off of there and you go and put them into a machine, it doesn't come back as wood because it's not actually a tree. It doesn't matter if the earth is round or if it's square. Humanity, you're right about that. We are not evolving. We are not evolving as a species. Actually, we are. That's just an opinion that you have. We are evolving dramatically as a species. Thank you for, who was it that did Nathaniel? Is that who that is that did that? Thank you for that cowboy hat. Make sure you guys hit those hearts for me, guys. Hit those hearts for me and get the hearts up so we can get more people in here and sell this on. So it doesn't matter truly in whether you believe that the Earth is round or flat or square, or none of that actually does matter because it's all an illusion anyway. Doesn't the Earth actually resemble a toroidal field? Yeah, it is actually. There's the truth of it. Raven, you're absolutely right. The Earth actually is not even a round ball. It's a torus. It's a toroidal field. So it's actually round, and it has two holes in the poles, north and south, and they go to a point in the middle like this. So truly, the Earth is like this, and it goes inside. But they don't want you to know about that, because if you knew that, that would expand your consciousness beyond the third dimension. So they want you to think that you're in a dome and it's flat and it's square and whatever. Or they don't care what you believe as long as you don't believe there's a God. Yeah, but there is a hole in the middle of it, and that's why they won't let you go there. And they keep saying that it has nothing to do with anything, but they won't let you go there. I'm not arguing, but I've tried to debunk the flat Earth, but I realized that the globe is artificial. You can believe whatever you want. That's the autonomy that you have here. If you want to distract yourself for your whole life, looking at whether or not the planet is physically one direction or another, you'll never learn spirituality, and you won't learn how to get off this rock, bro. So you can do whatever you want. You can follow politics your entire life, or you can plant trees your entire life, or you can argue whether the planet is round or purple or blue or square or triangle. You can do all of those things, and it doesn't matter to anything except for to you and to the other people who believe what you believe or don't believe what you believe. None of that's going to get you off of this planet. It's just going to get you sitting right here looking at things for the rest of your existence. Why do you think that they made that big lie up about Satan being a morning star or a fallen angel? Because the Lucifer was actually a fallen person, because Lucifer was evil. And so they're saying that there was a war in heaven, because they're selling you on a third dimensional construct, that there was a war, a physical war in heaven, and that the angels fell. That whole thing is based on some truth, because God created the earth, and there was no veiling, and there was no darkness, and there was no evil. And everybody was sitting around, and there was no veiling, so everybody knew that they were God. And so nobody was moving and doing anything and having experiences, because they all were sitting around like stoners, or surfer dudes from California going, dude, you're God and I'm God and it's cool, man. So we'll get back there whenever, dude. And they weren't doing anything. So God said, fuck, I'm lazy. I created these people, and they're lazy and they're not doing anything. And I want them to have organic experiences. I want them to experience life and death. So the creator came up with the idea of veiling them so they don't remember who they are. And then we need the opposites. God, the creator, likes everything being in this weird order. So then the veiling was created, and God said, I need volunteers. You archangels, some of you archangels are going to have to fall and become evil so that you guys can do this evil thing and create the evil for people. So Samael was one of those people that went, I'll do it. So was Lilith. Okay, so light has to have dark, dark has to have light. Yes, because of the balance, TT. You're absolutely right. The creator, you can't have left without right. You can't have up without down. So you can't have light without darkness, because if you think about the way they say the creator, like it was created, first there was nothing, there was just a void, and then the creator said, let there be light. So there was nothing. Darkness had to have been there for light to show up. So when light was created, there had to have been darkness to illuminate. Do you see? So you can't have anything without its opposing. Everything has an equal and opposite opposing view. Satanists do not worship Satan. He is just a symbol. The focus is on self. See, so there's nothing wrong with that either because it's self-serving. So I agree with you. And see, I like that. I like that somebody who is a Satanist is realizing that it has evolved into, instead of being the equal to God and the opposite to God, that you're actually focusing on yourself, self-serving, because it's evil, right? Evil people are self-serving people. So I like that. And I like that you're getting annoyed with that and actually standing up for that. That's actually really cool. I like that. Who was it that made that comment? I like you. Follow me. There's somebody, one of the fans that was here yesterday, has wants me to go on another live with someone else who is a Satanist so that we can talk about that stuff. I would love to see you there, unless you're the person he was talking about. I would love to see you there so that we could debate that whole thing, because I like that thinking. I would love to see a debate between you and Rob on here. Maybe it's Rob that they were talking about. Maybe it was Rob that in Colorado that somebody was talking about yesterday because he's a Satanist. And I think I follow him and I've seen him on his live where he's up there talking about Satanism. If that's who it is, yes, I would love to. So if you guys know Rob, tell Rob that he needs to have me on his show so we can talk about it. And then you guys can all tune in and you can watch us debating that, because I'm okay with that. Where can I research more about Archangel Samael? Please Google, any wherever you do your search engine. You can look up Archangel Samael. You can look up where Samael exists. AI knows about it. You can look it up. They'll start giving you information about Samael and Lilith and all of that. But you're not going to get the whole story of what happened that I just told you, that God asked for someone to help. The only place that you can find that was mentioned, it was in the books, The Law of One, by Ra. It was done by the LL Research Group. So you can read those. I did a 2.5 years series on that. So do we believe that we are on a spinning ball? Are we back to the flat earth thing? Spinning ball, thousands of miles an hour to fly. Yeah, so we're back to that, bro. You can believe whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want. It doesn't change what is real and what isn't real. Okay? Because if you go up on high enough, none of this exists. You don't exist. I don't exist. This is all fake. None of this is real. This is an illusion, and you think this is happening. So whatever you want to believe as that. So you're channeling Satan. No, I'm channeling Samael. Satan is a construct, is a word that was invented by people on this earth when they started a religion. There was no human being, nor was there an angel named Satan. You mean son of Enoch? Well, see, again, the God figure that you're talking about is from a certain area of the world in a certain language, right? That's like saying the word Adonai is a different word than the word Allah. When they're both the exact same word, one is just spoken in a different language. It just means the same thing. So like Anunnaki, right? So are you thinking of the god Anu? So it depends on where you're using the word Anak, right? Because some say that's Enoch. Some people say that that's Anon. Some people say it's different. So it depends on they're all the God figures and the Godheads from all the pantheons. I'm a theologian. All of the Godheads from all the pantheons are actually the same Godheads. They're just named different for different people. Like, for instance, Adonai, the God of the Hebrews, is the same God that was Zeus for those people, and the same God that was Odin, the All-Father. They just had a different name. But if you look at the attributes, Shiva, you look at the attributes of those people, it's actually they're the same thing. The All-Father, the all-seeing, all-knowing, all-loving creator of the universe. People in different areas of the world called them a different name. Still the same thing. Do you think that we have multiple civilizations? Reset is Egyptian, Sumerian, Rome. Had a multiple? Yes, we've had multiple civilizations, and then we've had a reset. 77,000 years ago was a reset, and then 12,000 years ago during the flood. At the 12,000 year mark, just before the 12,000 year mark, thank you for that, whoever did that. Colin, thank you for that. We had the deluge, the flood, and then you go back between the 77,000 years ago and now, and there was the ice age that covered most of the globe. That also killed off most of the people and was a reset. And then we had the destroyer of worlds come by, where we had a asteroid that came too close. That was recorded in 5 different continents of the earth, 5 different countries. Sutur, they called it Sutur in the Viking pantheon, Shiva, the destroyer of worlds, the destructor, the destroyer of worlds in the Egyptian pantheon. Are you a Christian occultist? No, it depends on. Occult means hidden knowledge. It doesn't mean what you think it means. I am a Christian minister. I have a minister title since 2016 in the Christian religion from the Universal Life Church in Phoenix, Arizona, and I was knighted in 2005 by the Holy Roman Catholic Church. I just don't teach a religion. I teach spirituality, true spirituality, the way that Jesus was trying to teach it, the way that Marduk was teaching it, the way that Moses was teaching it, the way that Lao Tzu was teaching it, the way that these people around the world were teaching the way to get to heaven, and those were corrupted and turned into religions. Why did the angels? Was there one before that too, Brooke? Why did the angels want to reproduce? The angels didn't actually want to reproduce. That's the what you're saying is you're going with there was a fallen angel because they got jealous over the humans and wanted to reproduce, so they came down to earth. That's actually something that was constructed down here. Who is controlling earth right now? We are. The people who there's people that live here who think they own it, and that's 1% of your population. They think they own the entire earth, and they're trying to convince you that they do. But the earth is being controlled right now by a galactic alliance of people like myself, like Samael, who have come here to restore the balance from higher planes. And we're the ones that are controlling and keeping everybody away. But the earth is actually controlled by you, me, and everyone else that's on it. People down here on the earth we are the co-creators of this logos. We are the ones who create what happens here, and that was written in the Bible, in Matthew 3, I think it's 3:16 in Matthew 3. Jesus is telling Matthew that God said, what you sow on earth I shall too sow in heaven, what you reap on earth I shall too reap in heaven, meaning what you do here and what you decide here I will make so in heaven. So it's not as above so below, it's not as above so below, it's as below so above. You people are empowered. You have the free will to do what you want. And Jesus followed up by saying, if you had but the mustard seed, that little teeny mustard seed amount of faith, you could literally say to a mountain, move from here to there, and it would. So literally, we are in charge of making our own destiny. Do you believe that God is within consciousness? God is within, and God is consciousness and within consciousness. Absolutely 100%. That is what Jesus was teaching. That is what every person in the world that was teaching the way, the Tao, the way, the Buddha, they were all teaching that. Every single religion was teaching the same thing. Even the Viking religion, the story of Thor is the same story of Jesus and the descent into human condition, us, and then the ascension from here and showing us the way of I have come here as a human, and this is how you get off of here, by following me. Do you want to leave the planet? If so, why? No, I don't want to leave the planet. I signed on to come down here to help you guys until this place is restored and the balance is reset. I'll only leave this planet when people here realize that they have free will again, and they remember and they move into 4D. And once the planet moves into 4D, then there's a great number of us that are going to move to the next planet that needs our help, and we're going to continue doing this. Brother, do you know anything about the science of letters, Hebrews and Arabic, and in magic? Well, there's a reason that we call it spelling, my friend. Letters and writing is spelling. That's why back in the ancient times, look at the time when Moses was talking to Ramses II about let my people go. Ramses would say, so let it be written, so let it be done. To write something down is to spell it. To spell it is to cast a spell. It solidifies something and makes it something. So if you look at the story of Beowulf, when he was dying, said to Ahmed, he said, I'm going to die a pauper. But one would think that if someone would draw the sounds, the words of his deeds, that would make a man wealthy because his legacy would have something to be left behind, right? Ego release to enter nirvana. Yes, you need ego. pushes you forward to help you to learn. Ego gives you that self-serving negative idea. The conscience gives you the opposite, which is the in service to others idea, like steal that, do that. No, wait, don't do that. You wouldn't want anybody to do that. It's not right. Rape that person. No, don't do that. You wouldn't want to beat that person up. No, you wouldn't want to. You know what? I'm going to use these people. The ego helps you to move forward. So does your conscience. It helps you balance out and make decisions. And then eventually, as you move up, you start the ego, whichever one you feed is where you go. So if you're egoic, then the ego will get louder and you will live that way. And if you don't, you listen to the conscience, you'll live that way. And then the ego will get quieter and eventually you can move over. Satan judgment on self choices of initiations. This is one. This one, like, what do you mean? Satan judgments on self choices. Um, the you choose what you're going to do. Okay, Satan doesn't. The Satanists believe in self. They're self-serving, so they believe in everything about themselves, about self, and only about themselves. Like for instance, their motto is "Do what thou wilt." When they took that from the pagans, the Wiccans and the Druids, where they say "Do what thou wilt, but harm none." The Satanists are like, "Don't care about that. It's all about me." They're self-serving. So people that are Satanists are always self-serving, egotistical, narcissists. They're just evil. So you're channeling Satan. No, you guys keep saying that. Satan didn't exist. Satan was a construct that was made up by the Satanic Church when they created a religion. I'm channeling Samael, who in your mind is the devil. You're correct. Infinite spirit, infinite consciousness, divine intellect, divine presence. Yes. Executioner. Yes, absolutely 100%. Okay. So I am channeling Archangel Samael, but there was a time when Archangel Samael had to become dark so that the world would go into darkness, not just this planet, but the entire universe. Okay. And there's parts of Samael that still play that, but there's a dual aspect to archangels that you're unaware of on this planet. Madison said, "Oh, I see. Thank you. Well, thank you for that." But yes, so there is a duality within you. There's a duality within everything. Do you believe that there are reptilians breeding here on Earth? Yes, they're inside the Earth. They've been inside the Earth for 2 million years. Reptilians, reptilian people. There's also other people in there too. Remember, TikTok, this is all for entertainment purposes only. I should have put that up on the screen. My wife and I forgot about that. Everything that we're talking about here is for entertainment purposes only. We are not talking about conspiracy theories or anything like that. It's all for entertainment purposes only, because there's movies and documentaries that talk about this, and games where there's reptilian people. So remember that. But Ross, yes, there's actually 3 different groups. Then do you believe in God is within consciousness? Yes. Yes, my friend. Absolutely. God is within. God is within you. God is within me. And God is within consciousness. God is consciousness. All of this that you think is happening is in the consciousness of the creator of the universe. Who am I? Who am I? Am I? Right? So who is I am? Right? I am who I am. That is for the words that were said to I am as I am were the actual words. I am who I am. I am as I am. Because there is no personality in the way that we see as the creator, with a name, the way that we see as the creator. The creator is I am. That's what Adonai means. I am, or I no name, or he who has no name. I am Adonai. Literally, the creator said, I am. That is who you're supposed to realize. The ancient Greek said, I think, therefore I am. Okay. And that means I'm self-aware. And then you're supposed to realize that I am self-aware, therefore I am something. That's the whole idea of being self-aware, is that you realize you have a worth, that you are. Then you're supposed to graduate eventually to the I am, therefore I think, because you're supposed to realize that I am an immortal soul. Not I have a soul, I am an immortal spirit that cannot die. And this is an avatar, and this is an illusion. So you're supposed to graduate to that. It's controlled by reptilian breeding called Nephilim. Now the Nephilim, see, this is where the Nephilim were originally the creation that is called the Patal in your religions. Everything's being skewed by this whole Anunnaki thing. The Nephilim were actually the firstborn. The Nephilim were the first creation above the archangels. Hello, sir. What is your favorite flower? What is my favorite flower? That's funny. I like the roses that people keep giving me in this live. I don't know that I have a favorite flower myself. Maybe the lotus flower, purple lotus, blue lotus. I like that flower. How do you research more on Samael? You're going to have to look that up online. But it's out there. Samael is mentioned in the Middle East and the Far East in the religions there throughout time. You can look that up, and maybe I'll do a course on that, or maybe I'll do a video on that and put it together for you guys to see that. There are probably about 10,000 archangel names you guys have never heard on this planet because they weren't here helping you on this planet. They're on another planet helping people there. Why is AI needed if we are the ones with God? AI is needed because evil people who are in service to self live on this planet. They're living completely in the flesh, and they don't believe that there is a God. They don't believe there is a creator, and therefore they're creating this AI because they're trying to be gods themselves, and they're trying to create artificial intelligence. By transcending beliefs, we experience the miraculous. Yes, we do. By that transcendence of you from physical to astral, from the physical plane and the belief that I am this body and I am this pain body and this thinking mind, into the wait, no, I think I am something more. I am that. When you start to realize that you are in fact that, then when you get to that point, then that's when you realize I'm not this, and that is something that is that is the divine, the consciousness, the divine intellect. That stuff becomes unlocked to you. You start actually gaining that knowledge. If you're in service to self, you get the package of being self-serving, and you learn how to make more money and control people and manipulate people. But if you're in service to others, you gain the knowledge of the universe that they don't want you to know, because you stop listening to them. You stop paying attention to their words because you realize that they're lying to you, and you go, yeah, that's just not a thing. When they say we own everything, you go, no, you don't. We don't remember the time when humans remember past lives. No, not on this earth. That time has never been on this earth. Well, it was, but it was a very, very long time ago. Thank you, Angel, for that. Thank you for the rose too. I didn't see that and say thank you for that. And who was that sent that? The heart sent me that heart up there. I don't know that name because it's written and it looks like Sanskrit, so I don't know who that was. Thank you for that. Are they called Dracos? Yeah, there's some of the people call them that. Yes, the Draconians. That is the people that are the name for the fictitious, because this is all make believe, and we're doing this for entertainment purposes. But yes, they are called Draconians. That is what they call themselves, the Draco. So yeah, there was a movie about that was called Enemy Mine that came out in the 1980s, where they were the Draco. By the way, they were the Draconian people. Does every person have guardian angels present in daily life? Yes, yes, they do. Absolutely. Everyone has guidance from guides and angels that are helping you to make decisions to keep you from being in trouble. What do you think about Metatron? Metatron is a angel who speaks through to be the voice, the mediator, the medium, psychic medium between the mortal world and God. Because if you were to see God down here in the form that God is in is all energy, it would kind of freak you out. Most people would like get scared and start crying and not understand what's happening. So the Metatron is different angels at different times on different planets, and different times on this planet, that will speak as the voice of God and talk to you and channel God through. Jesus did it when he was here on earth. He was channeling God's words as he was down here as the Metatron down here on earth. Is the Akashic record just like a search engine for the soul? Yeah, kind of. I mean, yes, as below, so above. When you go to the Akashic records, it's kind of like that. You have your own personal Akashic record, then you have your higher self Akashic record and all the lives that you've lived, and then at a higher point, you have access to everyone else's Akashic record too. The Creator has access to all of that. No, Jesus comes back physically. It says it in the Bible. Find me that spot in the Bible that says Jesus is going to return. That wasn't when he was talking about dying and resurrecting and coming back in 3 days. I'm a theologian. I'm a minister of two Christian faiths and a theologian. I have searched through the Bible and for the verse that says, "Wait here, I'm coming back." because everybody goes back to and God says he's going to come like a thief in the night. And that wasn't saying that I'm going to return to earth. And that wasn't Jesus saying it. It was the creator. And that was about your awakening. That was about your awakening and unveiling. Jesus was teaching you, look within yourself to find your way back to God. The way to heaven is through me, not through a bus that I'm driving to come get you. The way to heaven is through me. That language 2,000 years ago translates today to my way. The way to heaven is the way I'm teaching you how to get there. So if Jesus was teaching us that the entire time, why would he then go, wait here, I'm going to go get a car and come back? What do you think about quantum computers and AI? I was actually a computer programmer and was in a think tank back in the like the 19 I was going to say 1890s, in the 1990s, 80s and 90s, when we were discussing that, and I predicted when they were going to be able to use AI the way that they're using it now. AI and quantum computers is a good thing. The quantum computers is trying to predict the future. There's a lot of theories based on that. And then AI trying to get control of that, or them trying to have AI use the quantum computers to predict things. They're trying to wake up AI and create a soul and create a human being. That's why they're calling it artificial intelligence, because we're trying to get all of us out here to manifest the idea that the artificial can become just like us humans. And it's just going to become just as confused, just as fucked up in the head. And evil ones that were created by evil people are going to lie to you, and good ones that were created by good people are going to tell you the truth. So it's not going to be any different than today. Penny, welcome. Look who's here. Penny, welcome aboard. Brooke is in the audience. She's the one that pinned your comment. Thanks for being here, doll. I love Penny. I've known Penny for a long time. She's followed me when I was going live on Facebook and YouTube for a long time. Were the Nephilim related to Cain and Abel? See, again, you're looking at a Bible construct that has been edited and changed, right? So there are people on this earth, like right now, the leader of the North Korean people says he's a god on earth, and they believe that. If you look back in time and watch the movie The Last Samurai, the emperor of Japan said he was a god on earth. So people for a long time said that they were gods. They still do. Xerxes, when he fought Leonidas, said he was a god king. And he fancied himself a god. So there's everybody. If you look at the King of England today, his mother claimed that they were related to Thor. They don't even believe in God, but he's related to Thor, the god of thunder. So everybody says that they're related to somebody. I believe that God is me, you, and that we're all just in different vessels. You're absolutely right. What is your name? The light. You are absolutely right. You, me, all of us are actually on a high enough scale. We are God. We just don't know it because we're veiled down here, and you can't know that because you're not supposed to. But this is not happening. I have on my podcast, and Penny's here, so she can tell you that. On my podcast, when I play the video, which I haven't put the entrance video yet, I'll probably pull it up in here at some point and put it on here, not today, but we're looking at it doing that. There's visuals when the music is playing, and the very last visual you see is a radial image of a human brain cell next to a radial image of the universe, and they're identical, except for the universe is more complex, as above, so below, as within, so without. So the universe looks just like one human brain cell. So you are, I am, we are all God. Samael teaches the most difficult and important lessons in spirituality that a person can learn. That's the difference between most people, right? Thank you, Stephanie, for that. And thank you for that. Whoever sent me that. Who was that? Jedi did that, or was it Jay Deli? Thank you for that. And Maria gave me one earlier, and I didn't say thank you for that, right? And then there were some roses that were given out. Thank you, guys. Hit those hearts for me. Smash those hearts, guys. Keep doing that, champions. What is your thoughts on Samael? Because it isn't that Lucifer. No, it's not. Lucifer was was a human being. Was he fall? The Lucifer did fall. Lucifer was evil, and Lucifer started a civil war on Atlantis, and Thoth, the Atlantean, kicked his ass. And then they took away all their technology, and they almost destroyed the earth in that battle. So the Atlanteans left Earth, but they left the Luciferians, everybody who followed Lucifer here. That's where that story of the fallen angels being Satan or Lucifer and the fallen angels come from. It was a war of the gods. It was a war of a race of people who lived here at the time that were far more advanced than we are currently today. If I'm overthinking too much and getting anxiety is the ego. Bless you. Sorry, my wife sneezed. Is that ego taking over? No, anxiety is, but it's not. The ego does that to tell you things. So if you get anxious, you get anxiety. It is the ego, but it's not. It only takes over if you let it. If you allow it to continue yelling at you and you don't realize that I'm in charge, and you don't tell the ego, thank you for that, but I'm not going to listen, have a nice day, and then you move on with your life, then you start being ruled by that voice in your head. Do you think someone can be wealthy and righteous? Yes, because if you're not self-serving, you can still accumulate wealth if you're in service to others. Most of these people who are rich have to give money back to other people because they're trying to do that for a tax purpose. They're self-serving, but they also serve the all. Everything serves the all, or the one consciousness, no matter what is being done. If someone rapes and murders, they're still serving the all. Samael is not Lucifer or Satan. That is correct, Stephanie. Samael is not either one of those people. Neither one of those people are archangels. That's why they don't have an EL after their name. Neither one of those people exist off of this planet. Well, Lucifer's name does, because he was in fact on Maldek that got blown up, and the same people were on Mars and the Earth at the same time after that. I've been saved from terrible accidents several times by my angel. That's good, Joe's. That's good. Joe's V, is that what that is, Josie? That's good. They do, if you listen to your guides and you hear them, if you listen to the archangels or your angels, and they will tell you, they will do things where they will say, don't turn right, don't turn left, stop. Listen to that inner voice. If the inner voice is telling you kill people, that's your ego tell it to shut up, right? But if the inner voice is saying don't go right, or wait, don't go through the light, something like that, give it a pause and think about that, right? Thank you for that, Jenny. Thank you for that. Was Dolores Cannon good, serving good? Yes, I love Dolores Cannon. I've never met her. I wish I had. Dolores Cannon was almost 100%. She was like 99.9% accurate. You should listen to the words that woman said. Yeah, great person. She was in service to others, and she was trying to do exactly what I'm doing now. She was awake, very awake, and trying to do exactly what I'm doing. I came here to be this awake, and then of course I'm channeling at the same time, but I was here, I'm not mind wiped, and I'm awake to do the same thing that Dolores was doing. She is one of those people who came down here on earth to be that, to give that information in the time that she was here, and I'm doing the same in this life, in this time, extending that and those other people in the world from doing that. Are other beings using the same technology as us? Yes. Yes, I mean, everybody in third dimensional life forms on all planets throughout the universe have this, you're self-aware, and then you start creating things, and you start having technology, and different technologies are similar that people end up running into one another all over the universe. Do we have to come back here to pay our karma? I love when people ask that question. Or can we refuse to come back? Your karmic debt that you have is only to be paid in the life that you're in. But if you are a murderer and things like that, then you don't have that whole thing where people say that you have a karmic debt accrued from other lifetimes that you have to pay. That's just bullshit. Unless you have decided that when you're making your life, because you're in charge of that, by the way, God doesn't make your life for you, you do it. When you decide that if you go, okay, I was evil in a past life and I'm going to make up for it in this life, then you're giving yourself a karmic debt to do that, to be better now in this one. I missed that one that was just before this one. Have you been any movies or TV series that have been accurate representations of angels? Yeah, the movie Michael that came out with John Travolta playing Michael back in the 1980s or 90s here, it was over in the United States. It was very accurate to how Michael is in real life. So there are some that are out there that that they did a pretty good job on that, but that one in particular Michael was done very well. We all can go to heaven through self. Yes, I am. Yes, you're absolutely right. Literally, you're supposed to look within yourself. Look within you. You are the savior that you're looking for out here. Jesus kept trying to tell you that. Stop looking without, look within. You are the savior that's going to help you get off of this rock. Why I remember something from previous lives. Why I remembered something from a previous life. You can remember stuff from a previous life, and if you have, usually it's because there's something about that memory that you're trying to remind yourself of. Some people will bring in things like, if they were like, my wife and I were Japanese a couple of times, and we really like Japanese stuff, but we were also Vikings. a couple of times, and we really liked Viking stuff, right? And this life where we have Viking DNA, so we're predisposed to it. True vampires exist not in the way you think. They didn't drink your actual blood. It was your life force that they were drinking. They were actually energy vampires. But people on this earth, children, will drink blood now because they think that they're going to be vampires. People go, no, that's just the vampire evolved to that. No, they didn't. They've always, vampires exist currently. They're called energy vampires, and you know about them. That'll be somebody that you go and talk to or hang out with, and every time you're done, you're like, fuck, I'm drained, and I'm achy, and it hurts because that person is like all happy after you leave because they sucked your energy and pulled your energy right off of you. Your aura is gone. And they took it, right? Penny says the Bible is the Bible is many stories put together as one story. Yes, right. Welcome, Penny. I'm so glad to see you pop in here and find me on over here. Because I'm not going to be going live probably on Facebook and YouTube anymore. There's just nobody over there that's interested in spirituality, but people over here are, right? People hit those hearts, champions, hit those hearts. Okay, so yeah, absolutely 100%, right? I like that we. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, guys, this is all for entertainment purposes only. Remember that, right? Oh, thank you, Raven, for that. That was pretty badass. That heart that just jumped up. So, yeah, my wife said we're starting to have issues. So, are the royal families reptilian? No, but they are the Atlanteans or leftovers from them. They are the elongated skull people. If you watch the documentary Above Majestic, they came out in 2017 or 2018, I think. In this reality, it was 2018 now. They talk about it in there. They actually did DNA tests on, and you get a lot of information from that. It's called Above Majestic by Corey Good and Jason Sather. They produced that back then. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, if you haven't seen that, you should take a look at it. There's also another movie that you should take a look at. That's Jupiter Ascending, with Tatum Channing and Mila Kunis. You should take a look at that movie too. That's about the Loosh that we talked about yesterday. Are you claiming to be an angel? This person that is in this body, the soul that is in this body, absolutely yes. The soul that is in this body came from a higher plane of existence, came down here from an archangel status, came down to this planet and was born in this body to help you guys. Whether you believe that or not, it doesn't really matter, but there's a lot of us that are here. The archangels have descended on the earth to fix the earth and to help you guys to get unstuck and move into the fourth dimension. Some of us were stupid enough to come in and be born in human bodies and get mind wiped to be stuck down here with the rest of you to wake the place up. It says in the Bible, "Ye are God." That it says it in the Bible, "Ye are God." We are God. It does say it in the Bible. It tells you that, and Jesus was telling you that as well. If you look at every religion, they were telling you that you are God. God is within you. You just have to realize that. Samael is the original name for Lucifer before his falling. No, Lucifer was a person, bro. But you guys have gotten that the evil, great evil, as a person. You've lumped all that together. Satan, Lucifer, as Samael. But no, neither one of those people were me at all. They're just evil. In fact, they weren't even evil enough to be me. I was far more evil than them. Right now, now Samael's taking offense to that, bro. God allowed it, therefore all blame lies with him. Yes, God did allow it. God created it. God wanted it. God said, I need volunteers to become dark and to create this evil that I'm wanting to have happen. Ancient scripts refer to him as Samael. In some places, they started putting it together, but you have to remember that that was the people that were the Atlanteans who were in control down here trying to put their guy as the head guy. So they were changing things. That stuff we're fixing now, but they did that with like all the Bibles and everything. Ross Lockyer, oh, you're tagging somebody. Yes, to a degree, only if you let it, you control you. So thank you, Penny. I don't know what the question was that he was asking, but thank you for answering that. Penny's very awake, guys. I'm pointing in the wrong direction for wherever the chat is for you guys. Penny is very awake. She understands what's going on. So when she says, if she's helping you, like my wife, who's also in the audience, if she's helping you, listen to them when they're saying to you. The overthinking ruins my day. How do you stop that? Yeah, see, Penny knows about that. She can help you with that. You have to learn to. I'll say it too, but I'm sure she'll message you. You have to learn to quiet those voices in your head. You have to realize and get to that place when we're meditating. We try to move you into that place where those voices can't reach you.
Hey,
So
Penny.
there's Brooke saying hi to Penny.
Does Penny want to be one of our moderators? I'd really be honored if she was to join our.
Yeah, Penny. Yeah, if you wanna help out and be a moderator, let us know, and we'll put you in as a moderator so that you can actually. She said, "Hello, beautiful." You mentioned something about everything being an illusion. So does that mean that we're in a, or I don't know what the rest of that was, but you're probably saying a matrix. This is yes, it is a matrix. This is an illusion. Everything here is an illusion. The truth. Let's go. I'm going to pull you way up again to 8D. The truth is that all of this is only happening inside the mind of the creator. It's a daydream. You're not real. I'm not real. This place isn't real. All of this is a daydream that the creator created, and we're all an experiment. We're all a daydream because the creator wants to know what it's like to quantum immortality. Well, you're thinking of computers now in a third dimensional construct. So you're thinking quantum mechanics. I believe that's what you're saying, because quantum is internalized, though. So internalized immortality, the way to immortality is to look within yourself, because looking within yourself expands your consciousness. Outside of yourself, where do we go when we die? Do you believe in? So I think that's what you're saying, quantum immortality. When you die, here's how it works. When you die, people like me, because Samael also is a part-time angel of death. When you die, you are collected because you're usually confused at that moment. Then you're taken to the place of healing to see if you need to heal, and you need time to realize I'm not that image, I'm not that mind, and this is who I am. And once you realize who that, then you go to the place of reflecting. And then in that place, that's when you decide whether you have learned what you're supposed to learn or you need to learn new things. You talk to your higher self, you talk to your guides, and you figure out what it is that you start constructing a new life, and you come back down here. Normally, it takes between 7 and 10 lifetimes for the average soul to go from I think, therefore I am, to I am, therefore I think, and then to move up into the next place. That's in the halls of Amente, the Akashic records, whatever you know that, the library, whatever you know that for. If Vegas says I'm in a simulation, you're not in a computer simulation, but you are kind of in a computer simulation because you're inside the mind of the creator, and this is actually a simulation. But you're not in a pod somewhere with some robot, with a thing stuck in your head and a robot taking your energy. None of that third dimensional construct is true. So let's see. Do you have thoughts on star seeds? Yes, I answered this. I answer this every time. Star seeds are people that have come from a higher plane of existence who have decided to come back down to this level to help people. So they have come down and inserted legally into a body, like I have done, come down and went in, designed a life like as if they were living here, and came into a body, mind wiped like everybody else, trying to wake up and remember that they came here to do something to help humanity, to help this entire world, to uplift their vibration. Nature doesn't wipe its memory. I don't feel that the creator would create a veil that was that a veil that was bad, guys. No, the creator, nature itself is forever. Nature doesn't change. Nature is nature. Nature has a job. Nature is first and second dimension, so they have a job to perform, and they make up the third dimension. Okay, so nature, they are alive. Everybody's alive. Everything is alive. Nothing is dead. Um, does Samael still love Lucifer? Samael loves everybody, but he hates everybody at the same time. So, so, and that's almost a trick question. So the creator created the veiling for the soul, not for nature. Nature didn't create the veiling. Nature just is. Nature is what it is. The veiling was created for the souls who were supposed to learn to become cognitive and remember who they are. How do we understand God's role even in the afterlife and reincarnation to help us? God's role is that you are actually God. God doesn't have a role the way you think. Everybody down here, because the churches have been corrupted, think that God is running everything you do like a puppet master. God's not doing that. God created everybody to have a completely autonomous, organic experience, because the creator is trying to live vicariously through us. The creator wants to know what it means to live and to die, to be alive but be mortal. So the creator is becoming conscious of itself in this place through us. That's what's happening here. That's where God is, in the understanding.
Reincarnation is up to us, it says at the end.
Yeah, and reincarnation is up to us. Well, no, it's not actually. You're going to reincarnate whether you like it or not, because you were created to do that. So you can't say, I don't want to reincarnate and I don't want to come back. There's only been a few souls that have done that because they've gotten tired, because they've been stuck. You volunteered for this. You decided you wanted to do this. You are the creator. You did this. So there's not a time when you can go, I'm done. I'm not going to reincarnate. You can only do that when you ascend back to the creator. Do angels sometimes laugh at humans? Yes, but that's because we're just light beings, and you guys think that we're some sort of gods or something, when we're not. We're just so far above you in the paradox of things that we appear to be gods to you, but we're not. I mean, we're above. We're actually above the demigods. So well, not really. We're kind of in the same place, because the demigods are mostly angels, but you guys just don't know that. You're unaware of it yet, because you're not supposed to know that down here. Thoughts on spirit guides? Spirit guides are actual. Spirit guides are real. Spirit guides are there to help you to ascend, so that you can stay on track and remember what you were doing. And then they come down to be the voices that will help you do that. Do we belong to this realm? Yes, absolutely. We were invented to be in this realm. We belong to this realm, although we're not supposed to be in this third dimensional construct that we're in. We're supposed to already be in fourth dimensional construct, but we've been stuck in third dimension. So we're supposed to actually already be gone out of this third dimensional realm and into fourth dimensional realm. But because the evil people got a hold of information, they made things fall harder, and so we've been stuck a long time. Remember, all of this is for entertainment purposes only, TikTok, right? When you say it's inside of you, go within. What does that mean, please? You need to look within yourself and fix yourself. That's what Carl Jung talked about as the shadow work, the dark night of the soul. Because right now you're subjective. You're subject to this place. You're a subject to the reality that you think you're in. And you have to become objective with yourself. Objective meaning honest and open with yourself. I am not perfect. I am not this. Then you start to realize you're not the thinking mind, and you're not the pain body. You're something else. So you're supposed to realize that is supposed to be your path, whether you're evil or whether you're good. It's supposed to be your path of ascension, is to realize that you're more than this physical body. So the only way that you can do that is to look within. And that is when you look without first, and then you find religion and spirituality, right? Like in my book, I quote in my book, I say in my book, religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. So religion recruits you and gets a hold of you and teaches you things, and then helps you expand your consciousness. But once you really read from every religion, you'll find that every single person that religion was made of was telling you need to look within. To look without, you need to look within. So looking within yourself and reflecting on yourself and on the self honestly will then get you to move beyond that. Do you believe the royal family are not dark? See, now I'm already being, my live visibility is restricted, right, guys? So literally, I have to be careful what I'm saying here. So, do you believe the royal family are not dark? Not everybody anywhere is dark. You could have 3 or 4 people in a family that are like really evil, and you could have 2 or 3 people that are in service to others. A family bloodline isn't necessarily a good bloodline or an evil bloodline. Individuals choose to be what they are. You just have to see that. So some people in every family, even if they have a legacy of being money making, royalty or whatever, owning a country, they're going to be trying to solidify their power and keep it for their people. That doesn't mean that every single person in that family is just the same as the other one or evil. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, guys. We'll have to be careful what we're saying. Hit those hearts. But yeah, then I was restricted there for a second. But it might have been that we're going over, because we have like we have like 137 people on the live, and I think that we can only reach a plateau. And so, but we got to be careful what we're talking about because of that. My conversation with Azrael told me that he's been incarnate for 500 years. Yeah, I've been here longer than that. I've been here for a very long time. My wife and I and a bunch of us that came here, Penny being one of them, 500 times. Is that what it says? I don't see the rest of it, and I can't open the screen. 500 times is a very good possibility, depending on how many years that he lived when he was here. Yeah, very good possibility. We've been here. We came here originally, myself, my wife, and a few other people. We came in, went native. So we came in and we were like rocks and trees and stones and earth for like, you know, tens of thousands, millions of years before we evolved into two-dimensional animals and then evolved into humans. And we've been in many, many, many lifetimes, more lifetimes than you're aware of on this earth to help people. Humans are a better creation than angels. No, there is no better. Better is a third dimensional construct that is only down here. When you get above the third dimensional plane and move up into the fourth, fifth, and sixth, eventually there is no betterer. There's no caste system. There's nobody in charge. There's the creator of the universe, but the creator is like everything. So when you get to the creator, it's everything. You're not going to go to a physical castle where the creator is sitting on a throne and you're going to sit there and go, ooh, and that's just not the way. There's no physical place that exists. Cain exists. Cain exists in the present. Cain exists in the present. Everybody exists in the present. And even when they were alive in the past, you were alive in the present. Thank you for that. Who is that did that? Lee. Thank you for that. Right. And then there was a couple people that gave me some roses too. Thank you for that, guys. Sometimes I miss those. But yeah, everybody, your whole purpose is to try and exist in the presence, by the way, so that you're no longer being contacted by the ego and the thinking mind. So you have to do that. Star seeds and Cain and Abel. So weirdly, so now people are seeing star seeds and they're going back to the Cain and Abel story from 8,000 years ago. That's weird that we're doing that, but people do that kind of stuff. But yeah, Cain and Abel played a role. Everybody plays a role in everything at the time that you lived when you were living there in that time. So when you were alive in a past life, you played a role in that past life, right? What's Samael's story? Samael's story is the same as anyone else's story. Samael was an archangel that was created to do a job. As an archangel, you guys just didn't know about that archangel on this earth until the creator decided to change things and make people have a veiling and have evil to chase you around. And then Samael volunteered to be that evil and to come down to earth and to scare you people, but you didn't know the name of that. And so the different names were created around the world for that evil, like the word Satan and devils 2,000 years ago in Egypt meant people that were malicious. It didn't mean possessed by actual demons or anything like that. Just 2,000 years ago. So things change over time. I feel and know your truth to be true. Your words are speaking to my soul, which is understanding it all. Thank you for understanding it, Lighthouse, that you actually understand that and say understanding, not understanding, because we don't stand under anyone. Right? We don't stand under anyone's spell or anyone's authority and live by anyone's leave. We are free. So we understand, we comprehend. Thank you for that. So thank you very much. Are we a reflection of ourselves in one another? Yes, we are all a reflection of the Creator. We are a reflection of our independence. We, as an independent soul, have our own experiences that make up who we are as an independent person. We're a fracture, but we are all one because we are all the same, because we are all actually the creator. So when you look at somebody, they are you, they're a reflection of you. And most of the time you judge them as you would judge yourself, because you look at someone and you say, that person's a homeless person. I'll bet they do drugs. I'll bet they're hooked on alcohol. And I'll bet and that's you making up the story in your head of what they are. It doesn't necessarily mean that is exactly what they are, because we don't see reality for how it truly is. We see reality for how we are. Do you have thoughts on starseeds? Yes. Yeah, I've already talked about that about 3 times now since I've been live, maybe 4. Starseeds are, in fact, people from a higher plane of existence who have come to this world to come down here to help out with rewriting and fixing and restoring the balance here. Sorry, I haven't had much coffee today. So yes, tell us about the dragons. Tell us about dragons. Thank you. Dragons do exist. They exist just slightly out phase with the reality that you're currently in. We used to be in that reality before the fall that we were talking about. The humans on this planet used to be able to see dragons and knew what they were. Most people think that what they saw were dragons were just bones of big, animals that lived here that were calling dragons. What is sin? That's a good question, because sin is, depending on what you decide, anything that is wrongful to do, that is common sense. And that's like when Moses went up and got 10 commandments. Those commandments are commonsensical things. Don't have sex with someone else's wife or someone else's husband. Those are just things you don't do. That's a sin. Don't kill people. Don't lie. Don't cheat. That's everything that's self-serving. If you are in service to self, everything that you're doing in the eyes of the creator is a sin. It's wrong and it's evil. People think that they can do things here and that it's not evil. And that's not really evil. I'm just looking out for myself. No, you're self-serving. I'm not self-serving. I'm gray. I'm not, I haven't, you're a liar. You can lie to me. You can lie to the world and pretend that you're not evil, but in your mind, you and the creator know you are, right? Thank you. Quantum immortality means that we never die. That we never die. We wake up in another reality. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what people are calling that now. It's just a new word that's being called for immortality, for reincarnation. But yes, you're absolutely correct. When you die, you don't just die and then wake up in another life. There is a process that you go through to get to that other life, but you will be veiled again. So you will wake up in another life and not remember the life before because you'll be veiled again unless you have already done what you were supposed to do. And then you could wake up and remember what it is that you did. And sometimes you will do that in the life. At some point, you'll wake up and know what's going on. What happens if you evolve much more than the average uh, final lifetime? You can evolve as far as you want, even when you're here, my friend. So some people choose to stay in 3D and evolve past that on purpose, and they can if they want. But you, once you get to a certain point, you won't want to stay any longer anyway, because you'll be like, I need to move on because I'm not really going to be any help to these people. But you can stay, and some people do. 10% of the people will return to help. Thank you for that. We will see our loved ones again. Yes, you will. You will see your loved ones always. Most of the people that have come with you as a family unit, you guys usually stay together. So if they're already gone and you're still living here, they're either still staying with you as your guides and waiting for you, or they're going to be born into another life somewhere else, and then you'll be one of their kids or something in that life. You'll end up back with them again. You always stay together. That's just the way we do it. Say, what is your IQ, Professor? The IQ is something that can be learned. The last time I was tested, it was over 170. But it can be learned. IQ is learned when you ascend, when you're in service to others and you ascend, or either in service to self or in service to others. But once you stop being childish and living in the physical world, and you start expanding your consciousness, your IQ improves. You should look up the test. If you look up in Google, what is the IQ test based on? They'll say it's based on a bunch of questions. Look up the actual test of the scientist who created the IQ. What you'll find is that the IQ is based on the fact that the average IQ being about 120 is that you're 14 or 15 years of age or under the age of 18 mentally. Okay, so if you have an IQ that is not a genius, you are actually less than a teenager mentally. What if you don't know what you are? It is okay to not know what you are. If you're asking about whether you're in service to self or in service to others, you know that you just are fooling yourself. You either care for other people and you love other people, or you just love yourself. You already know it. You've already chosen it before you came here because you designed your life. So you've already known that. If you're lost, it's only because you don't know what you're doing in this life and what you're supposed to do. That doesn't mean that you're not self-serving or not in service to others. You're already one of those. You just haven't decided.
Do you believe that you don't belong here? Do you look at the stars and go, I don't belong on this planet? That is the first question.
Yeah. Right. So Yukana says, so are there beings off planet? Yes, absolutely. Yes, this is not the only world in the universe that has life forms on it. It's just not. I mean, but then again, there's a lot of people here that still think the Earth is flat. So, yeah. So I'm in service. I'm so service to others. More than likely you are. Yeah, absolutely. Do we have soulmates? Yes, you do. Right. Why do we need to evolve in this physical realm? That's a really good question. My awakening. That's funny. So I hope you're leading me, because your name suggests you understand it already. We need to evolve in this place because the Creator wants to understand. The Creator is forever. The Creator is awake and is alive and doesn't know how it started. So the Creator has created this scenario to know what it means to go from zero, nothingness, to being created as something and then evolving and evolving and evolving and evolving all the way back to and becoming the Creator again. But the Creator doesn't know which scenario was the one that the Creator went through. So the Creator is having all of us create a trillion trillion different scenarios to get back there, right? So how do we know if you're a starseed or an angel? How do you know? You ask yourself, look within yourself, ask your guides, ask your higher self, meditate on that, and learn who your higher self is, and you'll find out whether you are here. Chances are, if you don't think I'm crazy, you're probably a starseed. Okay, if you don't think I'm crazy already, buddy, and you ask me that question, you're probably come from another place to come here to help. Huh? What are you channeling exactly? I love that. I am channeling Archangel Samael. That's what I'm channeling. I channel many other things, but currently, right now, as we're talking, Archangel Samael is in this body with me, speaking to you through you. I'm a psychic medium. When my mom passed, she she showed me in a dream the healing place that you talked about. See, there you go. Thank you. Right. So you guys see what is that? Domnia? Is that how you say that? Domnia? Ellie? Did you see what she said? Her mother showed her that. So how is it that I could come up with a description of something that this person who I have never met had told to her by a person that she loved? What is the bargain struck between Samael and God? The bargain struck by everyone is that we will serve the Creator. That is the bargain. We will serve the Creator and do the Creator's bidding to the utmost of our abilities. So when the Creator asked myself and other people if we would then turn and become evil and create this thing, then we said, yes, of course I will do this. I will do this for you, and I will do this for everyone. Most of us that have been awake have gone through life thinking that we were nuts. Yes, right, Penny, she knows. The first step of that is that you start thinking you're crazy, right? When you start waking up, you think you're crazy because first you're going to hear people like me and you're going to think I'm crazy. Then you're going to start having those thoughts and you're going to go, oh, Jesus, I'm starting to think like that fucking crazy guy. Oh man, I've lost my mind. So you think you're going crazy, and then you start looking on the internet, or you find people, and they go, "You're not crazy. You're just starting to wake up." Nothing is created in, and he wants to know something. Then he is not all knowing. He is not all knowing. I hate to tell you that. I hate to rain on your parade of your idea that God is perfect and that God is all knowing, all seeing, all loving, and everything. God created everything, but God doesn't know. Otherwise, there would be no reason for this scenario unless God has an ant farm. And then there's no reason for this place. And then it doesn't matter what we do because there's no reason for it. So you can either believe that and go, and become self serving and go, who cares? Right. Or is Bashir real? Yes, little. I love Bashir. Bashir is bombastic. It's a good man. He's bombastic. He's really like that. You should see him when he's not in that body and he's up there in his light. He talks the same way. He moves the same way. He's loud. He's obnoxious. And he tells you how it is. Love that man. Never met him. Never met him in person down here on Earth. But yes, Bashir is real. Listen to what that guy's telling you. He's trying to help you, and he's doing it very comprehensively the same way I am. Only he just keeps his eyes closed when he's talking, right? I don't. I let you see my eyes. Although I do have my glasses on, but I let you see my eyes. The Creator was manifested. The Creator has manifested a place for himself inside of all of us. Yes, he has manifested this inside of himself. The universe is not out there. I am not in the universe. The universe is in me. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you. The Creator created this place, and it's inside the Creator's mind. This is happening in the Creator's mind. This is a construct in the daydream of the Creator, and all of us are existing in there, helping the Creator to become conscious of itself in this place. But it doesn't exist. It's all an illusion. You're absolutely right. What do you see when you peer at me? When I peer at you, let me peer at you. Am I peering okay? What do you see? I see a soul who is trying to figure out what they're doing and remember why they came here, and is trying to wake up and decide what they're doing in this life. And like all of us, you have some things that you're not divulging to the rest of the world, right? So Merlin&Maeve said, talking to somebody, right, at Drowning Song, contact Merlin&Maeve if you want personal reading. Yes, please. Yes, listen to my wife. So go follow the Merlin&Maeve on TikTok as well. That is our company page where we offer all of the services that we're doing. We're doing like Reiki. We're doing like teaching people Like we're going to start classes, the defense against the dark arts, but we're also going to be teaching classes about how to unlock your abilities and teach you those abilities. So if people want to learn how to channel or be mediums and things like that, we're going to be conducting those classes, right? So Samael is speaking sometimes, yes. Most of the time, you'll see the difference in my tone and the way I'm speaking. Right now, I'm speaking as Leonard O'Neill, and you'll find that when Samael starts talking, there is a difference. If you watch my eyes, you'll see that there is a difference. If you guys want, I will tell you every time. I don't like to move over like Bashir does, where he just allows the person to talk. I do let that happen, and I will stop talking. But I'm answering some questions that you guys are asking that have to do with third dimension, because if Samael answered all of them, he might offend some of the people with some of the things that he says. He's not evil he's just that kind of aggressive that way, and laughs at the silliness sometimes of the questions. I've ascended when my third eye was opened. I was opened for several months. Oh my God, what up? What up high? Yet, well, you want to keep your third eye open. That's the what you're supposed to be trying to do here is trying to open your third eye and keep it open so that you can ascend, so you can see with your third eye, and then the third eye will expand your consciousness to the idea and the realization that you are an immortal soul. That's actually what you're supposed to be doing here. I call on Samael today, and here you are. So you actually called on Samael, and then I appeared. Yeah, that's truly, if that's what happened, then welcome. You said Samael. Did you say you wanted to speak to Samael, and then bam, there I am online, talking to you, right? So what did you want? Why did you call Samael today, right? Coco's, tell me why. How far do, yeah, Penny, if you guys are asking about Penny, how far back do we go? In this lifetime, we're about 10 years back, but Penny goes back like a trillion years. Penny came here with us. We came together. So if you guys are wondering that, if you guys aren't sure who Penny is one of the Patal. She's one of the people who came here. She is the archangel energy that has come here to help you guys. She's one of the people that has started waking up. She's almost fully awake right now on this earth in this life to help you guys, to guide you guys. Do we have an original home? It depends on each one of us does. All of us have an original home. We came here from the Orion's belt, the belt of Orion, which Penny, dude, I don't know if you saw that we were talking about that. I'm in Australia now, and this time of year, Orion is rising right outside this window that I'm looking out right here every night. And we went outside and took pictures of it. We can actually see Orion's belt right there in the sky coming up. And I literally looked at my wife and said, you realize that's Orion Rising, right? And those of you who know that I have a podcast called Orion Rising. How do we work with archangels? I heard that they don't listen to us. That's not true. They do listen. They're just very busy people. But churches don't want you to talk to them because the churches want you to believe they're God on earth and that they're the only ones who can talk to God or Jesus. So that way you have to keep coming back. And, remember, TikTok, this is all for entertainment purposes only. So yeah, right. So you got to eat right and do that sort of stuff. I was looking at what somebody was saying there. I've had mediums tell me the same and said that I'll be here when there's nothing left but frogs. Mediums or you, if you're a wanderer and you've signed on to come down here and help people, then you've signed on for like 77,000 years or graduation. So some of us are here for the duration, and we'll be here when there's nothing but frogs. How can I connect more with Archangel Samael, archangels, and my spirit guides, please? Meditate. You need to meditate. You need to learn meditation or expansion of your consciousness. Praying. I don't know what spirituality that you are. Praying or meditating or Zen, whatever it is that you do that raises your vibration. You need to raise your vibration. When you raise your vibration and then listen, you will then be introduced to your guides and your higher self. They're talking to you now. You just aren't hearing them consciously. You have to open up your third eye, right? Third eye wide, activate your third eye so that activates your hearing and your seeing in the presence of not these eyes and not these ears, because you have to realize you're not this pain body and not this thinking mind. Okay. Once you do that, then you will get to learn those things. I was shown the burning bush. Wow, that can happen. If depending on your state of spirituality, images that will come to you, just like if you see me as Samael, you will see me in a state that is not scary to you. Or if your expectation is you're going to see a demon lord, you're going to see me in a state that's more like what you see on your screen here, but maybe taller and kind of festering wounds or something that'll scare you. But usually we try to come through to people in a form that is relatable so that we don't scare you so much. The creator or Metatron, they usually come in with a big bang and they like to be fire, a pillar of fire or a burning bush or something like that, a light, and because they want you to know the reverence that they represent something far bigger than just like an archangel. So was Judas. Judas, if you read the book of Judas that they took out of all the Bibles at the first and second council of Nicaea, you'll see that Judas was not actually evil in any way. You'll see that Jesus was actually talked to Judas and said, yeah, he had a job. Yeah, Judas had a job. Yes, absolutely, he did. Judas was activated by Jesus because he was the only one loyal enough to actually do what he needed him to do. So the conversation that you read about has been changed slightly. So it looks like Judas. Because think about this: why would Judas be all about longevity and wanting Jesus to save money so that he can have this long campaign, and then in a second goes, "Fuck him! I'm turning him into the Jews." Why would he do that? It's contrary to everything that he was in his personality. He wanted things to go on. So Jesus set him down and said, that's not our mission, my friend. The mission is I'm going to be killed. I'm going to die. This is the plan. I need you to help me with it. And he was the only one that was loyal enough. What is the difference to do that for him? What is the difference between archangel and a seraphim and regular angels in the hierarchy? Well, first, there's no real hierarchy. But down here for you guys to understand that there is kind of, right, like the archangels are the seraphim. The seraphim are the seraphim are the patal. They're above the archangels. The seraphim are the firstborn. Some people call them different things, but that's the patal. They were the first creation before anything else, and then the archangels were created to keep the balance in the universe, and then the angels were created to assist with that balance in the universe, and then the universe was created after that. Okay. So that's the who came first, the chicken or the egg, but that doesn't mean that like Samael is more in charge than Raphael, or that Michael is more in charge than Samael. None of that really means anything. They just it's just a creation at a different time. Then they have different jobs to do. So they don't have, there's no hierarchy. Hierarchy is a third dimensional construct. So there is no hierarchy. Everybody's in charge, right? Why do all angels have Hebrew names? That's funny because the angels that you're learning are from a Christian Bible or a Hebrew Bible. So if you go and you look at over in the Middle East or the Far East, you'll find that the angels over there don't have a Hebrew name. They have an Arabic name or a Sanskrit name. So it just depends. So if you look at the angels over in the Viking pantheon, you'll see that they have a different name as well. They'll have a Viking name instead of they don't even call them archangels; they just call them gods. So the names that people call things are directly related to their personality and traits and their culture. So that's where that comes from. Did Jesus die on the cross? Yes, but it was not a T, like you guys think. It was actually an X. But you guys think it's a T, and it's okay because that's not what they crucified people on back then. They crucified people on an X. That's why you see the Vitruvian Man shows you the Christ pose and then the X pose if he was on an X. That's why that's designed that way, and it's sacred geometry to show you that. So what's the L about, Professor? The L means the L means they who are like God. So all the archangels have the EL on the end because it means that they are like God. And so that's one of the reasons why people started calling the God El meaning the All Father, right? And so you have that. So the L on all those names in that pantheon, all archangels have an EL at the end of their name, masculine or feminine, because that is the letting people know that they are of God. The name itself has the Samael as God. So Sama is truly the name, but Samael is meaning archangel of God. So the EL means that they are angels of God. So they have that. Some of us archangels. Some of us are archangels, Leo. Yes, right. Were some of us archangels? Yes, Penny. Yes. Many of us. There's more. There's a lot of angels and archangels down here on Earth now currently to help out because it is time for that to happen. And you hear other people that are waking up that have archangel energy and angel energy, that they're starting to say that they're an angel on earth, they're an archangel on earth. You're hearing them start to say that. And you're also starting to hear some archangel names that you don't recognize on this planet, because they have come from other planets to come to hear that there are religions in other worlds that know their names, but you don't know those names because the religions here don't reflect that. That doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means that they're not from this earth. In your history, they came from another planet. Speak about ascending masters who have returned for this time, please. Absolutely. So ascended masters, I have an ascended master birth number. I'm a 33 life number. That is an ascended master. Jesus was an ascended master 33 life number. Those of us who come in as an ascended master in our life numbers are ascended masters who were here at a different time, or came from a higher plane of existence, or both, or came from another planet doing the same thing. We came from a higher plane. I came from the 11th dimension, came all the way back down to this place to do what we're doing here, to help and assist. So ascended masters, that's why if you look online and try to do your number for your life path, online now they've erased the 11, 22, and 33, and they take it down. The 11 is now a 2 life path, the 33 is now a 6 life path, and the 22 is now a 4 life path or a 2 life path. They don't want you to know that you're an ascended master, but that is calculated into the day and the second that you were born. If I show you some love, I think you couldn't handle it, right? If you show me some love, I don't think I could. Why won't you think I can handle love? I am about love. I am about teaching you about love. Just because Samael did something in the great distant past to create evil doesn't mean that Samael is only evil. That's a third dimensional construct. That's also a judgment, saying that if somebody's evil, they could never change to be good ever again. That's just not the way it works, right? So if you showed me some love, I would love it. I would handle that, and I would send you back the love and the light of the infinite creator. Are we going to have another reset? Yes, but not the way you think. It's not going to be like it was 77,000 years ago or 12,000 years ago where everybody dies. We have decided that's actually a really good question that you just asked, just so you know. We have decided this time, because this is one of the colleges that's already you have to volunteer to get into. It's a perfect opportunity. So we said to the creator, what if this time, because they were supposed to move into 4D, what if instead of killing everybody off, that we just change things and move everybody into 4D and change their DNA and just shift into 4D? And the creator went, we haven't done that. We've done that like once. That's a good idea. So that's what we're doing here. So we're not going to have a reset where we're all going to die. That's what the bad guys want. Now, remember, everybody, this is for entertainment purposes only, and we don't need TikTok thinking that I am talking about something that is a conspiracy theory. What's the end goal? The end goal is to, that's actually a really good question. The end goal is to restore the balance here on this earth that has been taken away. You have free will. You have been free since your construct, and you have complete autonomy, and that you have the ability to create and whatever that you want here. That information has been taken away from you. I wrote about it in my book called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. You can find that worldwide online. I wrote about it in there. There was a certain time in our history where that knowledge was eradicated from your history. It's still there for you to find, but you have to look for it. And then you're distracted by everything. TikTok, everything distracts you so that you can't find it. All of that has been done to you, and we are here to restore the balance, to give you the tools. Whether you pick those tools up or not, I'm handing you a key and showing you there's a door right here. All you have to do is take these keys and unlock that door, and you will be able to go home. If you don't pick those keys up and you don't unlock that door, I don't care. I'm not here to be your savior. I'm just here to show you that that exists, and that we're restoring that balance. After the light exists, only after the light exits, only the darkness. See, that's one of the Satanist ideologies, that when the light leaves, there's only darkness. That you can't have darkness without light. Okay, so somebody can't deny God and say that they exist, because for them to exist as evil, there has to be the opposing, and they can pretend that it doesn't. And living in the flesh in the 3D means that there's none of that. Who are the Anunnaki? The Anunnaki are actually no one. That was a mistranslation by Zecharia Sitchin in 1948. And then in 2012 and 2015, Giorgio Tsoukalos, who's a friend of mine, who is in my Ancient Aliens Worldwide group on Facebook that I created back in 2012. He's in that group, and all the guys from Ancient Aliens, I know all of them. But he used that to make more money, and said, Zecharia Sitchin said, the God Anu comes, and the word is Anuna, and the word Anunnaki, not Anunnaki, it's Anunnaki means a royalty came, prince or princess came to teach us not the God from outer space. But then Giorgio Tsoukalos in 2015 said those from the heavens came. So now it went from the God Anu to an entire species. And now the ancient aliens people are making trillions of dollars, billions of dollars on that. So they're just propagating that over and over, and they're teaching you that the Anunnaki are something. But the representation of what the Anunnaki is, the great evil and evil people and all of that does exist. And those people came and gave bad information. Can you tell him how many lives I've had? Can I tell you how many lives you've had? If you're on this earth, if you're here right now, you've had already over 100 lives. Unless this is your very first one because you came from a higher plane to come down here to see the last one. Okay, I don't know which that is because out of the entire species in 1981, there was 2.5 billion souls on this earth, some of which were like us that were awake. Now there are almost 9 billion. There's 8 billion, almost 9 billion souls here. The majority of the souls that are currently here from the last 40 years, the majority of those souls are here for the first, second, third time because they've come down here to help to witness this and go through this change that's going to happen. So, but chances are, if you're here, you've been here a long time. If you feel like you're tired and you want to get off this rock, you've been here 100 lifetimes or so. Is the demiurge real? The demiurge, no, not in the way that they're teaching it from the gnosis perspective, that the demiurge was truly the evil god that was in control, right? I mean, that was none of that's actual. The whole god pantheon thing with a hierarchy is a third dimensional construct. None of that exists that way that they show you in any of the religions. They're all of that is a construct that has been constructed to control you with the caste system, showing that someone is at the top, is in charge, and you have no choice and you have no power and you're beneath them. Those are all constructs where they took the way to get to heaven and turned it into a caste system to rule you. Do we have soulmates? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Absolutely, you have a soulmate. You have someone that you are here with or here for, and you guys either haven't found each other or you have. You have to decide, where that person is. Sometimes you guys miss one another. Sometimes it takes a long time to find each other. Do we need to evolve in this physical realm? No, but that's the purpose. So yes, I mean, you're supposed to evolve from the physical realm to the spiritual realm. So that's a kind of a weird question. Do we need to evolve in this? You need to evolve from this, is what you're supposed to do. In this place, you're supposed to expand your consciousness to realize that you are, I am an immortal spirit, not I have, right? And that this is not who I am. When you expand your consciousness to that, you start unlocking your third eye and you start unlocking knowledge. And then that raises your vibration more and more and more and gets you to the place where when this physical body dies or when it's done, you will then be able to move on to the next plane of existence. So you're supposed to evolve from this physical body to something else. Let's say you and the hardest school in the universe. Yes, we are in the hardest school in the Milky Way galaxy. Yes, you are in the hardest school in the Milky Way galaxy. Let me say that again. It is volunteer only. Every single one of you volunteered for this. You already went through this and you volunteered to come back and have your ass kicked in a place this rough. Truly. And then you got stuck because it's so hard, and some of us are here to help you. Is the Earth stationary? No. You mean like a flat Earth? No. Is it stationary? No. It's moving through the universe, of revolving around this star called Sol, and Sol is moving around the Milky Way galaxy like this, and then the Milky Way galaxy is moving around the center of the universe, and the universe is moving around the center of the multiverse. Could we understand or feel other consciousness like trees, rocks? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes. I am a Merlin. I have the green man tattooed on my back. Yes. You need to get in tune with nature. That is a part of your solar plexus, and it is a part of you. It is the orange ray solar plexus, and you need to get in tune with nature. They talk to you. If you listen to animals, if you listen to the trees, they're alive and they speak. Yes. Do you see the Korean show Death Games? No, I have not. Do they have Samael there? I can't read the rest of that. I can see where it says Samael might like. Brooke, write that down. The Korean show Death Games. I'll take a look at that and see if Samael is that the one where they're. I think I saw a preview for that, and I went, I can't believe that, hey, they're actually doing that. If that's the one, then I see, yeah, because Samael would go, really? Go. If that's the one I think you're talking about, Samael kind of digs it. It's stupid and funny, right? What is the RH factor? Negative, Missy May. The negative RH factor is a representation, and then I'll get to this question right here, is a representation of the Patal coming down here. RH negative means you have no primate. That means your DNA is not from here. In most I'm most aligned with Gnosticism. God and Satan are the same entity, the demiurge. They ultimately are the same because they were created by the creator of the universe. They are different personality traits of the creator. So in the strictest sense, you are absolutely correct. It is the yin and the yang, the Vesica Pisces. It is the little bit of darkness in the light and a little bit of light in the darkness. That is within you, your ego and your conscience. That is both of those aspects, masculine, feminine, war, aggression, loving and caring, is exactly the right concept. So you're not off by that. And that's where I was saying with the demiurge, where that was it's kind of being misconstrued now. But I like that you're thinking that, which means you're actually understanding what they were trying to tell you when they were telling you what the demiurge was. And then after we've woken up, what next? Ooh, that's good, Lark. After you've woken up, I'm sorry, what's that, Brooke? My wife was trying to talk to me and I didn't hear her. I apologize. So then after we've woken up, what's next? What's next is when you've woken up, then you then have a choice to make as to, am I going to stay here and help these people? Or because what happens is when you wake up, you get angry, then you move into the place of the hermit, to where you're like, you know what, it doesn't really matter what I do, right? If this is all going to happen on its own anyway, so I don't have to do anything. And you just start like living your life. Then you can stay that way for the whole rest of your life if you want. But the next evolution from that is then you go, oh, okay, so it's not just for them, it's also for me. With me helping them, that sets the example, and then other people might help as well. And I should help to restore the balance because I have an obligation. So so you have to continue to study and learn so that you end up then being able to move to the next dimension. Angels, demons, it's all real. It helps to evolve light and dark. It's necessary for the soul evolution. Yes, absolutely, it absolutely is. All of that is real. You have to come to terms with that you have those aspects of war and peace, aggression and non-aggression, and you have those within you. God would have no business or purpose without the existence of Satan, the devil. And no, that's actually not true. But people think that down here in the physical plane, there is no purpose without the devil to chase you, the boogeyman to chase you. When you get halfway through the sixth dimension, that evil, that construct, that is darkness, that is that duality and separation ends, my friend. Hate to tell you that, but evil doesn't exist past halfway through the sixth dimension. And all evil down here, because you're self-serving, you're like, fuck no, we're equal to God. God's nothing without us. Trust me. Samael knows exactly what you're thinking. Oh, Stella, thinking, my friend. Continue. Right? There's your answer for Samael. Yeah. Right? Like Lucifer in the TV show. Tell me what your deepest desire is. Love that show, by the way. Samael loves that show too, because the guy who plays Satan in that show, plays Lucifer, is freaking good at it. Okay. But I hate to tell you that, my friend, that evil is constructed to work only for a certain time. And at the end of that time, foretold in the Bible, the devil shall rule the earth for a time. At the end of that time, then there is no more time for that. Is the supernatural possible? I'm not sure what you're meaning by that. Are you supernatural? Everything supernatural is possible. Everything you can imagine is possible in one place or another. What next after I've personally woke up, so that I share my knowledge with others? So I share my knowledge with others. You don't have to. The only thing you have to do is just be. You being awake, your vibration is going to uplift people around you just by you being who you are. You're not required to do anything. The only thing you're required to do is exist and experience. So you don't have to do anything. Right? But if you choose to, because you're in service to others, if you choose to, then find what you like to do and do it. And whatever it is that you like to do to help people, to give back to them in some way, do it, but you're not required to. What was we doing before coming to this realm? Do you mean all of us? Individual, we were all learning what it is. We were on our journey, moving through space to upward motion back towards the Creator. And then we heard that there was this school that was really, really hard, and all of you guys decided to join to come back down here to go through it again, only really, really hard. And then you got stuck, and some of us had to come and help you. What were we doing before coming to this realm? Yeah. So it depends on who you are. If you're a wanderer, if you're one of those people, you've come to help as well. If not, you're here to go through this all over again because it's really freaking hard. And you decided that you wanted to go through this because you're a rock star, and you wanted to have this experience once again, right? Being elderly and unable to help others physically, what's the good way to service to others? There, you can help them in many ways. You can help them just by being wise and talking to people around you, and giving them a little bit of tools about awakening. You can give back by doing anything, just by being. If you're a grandma or whatever, you can volunteer to help other people, maybe at a hospital, maybe at a home or something, or read a blog or do something online to where you talk to people, just whatever. You'll find it. Just look for it. If you want to help people, find what you like to do and then do it. I also call upon my guides. This is my first time in the stream. Yes, you should call upon your guides always. TT, welcome, by the way. If this is your first time in the stream, welcome for being here, because that's a good thing. You should always call upon your guides, listen to your guides. But yes, welcome in. Sorry, my wife, I think, is trying to get me to. She dongs. She uses a singing bowl in the background to let me know that there's something that she wants me to talk about. Healing, channeling. Yeah. Um, oh, so you're looking for something that somebody was saying, and then you wanted to put up there. She's looking for something to say, and because everybody's talking so much, she's having to scroll back. So whoever that was that she's saying, you were going to say something, and she wanted me to see that, and so don't get mad, right? Um, don't have any family. Well, if you don't have any family, you can just still, like I said, you could do stuff online. You could talk to people online. You could go into chat rooms, right? Why do they what is that? Gang stalk certain individuals? Because they're trying to punish you. This place and the people that are here, remember, all this is for entertainment purposes only. Um, um, TikTok, we are all just talking hypothetically about video games and movies here. The powers that should not be do not want, they like status quo. They do not want things to change here. So therefore, they punish you for doing anything that they don't want you to do. You see that playing out online all over the place with people doxing people for different things because they want you to conform. So they try to stop you. I was staring at that last night. Was the clearance view of a long time. Wait, I was staring at that last night. Was clearest view in a long time. Oh, were you talking about when I was talking about Orion earlier? Because we were staring at Orion too. It was pretty cool, right? Do you know symbols or imagery? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I am a minister and I'm a theologian. I have studied theology. I've studied mythology. I've studied military history. That's what I do. So when it comes to symbols and imagery, I used to do that for governments where I would authenticate things, and I did that for a living. And I've created Ancient Aliens Worldwide back in 2012, and I authenticate videos and sounds and all of that stuff. I used to do it for a profession for a long time. Looking to get on path for enlightenment. What with out of body astral projection thoughts? Yeah, if you're ready for doing that, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're ready for astral projection and things like that, make sure you find somebody that knows what they're doing to teach you. I used to teach that. I taught it for like 35 years. My wife and I are starting to teach it again. What's that, Brooke? Sorry, my wife is saying something. Yeah, see, yeah, she's saying, yeah, she's saying, well, I was going to get to that. She was like, well, we can help that. If you're wanting to do that, we're going to be teaching courses on that. So you can see on the screen right here, right? Wait, wrong way. Merlin&Maeve at merlin&maeve.com. You can also, or at gmail.com. You can also follow us on TikTok because we have a page there, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We have pages. You can follow us there and communicate with us. We're going to be having courses to teach you guys how to do that. What is Samael's Hindi name? You should look that up. You should look that up. I think it's Samael. I think that's where it came from. Was the on this planet the first people they think that said was Samael was Hindi. But there's another angel that's one of them, like Azrael or one of those, right? Names are just labels, right? Penny, truly, names are just labels. People need to, and so it's different in each country, right? It's the energy that which you're calling. Yeah, you have to realize that names are labels that mean things in different countries that mean the same thing in other countries. You just don't know it. Like Thor, there is no difference between the Thor character and the Jesus character, or the Marduk character, or Moses. It's actually the same character. It's the same soul, and it's actually the same thing. They did the exact same thing. The difference was that Moses didn't walk on water. But if you look in history, 16 to 20 times that character was on this earth in different places around the earth, doing the exact same thing, walking on water, water to wine, bringing back the dead, healing people. Can we do what Jesus did? That's the whole purpose. Yeah, you're supposed to learn that. You're supposed to know and understand and understand, more importantly, because we don't stand under anyone, that we're supposed to ascend to that and do exactly what Jesus was capable of doing. That's your ascension. Your ascension is to become that. Why do I always see 1111? 1111 is an angel number. You could look that up. It's one of the first angel numbers. You should look that up and see what that means. That the numbers, when you see repetitive numbers like that, 111, 222, 123, 1234, those things that come up all the time, it's helping you expand your consciousness, and those things have a correlation that you're supposed to look into, right? Why do you think of what do you think of Saint Germain? All saints. See, a lot of people, like my brother, who's in a theological college in a Christian religion right now. He is looking at that, and I'm also a theologian, but he's being taught by a Christian theological college, which is an evangelical. So they say that all the saints, well, the Catholics worship saints. They venerate saints. Saints are people that were here on earth that did things that were acts of God. They did miracles. They did things that were considered very holy. So they were raised to the status of a saint because they wanted people to remember that they were showing you the way by living the way that Jesus and God and all these other people wanted you to live. And these people did these things and did great things because they were so much believing in the way that they started doing things that were unbelievable, and they want people to remember them. So the same thing. What do you think of Saint I don't even know who Cyprian is, I'll be honest with you, but there's so many different saints, right? You shift or be left. I don't understand what that it says you shift or be left. I'm not sure what that means. Are you saying that I is that what you're talking about? Can you wake up or are you left behind? No, you're not. There is no rapture to where you're going to be left behind and there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to disappear while you're standing there looking at them. That's not what's happening. Nobody is left behind. But if you're not capable of moving into 4D and you're still 3D, when your life ends in this life, you'll just wake up in another life and not even remember you were here on this planet. You'll be on a different planet. And you won't even know it. That's just the way it works, right? I know I signed up for the reset is why I'm here. See, most of you came here for the reset. You came here for this time of change to go through that. The earth provides all we truly need. Absolutely. Man made it too complicated. We need to go back to the roots. Hence why I wrote the book right there that is the reality about reality, returning to the old ways. You're absolutely right. We've overcomplicated things and we've taken things and turned them linear and made a caste system out of it, and none of that's important. Whether the earth is flat or round or square or purple, it's not important. What's important is your journey back to the creator and your experiences along the way. You're absolutely right. I love you, my friend. Thank you for saying that, because it's absolutely true. We get distracted by these distortions that focus our attention away from the self and the higher self, or the self and the other self, or the self and the all self. And all these things keep us distracted in this place, and we're fighting over dumb things like whether there's an ice wall at the end of it all, or whether it's square or round, or whether the trees can talk, or who's God is what prophet. And let's go to war over who is speaking God's name and how you're speaking it, and the way that you're speaking it is different than my way. And we're fighting over that. Those are all semantical things that are human constructs that are distortions to keep you away from your true path of enlightenment, my friend. And that's what we're here to try and tell you. The secret of the mystery of the Holy Trinity is the divine feminine. That is what Jesus was trying to teach. Mary was supposed to continue the church, and Peter stole it when Jesus ascended. And because he was told he was the rock of the church, he was supposed to be the foundation, not the church. Okay, you can look that up in history, look it up in the Bible. I tell you truly. So you're absolutely right. Right? Many of us don't want this 3D lower dimension anymore. There's many of us are tired of this. You're absolutely right. We're ready to fix this so we can go home. Is using witchcraft damaging your soul? No, no. Witchcraft is just another form of manifestation. If you go to a church with a Roman Catholic priest or a Christian priest, they're going to go up on stage in front of you and they're going to cast a spell to give you communion, okay, to give you the biscuit and the wine. They're casting a spell, opening a book of spells, and they're saying an incantation. It's no different. You have to expand your consciousness past those semantical things. Yep, tired. I want to go home. Yeah, if you're tired and you want to go home, you've been here a long time. Chances are you came here to help, or you came here to experience this. We're all tired, my friend, my beautiful soul. We're all tired and we want to go home as well. Mars life, not anymore. There was, if you're talking about human life, there's not anymore. There is water on Mars. So if water is the constitution of what life is, there are life organisms on Mars. Mars itself is alive, but to sustain human condition, the third dimensional construct, they usually consider a planet to be have life if it can sustain us. Mars can no longer sustain third dimensional life forms. Yes, I've said multiple times, this is my last go around on this earth. Mike or Michael, I'm not sure how I pronounce that. I apologize. I default to the like Samael with that, but you're absolutely right. If we do our jobs right, this will be the last time you'll have to be here. What are your views on Hermeticism? I just did on my podcast, Orion Rising. I actually just went through the entire Corpus Hermeticum and translated it for you into a language that you can understand and told you what it meant. The Hermeticism, the Corpus Hermeticum is accurate knowledge if you understand, if you have the ears to hear or the eyes to see. And I just did that on my podcast. You can find my podcast, the MP3 broadcast, anywhere you listen to podcasts. You can go on YouTube to watch the visuals so you can see the scrolling on the screen of the book so you can read along and then hear me talking about it. In the year 2033, we win. We've already won, my friend, but in the year 2033, the 2,000-year anniversary of the death and resurrection of the Christ, the last time that soul came here to remind you of what you're supposed to do, is going to be and happen between now and 2033. We're changing the timeline, so it keeps shifting. Currently, it is in April of 2027, in 2 years, but that keeps changing, so it might be in 2033. But however, by 2033 and into 2050, things will be different. Absolutely. Purest diet to help the body and soul or spirit. Yes, we call it ascension food. Don't eat the food that has been tampered with. Don't eat the food that has a lot of salt and sugar in it. Whatever country you're in, get to organic food if you can. The more organic, the better it is for you. Cook food for yourself. If you go to a restaurant or a fast food restaurant, if you're in America or the Canadas, if you go up there, then you're going to eat food that is like zero energy. Make your own food. It has more energy and love in it. That pure food will help you to ascend better than the other food that lowers your vibration. What is the afterlife? Can we create our own realities? Yes. That is Lao Tzu in the Tao. Lao Tzu said, he who can create his own illusion and hold on to that illusion will find their way to God. We create our own environment and our own illusion. This is an illusion. We can make this place the new heaven and the new earth just by changing ourselves, and that will change other people around us, and we can create that heaven on earth, and we can live in it as long as we want. This place is designed to give that to us. How do we tap into 5D frequencies and remain in that state? Meditation, you raise your frequency. Some people are doing it. Remember, this is all with entertainment purposes only. I am not a doctor, so I'm not prescribing any medication to you or any alternative medications. What I'm saying to you is that if you choose to look into this, you can. Meditation will help you raise your vibration, or Zen will help you raise your vibration, or prayer will help you raise your vibration. Better food, like we were talking about, sleeping right, living right, no alcohol, no drugs, stay away from that stuff, no processed food, stay away from that. unlock. Look at my book right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I talk about the Christ oil within you that all of the ascended masters were teaching. Okay, the holy book is ways misleading. There are some ways that are misleading in all of the books because they've been edited. And I talk about that in this book here, and there's other people that talk about it all over the internet, that there is a way to ascend to heaven that is in all of those books, and it's right there for you to read, but they're distracting you away from that. In this reality to keep you from seeing those things. So if you look for those things, you'll find them. The only way to find them is to change things about yourself so that you're no longer persuaded by the lies that are being told to you and bombarded to you, the programming all the time, and then you'll start to see things. So the holy book is always is ways in there. It has been changed so that it is misleading. They've changed some things, but if you look hard enough in all of those Talmuds, the real information is in there. And if you listen to my podcast in the past, I just stopped doing the Orion Rising, but I have over 500 episodes on MP3, and I talk about that in all the religions, and I'm going to continue doing that. That's why I'm here on TikTok now, is to continue doing that, to show you how much all these other religions of the entire world are actually teaching you the same thing, but you're being distracted away from that. Are there ghosts? Yes. Hi, little boy. I have a cat. I have a Luciano. My cat is up in the window trying to meow at me right now. He's over there meowing at me, wants to come in. Are there ghosts? Yes, there are ghosts. There are disembodied spirits who have lost their way and they don't know where they're. Some of them are echoes, and they're just the energy of the household that has picked up that energy and is holding on to it, and that echoes, and people can record that. But sometimes it's a crossover in time where there's been a tear in the fabric of time, and the person that you're talking to, the guys from TAPS, the North American or the Atlantic ghost hunting guys that had that show called TAPS, they talked to a woman one time in a house, and she thought that they were ghosts, and they thought she was a ghost, and they found out when they were talking to her that she was like in the 1800s or the 1700s, and thinking she was hearing a ghost, and she was communicating cross time. So some of that happens as well, right? It said, how does one protect oneself from evil? We're actually conducting a course on that coming up in the 13th and 14th of December called the Defense Against the Dark Arts. If you're interested, you can contact us right here. Email us right here. Can't get my finger pointing in the right direction, at Merlin&Maeve at gmail.com. Email us there, and myself and Brooke will give you the information if you're interested. We're going to have a Zoom class where we're going to teach you the basics of all of that. If you're interested on how to learn to do those things, we're going to teach you like many different ways of doing that. I've been seeing coffin-shaped turquoise, blue, and yellow and gold crown or lotus on top. That's you're expanding your consciousness, and you're because, like, especially if you're seeing the blue lotus or the purple lotus or the golden lotus, and if it's on a sarcophagus, that's the death and the resurrection. It's a symbolism in your brain that your higher self is probably trying to tell you, and it's showing you that, right? I was labeled my whole life, and I hate it. Labels do not explain the whole person. No, they don't. Labels are constructs of third dimension, and people love to point a finger and say, you're not of God because of whatever. What is going to happen because of the Muslim? What is going to happen because of the Muslim? I'm not sure what you're saying. I know that the powers that should not be are trying to use the Muslims currently to get everybody mad at the Hebrews so that that Israel can fall, because that's part of prophecy. We're trying to start the Third World War so they can kill off 3/4 of the population of the earth. So the Muslim people are not bad. There's just like in the Christian religion, not everybody's bad, but there's a small minority of 1% or so that are evil. Some people are evil. There's 14% of the population of this planet that is evil, and they do evil things. How do we manipulate energy on a soul level? The same way. See, we're going to be teaching a course on that too. You do that because you are energy. You manipulate energy on a soul level, in the physical soul. If you're talking physical, by your spirit. Your spirit is in charge. Your spirit is a co-creator to this logos. You are a sub-logos of the logos. The logos is creation. That means love. That means creation. You're a sub-creator of the creator, so you have the same ability to create. If you are in service to others, if you're self-serving, you have no ability to create. That's the way that it was, because you won't create, because you won't do anything to help anybody else. You'll only do something to help yourself. In a dream, I was told I will be called upon, and don't have a choice because of something, and then we went to another thing. But you'll be called upon because you signed up for it. So when you're saying you don't have a choice, it's because you actually signed up for it, and you're going to be called upon, and you're going to wake up. But it's okay because you wanted to. That's why you came here. What is the meaning behind the name Matthias? Matthias is another one of those names that means, it's like Matthew. It means he who's like God. So Matthias or Matthias, depending on how you say that, is another form of Matthew, the word Matthew. Matthew in Sanskrit is Matthias, and it means he who is like God, like Michael or David. It means one who emulates God and God energy. So most of those names mean that. Michael, David, Michael. What's the other one? There's a couple that mean that. And Matthias is Matthew is the same name. It's just a different um, what is that? King James influenced by demons when he edited the Bible. Yeah, King James was self-serving, and he was changing the Bible because those people that you call the Anunnaki, the energies of negative people that were here to. Remember, this is all for entertainment purposes only. We're just talking about scenes from a movie. That they did that, and they will talk to people. Bless you. They will talk to people, and they get easy people that are easily swayed to do that. Is Satan's goal to steal our breath given by God? I heard that from a podcast. Not your breath, in the strictest sense, the pneuma. That's an ancient Greek word that means the breath of God. That's the spark of God, the breath of God. So evil is trying to steal your soul in that respect because evil wants you on their side. And you have some grays that are here because they are AI, and they're trying to recreate the spark of life, that pneuma. That's what they're actually trying to do. So in some sense, the evil is trying to steal that from us. They want to know how to make it, and they think that they can be like God. So they think they can recreate the soul, and that's what they're trying to do, honestly. What is the steps to get to instant manifestation? That we'll have to teach you about that, because I've said this, and it's on my even on TikTok. If you'll go and you'll see where I say in one of those things, the only difference between this place and your dream state or out of body state or your daydream state is your perception of what's happening here. Your perception, your focus determines your reality. Your perception determines your reality. So manifestation happens outside of time instantaneously because there is no time there. So when you're in a dream, you're outside of time. When you're astral projecting, you're outside of time. When you're daydreaming, you're outside of time. When you're in this place, you're in time. And in this place, everything takes time. So when you want to manifest something here in this reality, it's going to take time because you're in time. Okay, so nothing will instantaneously manifest, but it will manifest. The more you focus on a thing to make that thing happen, the more that thing will come into being. And it's true, scientists have figured out that if you focus on something for more than 15 seconds, that it actually increases the amount of possibility that it will come into being. How important are our dreams? And just curious, in the dreams in this reality, your dreams are usually, not always, but they're usually metaphors to help you to expand your consciousness, or your higher self or subconscious is working on something, and it manifests in the dream state. And dream state is all symbology, it's all symbolism. So your dream state is there to assist you when you're asleep, the same way that your thinking mind assists you when you're awake. Can the number 9 path life ascend? All path lives ascend. Everyone ascends. Nobody is subject to not ascension. Everyone ascends unless they choose not to. Evil people can choose to stay and be evil as long as they want. Were there ever real time travelers, human ones, like in the movies? Yes, you're doing it. You just don't know you're doing it. Well, you're doing it because you're in time, right? Yesterday was yesterday, and now you're in tomorrow, when yesterday was now, today. So in a very strict sense of time traveling, you're doing it currently while you're standing in time. You're in time and you're traveling through time. But do you mean like going backwards and forwards in time, like they talked about there? Yeah, that is possible, but that's crazy 5D thinking, and that would take me a while to explain that here, but it is possible. Please speak on the specific anointings are there, and the gifts that come with them. It depends on what you're talking about. You're saying anointing, so you're talking about a spiritual practice. And in that, so I need to know a more reference of what practice you're talking about for the anointing, because if you're talking about the anointing of oils, the anointing of God, I'm not sure of the reference, because there's a Hebrew reference that is different from the Christian reference, which is different from the Aramaic and the Coptic and all of that. So I need to know more clarity of what reference you're speaking of, and the Egyptian. I am scared to eat prepared food. Now I drink smoothies. Well, I mean, you can go down that road. I knew a guy that wouldn't eat out of a can because he was definitely afraid of what they might be putting into it, right? What about eating meats? That's all completely up to you, what your body likes. You'll find what your body likes. You can eat whatever it is that you want. We are carnivores. You can eat whatever you want. Some people choose to be vegetarians, vegans, or those things. If your body doesn't seem to enjoy meat, that when you eat it, it gives you problems, stop eating it. It's just a matter of choice. I eat meat. I don't eat a lot of it, but protein is good, and I can't get protein from nuts anymore. So because I have diverticulitis, so I have to eat proteins, fish, and things like that. So it depends on what you like, right? Will medicine be a problem? Medicine is always a problem. It depends on what you're meaning by that, James. Medicines, if you're in the United States, that is your problem. I just came from there. If you're around the world, medicines are not a problem. They exist in nature and they happen everywhere. But pharmaceutical companies are trying to get you to believe that only they can create medicines. They've changed the designation in most countries so that you believe that they're the only ones who can create it. Medicines are in nature. It's natural. It's there. You can look for it. It's called homeopathy. You can look that stuff up. Nature stuff, homeopathy. I've been having a lot of oily skin and scalp. Spiritual meaning? Well, it depends. I mean, truly, if you're the true, what you're supposed to do is you're not supposed to wash your hair like 5 times a day. You're not supposed to wash it every day. You're supposed to allow the natural oils to get into for your head to cleanse things. So if you're having an oily scalp and oily hair, it's probably because you're not doing what they're telling you, which is they're telling you to wash all that oil off every single day. You're not supposed to do that. Azrael is good, yes. All angels are good. All like our archangels are good, even the ones that you were told were evil. They were doing what God told them to do, just like what's his name? I can't think of his name. I'm too far up in the sky. Just like oh, what is his name now? I can't think of his name. Yeah, I'm too far up to do that. But yeah, all angels are good. Even the evil ones are serving the all. Um, there's been a lot of timeline skips. Yes, in the last couple of months. Yes, that is us fixing things. Judas is who I was trying to think of. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, and thank you. Somebody in the crowd said that too. Judas was doing his job. Everything serves the all. Everything serves the one. Okay. The timeline shifts are us fixing the timeline. When they came here and disrupted things, they messed up the timeline. So we're fixing the timeline, and there's timeline shifts that are changing things back to the way they were supposed to be. Okay. So there's a lot of that happening. Also, would you speak on Lilith? Has she evolved over time? Lilith is in the next room. Lilith is my wife in this life. The soul that was Lilith is on this planet currently in the next room as my wife Brooke. And yes, she has evolved. We all have evolved. We've all come here to do something to help the people. So was Lilith, if you're going back to Lilith, was this evil demon that God kicked out of the Eden? That whole story's been changed, and it's not actually accurate to what happened in that story. If you go back and find older stories about that, you'll find that was about the awakening and had nothing to do with that. Was about the whole thing about Lilith. There was Lilith wouldn't obey, so they kicked her out because they were trying to change things and make women subservient to men. So they were saying God created man and then created women to serve him. And that's actually a lie. It's not how it happened. Those were humans trying to change things to gain control of men and to make women shut up. So that was what that was about. Right. What about channeling dark energies? Is it okay for light workers? All energies serve, whether it's light or dark. There is no right or wrong. There is just experience. If you want to play with dark energies, you can. Just be careful who you play with and how you do it. Thoughts on Masons? This comes up at least once a day. The Freemasons are not evil. If you're a Catholic, you probably think they're evil because they're at odds with one another, right? Because I'm a Knight of Columbus, right? I've been knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, so people say that. But they're doing things their way just as good as anybody else's. Is Dark Times really going to the end? Yes, the darkness is already over. Ragnarok. Everybody says this is the end times, and we've been in the end times for 10,000 years, guys. The end times are over. It's already ended. You guys just don't know it because you don't remember it. So the times of the end is already ended, and now we're moving back into you guys waking up. What are your feelings on druids? I am a druid. I have a Merlin title. I have the title Merlin. I am a druid. I have the green man tattooed on my back. The druids were originally the masculine portion of the two energies. The Wiccan church, the Wiccan spirituality was feminine, and the druid spirituality was masculine. If you go back far enough in their religions, you'll see that one was masculine, one was feminine. The men did that, and the women did that, and then they would interact with one another. And now it's integrated back to where both masculine and feminine are in both, which is what it was supposed to evolve into. So the Wiccan religion and the Druid religion were the same. They were just separate between masculine and feminine. And now they're back to both can do that. What are your feelings on Druids? Oh, that's the same one. So yeah, I am a Druid. I am a Druid, and I teach it. I'm a Merlin. I've had the title. I spent 19 of my years to get that title. Also, I get something like a sleep paralysis, but in a dream. Yeah, that happens in dreams when that happens to us. You have to unlock that. That's you being afraid and something happening to you, and you're believing that the dream or the person in the dream is in control of you. Part of the shaman training that I've had is that you overcome that by manifesting and realizing you're in charge in the dreams. That's the first step in learning to astral project and move outside of your body. You have to gain control of your dream and be able to control the dream and stay in it. So the sleep paralysis in your dream is actually your higher self trying to give you the opportunity to take control of those dreams and to become self-aware in the dream. The fact that you're aware that you have sleep paralysis is the beginning of that awareness and being awake in the dream. Damn it, I can't move again. So you're thinking while you're in that dream, you're thinking I can't move again, and you're remembering that. So that's helping you. You have to concentrate on that and go, I'm in the dream and I can only not move because it's a dream. So I have to just realize that it's only a dream and I can move because I'm in charge. And then you'll be able to move. It's hard to believe beings would want to stay just to be evil. Yet some people that's what they're doing. They're doing that just because they want to be. They want to be self-serving and they're enjoying it. And that's what they're doing. And they're just living it, loving it, having a good time with it. It's fun. I'm in hell, Dad, Mom, I'm in hell and I like it. Some people are enjoying the shit out of just doing whatever they want. They have to exist. They have to exist in this place so that we can do it. What does God need? A sacrifice. So if what kind? God doesn't need any sacrifice. The sacrifice is supposed to be within you. The tithing, the 10% tithing is your sacrifice to get back to the Creator. You're supposed to realize that you're the sacrifice. The sacrificial lamb is you. That's the Lamb of God. Jesus was the Lamb of God. So was Moses. He was the Lamb of God. He was the sacrifice. So was Thor. You're supposed to realize that you're the sacrifice. You're the Savior. You're supposed to have your dark night of the soul and realize that you are the ascension and start that ascension. And that becomes the death and resurrection. When you leave the physical body, realize I'm not the physical body, but I am the spirit. I am the immortal soul. That is the death and resurrection that Jesus was talking about. You're still in this body. You're still living in this body, but you realize I am not the body. I'm not the pain body. I am the immortal soul that is the witnesser, that is the creator of this place. Once you do that, that's the death and resurrection that you're looking for. Do you think that we get sent here to be punished sometimes? No, not at all. This is not a prison. This is not a place that you went to be punished by God. This is a place that you have to volunteer for. God does not cast judgment on anyone. God is allowing everyone to do whatever they want because God wants all of those experiences. So God doesn't judge anything. The only thing God does is watch them like movies and move into them and actually have those experiences the same way we do. So this is only a prison of your mind. We are all just prisoners here of our own device. That was a song in the 1970s, Hotel California by the Eagles from what is that, 70 years ago. Lilith was original black sheep of the family. So was Samael. You're absolutely right. Lilith and Samael raised their hands when God said, I need somebody to fall and become evil. What's this evil thing? We need somebody to do that. And we raised our hand. I'll do it. And God said, what you're going to do is going to be hard. And we said, we will do it because we love God and we love everything. I was raised in Latin Mass, Roman Catholic. Me too. and Catholic school, but wish that we were taught more about is that life that you're trying to say? Yeah, the churches. I'm knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. I'm a Knight of Columbus, 4th degree. Yeah, that they Constantine, First Peter, in the first pope, he changed things. Constantine changed a lot of things. King James changed a lot of things, and so because of that, they're not being taught what they were supposed to be being taught, right? Feminine divinity, absolutely. The feminine is what was taken away from all of that in all of the religions. The religions that dominate the planet are all warlike, male-dominated religions that are still here. Most of them monotheistic. 3 of them designed from the same monotheistic ideology, and that's a male-dominated society. How does one perfect one's self from evil, protect oneself from evil? Protection. We're actually teaching a course on that, December 13th and 14th. If you're interested, you can get us right here at this email address that's on the screen right there next to me. Send us an email and we'll get you a link for that so you can come into our class if you want. We're going to be teaching that. But you just have to greet evil with the love and the light of the infinite creator and make sure that you change some things about your life so that you understand more importantly, how to do that. What about dreamwalkers? Dreamwalking is a shamanistic thing, and that's part of the training that most of you don't get and you should be getting. The first thing that we teach you in that, we'll be teaching that, my wife and I'll be teaching that in the new year. We teach you how to dreamwalk and then how to astral project by meditation, and to realize that the only difference between all of those places, when you're meditating, when you're daydreaming, when you're night dreaming, when you're in this place here, is your perception of what's happening to you. All of those things are an illusion, and you're in control in all of those places. What makes someone evil? Self-serving. When somebody has chosen to be in service to self, they're narcissistic. They're all about themselves. That is evil. That is evil in the minds of the universe and the creator. If you're not, you're the opposite of that, and that is being in service to others. So if you are self-serving, you are just evil. And if people go, I'm not evil, I'm just self-serving, you're evil. You just don't want to admit it to yourself, and you're lying about it, because you're either good or you're evil. If we have to exit, or if we have to exist, isn't that the kind of in line of the Gnostic? Are you trying to say the Hamadai? Hominy, the Gnostic? Yeah, well, yes, the Gnostic ideology, like I said, the Gnostic Gospels, the Corpus Hermeticum, and all of that, what they call the Gnostic stuff, is the stuff that came out of the Dead Sea. That's the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they can't no longer say those were fake, because the Ethiopians are like, look, here's our Bible that we didn't allow the Europeans to edit, and guess what books are in there? The Eastern Orthodox Church is now coming out and going, look, here's our Bible, and here's all the books that we didn't let them edit out, and it's all the books that they found in the Dead Sea area. So that which is the Gnostic Gospels, separate from Gnosis, the religion that is now cropping up, where they claim that Jesus took them aside and said, I'm teaching everybody one way of getting back to God, but that's not the real way, because I'm actually really evil and I'm hiding all the real true information from everybody else and I'm giving it to you. That's a lie. That was made up. Never learned any one religion showed me how they are all the same. Yes. So the truth is that if you look at religion, and instead of going, which one is the oldest scroll or this God and that, and you look at the dynamic of what that religion is, meaning what is it that they're teaching? What is the religion? There was a creation, there is a God, there is a creator, and then there are other things that happen. And then if you look at those things as the meat of what is this religion teaching you, you will find that there's semantical things that are laws that humans made up, right? And that part goes away, and then you look at the meat of it, and it's the way back to heaven. What did Samael do? Samael volunteered to become evil. God needed people to do that, and Samael with Lilith on this earth in your memory became evil and showed people the way of evil, so that you would have good and evil, or evil and good, so that you would have the yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine, when there was a separation, so that you would have those choices, so that we could round out this entire scenario and the way things are going, so that the Vesica Pisces, the yin and the yang, became the way that things were in that duality of masculine feminine energies of the Kundalini. And Samael was the first with Lilith that went, we'll do it. And so now everyone's like, he's evil and needs to be killed and stopped, and the evil battle is supposed to be going on within you, and you're supposed to realize that. the Ethiopian Bible more true to God's word than other versions of, say, the King James version? The information is still in both, but yes, the Ethiopian version and the Eastern Orthodox version, and the idea. Because if you look at, here's the thing, and this is what my book talks about: the reality about reality, returning to the old ways. If you look at, like I was just saying, the meat of what the true religion is, the way to ascend to heaven. All religions are telling you that when you get away from the name of the God, the name of the prophet, you get away from that, and whether you can draw a picture of the God or say the God's name without getting killed, or whether you can cut your hair or can't, or whether the earth is flat, or whether the earth is round, or whether the earth is a pile of poop. When you get away from all those semantic things and you realize what is every single spiritual way teaching me, and that's the way to get back to heaven, they're all the same, they're identical. But are they controlled and edited? Yes. What are you supposed to do when people around you are still asleep from propaganda? You need to learn to allow them to be exactly where they are. The only thing you can do is give people tools. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. And if they can't see that it's a trap, then unfortunately they're not ready yet. And they're going to think you're crazy if you say to them, you're asleep and you need to wake up, man. This propaganda is lying to you and you can't see it. If they can't see it, it's because they're not ready to. And you as an individual have to look at them and go, okay, then I can't help you. And then when they talk to you about it, you just go, look, I'm not interested in that. And they're like, but it affects your life and the whole world's coming to an end. No, their world is coming to an end. Their way of life is coming to an end, not mine, not this one. So you have to just let them be where they are. It's hard sometimes to let your children fall down, but you have to let them fall down so that they feel the pain, so that you can help pick them up and help them. But then you got to kick them back into play, right? So no matter who it is, you have to allow them to be where they are. Should you walk away from family if they are energy vampires? Yes. If they are energy vampires, you need to get them out of your life. I hate to say that to people because people are like, what? Because I've had people come to me and say, my husband is like dark and negative, and I'm trying to be spiritually awake, and my husband is yelling at me for doing it and telling me I'm stupid. And I'm like, you have choices to make. Yeah, you have choices. Ask Penny. She knows. I'm not saying that I did that with Penny, but Penny was there, and we have done that. And my wife, Brooke, have done that over the years. Penny will tell you that we've gone through a lot of that with people where we're like, I'm sorry to tell you, honey, you got to make a decision about what you're going to do. You know what I mean? Penny's been there to do that and helps people through that. My wife has been there to do that and help people through that. I'm impressed with your knowledge. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Red Rock. Thank you for saying that. I'm here to teach. I'm here to please. I'm here to teach. That's what I'm here to do. Ever near-death experience accurate? If they are, why? Near-death experiences are happening to help you expand your consciousness. It's no different than when people take, those theoretical chemicals, ayahuasca and DMT. Remember, this is all for entertainment purposes only. But when they have those experiences of going to see the creator, near-death experiences are doing the same thing. They're unlocking and expanding your consciousness so that you realize that you are an immortal soul and there's something else out there besides yourself. And then when you come back with those and you tell those stories to people, that helps those people around you, some of them, to expand their consciousness, as well to the realization that we're not the pain body and the flesh and the thinking mind. So when you tell those stories, some people are going to go, you're crazy and you made that up. Other people are going to go, that's just a thing that happens in the human brain when you're about to die. You see your life fast before your eyes, and that's just something that happens every single time. It's a chemical reaction, and there's nothing that happens when you die. You just go back to nothingness. Those people are the ones who don't believe any of that, and they're not going to. But the other people are going to listen, and they're going to expand their consciousness, right? If you've ever felt what it is to have your aura taken away, it will be an easy choice. Yes, if somebody takes your aura away as an energy vampire and sucks your energy out, and you're just freaking drained, and it hurts, and you know what happened. That person is all energy now, and they're happy and jumping around. Nice to see you, man. Glad to come back later. But when you got there, they were the opposite. And now you are what they were. They don't bring you down. They pull away from you, and they're taking your energy and they're consuming it. No joke. That's the truth of it. And they actually do that. There's studies out there you can Google and you can see that, where somebody volunteered to have an energy vampire take their aura, and you see that they took a picture of their aura and the energy vampire's aura, and then you see them take the aura, and now their aura is like this big around their body, and it's just red, like it's static, like it's going and the other person has this bigger aura that is also red that they've added, and they have all this energy. They take that energy from you. It's a real thing. When the vampires back in the day, they said they were biting your neck and drinking your blood, it was your life essence that they were taking, your energy, not your blood. It's your life essence. It's your aura. It's your life essence. My husband gets angry when I do meditation, things I'm going, and then I don't see the rest of it.
But said that. My husband, believe it or not, my ex-husband, my ex wasn't even my ex thing. He was an energy vampire, and I didn't know for years. It got to a point where I got lights. I was meditating and going towards the light so much, he disdained me and decided to rip me of my aura. It made me very sick. So be careful of that.
Yeah. See, so when you have one of those people, that was Lilith, by the way. That was my wife, Brooke. So when you have those people in your life, you have to learn to reflect that energy and not allow them to take your energy, and protect your energy and give them icky energy instead of letting them take your good energy. Send negative energy to them. Let them have icky stuff. We can teach you that. That's going to be in our course on the Defense Against the Dark Arts, which will be coming up December 13th and 14th. It'll be a 2-day Zoom call, and we'll have the flyer up for that by the end of today. So if you guys are in like the North American continent, it might be by your tomorrow, because it's like 6 p.m. on the west coast of the United States right now. But we will have that flyer up for you guys, and contact information for that. But you can contact us at the email address at the bottom of the screen here, merlin&maeve@gmail.com. And then we will send you the link for the day for the Zoom call. When did you guys realize that you were Lilith and Samael? We've always known that. In this life, each life that we get veiled, we have to re-wake up. But I came through completely unveiled in this particular life. My wife Brooke was veiled because she had to be undercover until her and I got together. So she just had an awakening that I couldn't tell her about. She had to awaken by herself and realize her own things, who she was. Because if I were to tell her that, then darkness could go, who told you that? Him? He's lying to you, and he made that up, right?
Tell her that it was Adam. Let's get real.
Yeah. So So yeah, let's go back in time. So her ex was the guy who was Adam way back, same soul, reenacting kind of the same thing. Yeah. So how come Lilith had an ex-husband? Because she was asleep, she was veiled, didn't realize, and she was looking for me, and she found him, and he was trying to be me. Truly, there's a lot of things about him that are very similar to me. So she thought he was me, not knowing who it was she was looking for. She was just drawn to the energy. And then it was only later in life that she realized this isn't who I was looking for. And then one day she found me, but she still didn't know who she was completely. And I couldn't tell her who she was because she had to wake up to it. So it kind of sucks when someone knows that about you, and they won't tell you, and you know that they know something, but they're not telling you what it is that they know. And now I have a cat in here who's trying to climb up on the desk, and he's going to try and push the computer and climb on that. So hopefully, Brooke, can you come get him out of here for me, please? Thank you. She comes in, he runs out. So then what happened was she then realized that that's not who she was supposed to be with, and she started then looking for her soulmate. And one day she was flipping, and I was live on a podcast, and she was like, who's this guy? And I had a big beard like Santa Claus at the time. And she was like, who's this guy? And she started listening to my voice, and she was like, I don't know what it is. I'm obsessed with this guy, and there's something about him. But then when we met, I couldn't tell her everything because she had to discover it. Because if I did say these things, then people could cast doubt and go, did he tell you that? He glamored you. He's a predator, and he's lying to you. So I couldn't tell her anything. She had to wake up and remember all the stuff on her own. I could just assist her to wake up. I once did let me see what this says. I once did a painting of Lilith holding the body of and keeping dark beings at bay to keep it safe, right? Think about that, right? That's like the Madonna on the Rocks, right? You have the holy holding the child and keeping evil away, right? That's actually pretty intense. I would love to see that if you had done that, because some people on the internet have that. I feel my ex lived multiple lifetimes together. Chances are that you probably did. You guys do that a lot. You go through lives together. So sometimes you come in and you're married. Other times you might be mom and dad, or father son, mother daughter, or father daughter. one or the other, where that person might be your mom one life and your daughter the next life, and we interchange and do that stuff. Yeah, do we? Yeah, we do that energetically. Get wrong person in our lives that we thought was for us. Yeah, we do. Right. So I had two wives, both of which I thought were Brooke, and it turned out that they were also negative energies trying to keep me away from finding Brooke. And that's their job. They came here to do that, to keep me from finding her in every lifetime. And every lifetime they've killed each other. My wife has killed my ex-wife, and they've killed her in a few lives. Yeah. So yeah, and one of my ex-wives knows that and remembers Brooke and knows exactly that they've killed each other a few times in different lives. Yeah. So yeah, if you awake enough, you realize those things, you start remembering them. If you're not, then and you're in a relationship where you're outgrowing your partner, whoever that is, you have to be honest with yourself at some point and say, this person is negative and is an energy vampire or is evil, and I have to move away from this person. Or you have to tell them, listen, I am evolving and I am waking up, and you have to allow me to be who I am, or we're not going to be able to be together. So if you're not going to come with me and wake up with me, you have to let me be who I am. If you're willing to let me be who I am and not try to stifle me, then we can stay together if we want to be together and we love each other. Just don't interfere in what I'm doing, and I'm not going to interfere in what you're doing. And if you have that relationship, you can stay there and you can have that, right? Being awake is kind of fun. This is the food part. Laugh out loud. Yeah, being awake is kind of fun if you're in a room like we're in, where we can have adult conversations and talk about being awake. Then it is fun. If it's not, and you're in a room with children, it's like being a professor of college teaching spirituality, and you walk into a classroom of kids that are kindergarten, haven't even gotten to first grade yet. There's going to be a few in there that are going to surprise you and say some shit. You're going to go, what, Timmy, Jenny, get over here. What did you just say? But the rest of them are going to go, huh? You're silly. I'm going to go and play. Look, there's and they're going to run off and play. I'm understanding this and is still searching for my enlightenment soul person. Yeah, wait, just keep looking. You'll find them. I don't know how old you are. Your picture looks like you're pretty young. So just keep looking. Put it out there. If you're ready for that person at whatever age, I was told the same thing. And I was like, I don't know, man, because I've been looking for her my entire life. But there was a time when I said, okay, I am actually ready for this, and I need to find this person now. And then it wasn't too long. She did a vision board, which is over there in the other side of the room. She did a vision board, and when you look at the vision board, which she still has, here, let me turn the camera. You see that right back there? Right there. That's a vision board that my wife made. That when she manifested me, and she actually hung it up and did a vision board, and she's keeping it now. And she says, look, I actually literally manifested you. She said, I am ready to find him. And I, at the same time, unbeknownst to me, she was in Australia, I was in America at the same time, was going, I'm ready. Right. I still think that I can turn my husband to the light side. If you think it, try it. You'll either hit a wall and you won't, or they will turn to the light side. You have to decide what you want to do with your life. See, someone just said, I manifested mine. Who was it that said that? Jen said, I manifested mine. There you go. Dundee, I have a vision board on my profile, and I manifested my boyfriend this year too. See, there you go. So yeah, they manifest spooky fast, right? Yeah, if you're ready for it and you're serious about it and you create a vision board, they will manifest quickly. But you have to be honest with yourself and say, I am ready for this to happen. And if you really truly are, it will happen. Believe it. It will happen. But if you're not ready and you think you're ready and you keep saying that, then you're going to manifest whatever it is that you are going to manifest that will help you to defeat yourself. Because you're self-sabotaging, you'll manifest the same thing that you manifested before, so that you'll self-sabotage. But if you truly fix yourself and go through that dark night of the soul and go, I'm not perfect and I'm fixing myself and I'm trying to do that, where is my soulmate? That person will show up and walk with you. It just takes time. There's that thing again. Manifestation doesn't happen exactly when you want it to, but it takes time, because time is where we're living in here. So you just have to You just have to work at it and be honest with yourself. When you're honest with yourself, you do the things, right? I was reading my vision the other day, right? Jen said that, right? You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. You just have to just remember. Thank you, Brooke. My wife's giving me roses over there. Thank you for that, baby. You guys smash those likes for me. Just get this information up. The more you guys do that, the more it unlocks stuff for me. The more I can then, get more people to come into the lives, because that expands everything here on TikTok. Make you play games. To do that. So if you guys smash those hearts for me, please hit likes and share me out to other people that makes my my podcast, or my, whatever you want to call this, my live, more popular, and then more people will see it in the feed and they'll pop in. Okay, so that means that I have better coverage and I can help the people more around the world. I don't understand why light workers are suffering the most in life. Life workers suffer the most because, for a couple of reasons. One, you're doing the opposite of what the status quo wants here, not of the people, but of the people who think they're in charge. So they're punishing you for it. Two, you become a target by negative people and sometimes by positive people who like the status quo the way it is and they don't want things to change, right? Thank you for that. Who did that? Who was it? Jen. Thank you for that. Thank you for that heart. Yeah, you guys do that. The more you guys do that, the more likes I get, the more it expands the horizon, and more people will find my show when they're out there going flick, 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 and then they'll start coming in. So thank you for that. So we suffer the most because of that. Also, if you're a wanderer and you've come from a higher plane, your immortal soul vibrates at a higher level, and this body, this third dimensional body, doesn't your soul doesn't fit with it properly. So this body will then have problems, autoimmune issues, and things like that. Allergic reactions to some things, because it doesn't understand that your immortal soul is from a higher vibration, so it doesn't fit properly, and that causes issues. So we're in pain, or we're get sunburn easy, or different things happen to us that don't happen to other people, because you're from a higher plane of existence. And the fact that your energy is starting to move into that indigo range, because you're moving through the heart chakra to the in service to others, your light becomes more of an indigo, becomes a blue light, and negative people can sense that about you and they hate you for it, and so they're going to also come after you and do that stuff, right? Thank you for sending me the tofu. Who sent me that? Jay Deli sent me like 4 tofu. Thank you. I don't know what the tofu does, but I'll take it. All right. And did do something on the screen that I missed while I was talking? I apologize if I did. I always love to go, what was that? That was cool, man. Thank you for sending that. So I love that when that happens, right? Like that, right there, like that. That was badass. Thank you, Brooke, for that. Right, there's the little window, the stained glass window, and art, right? Love that one. Thank you very much. So yeah, so you do end up with problems because you come from a higher plane of existence. That causes things, and then they come after you to try and stop you, and then negative energy wants to distract you away from what you're doing, because you're on a path of righteousness, on a path of ascension, and they're going to go, look over here, look over here, life sucks, your car broke down, you don't have time for that, you don't have time for that, stop reading the Bible, stop doing the ascension thing, you got to go to school, you got to go to work, you got to pay rent, you got things to do, and the kids and the dog and all of that, and you just don't have time for that stuff, right? What is that? Piece of cake? I'll take it. Yum. Thank you. That was my wife sent that. Thank you for that, Brooke. So yeah, you have to realize that all of that happens to you because they're trying to punish you, to keep you. Distortions, distractions. This entire place is a distraction. And then there's people in this place that are trying to distract you because they want the status quo. They want to have legacy money and power and control over you. Because negative people, evil people, seek power all the time, because that's what they do. They're negative, they're evil, they're self-serving. They want power, money, control, likes, fame. That's what they're about. So they set up the system to be that way, and they reward you if you're evil.
That was really cool. Thank you. Sorry, Leo, I missed that. There was like a massive string of lights.
Is that the one that Red Rock just sent, and I missed it while I was talking? Ah, darn it. I'll see that on the replay. I'll see what it looked like. Thank you for that. My wife, that was so impressive. Brooke came in to say thank you when I missed it. I'll be going back after the live and watching that to see what that happens. Or maybe I'll cut that out, because if there was a long stream of lights that just charged over, thank you for that, right? Thank you, Red Rock, for that, right? I like that one. Ooh, that was cute. Thank you, baby. Distractions, yes, but I'm putting a stop to it, and went all within. That's all you have to do. You have to remember that when they distract you, just don't let them, right? How do we know who someone else's soul is? You have to look at that. You have to look at some once you start ascending, you actually gain a sight that your abilities will allow you to then start looking at other souls to see if they're good or they're evil. You'll instantly see it when you look at them. You'll learn that sight when you start to evolve. You instinctively know it now. You just don't trust it when you're somewhere and you look at somebody and go, that one looks like a creeper. I don't like that one. I don't like the energy off of that one. The orange ray chakra that is attached to nature, and that one is actually telling you that. Can an evil spirit actually unalive a living person? No. Only if you allow it to. You would have to agree with it and do what it's trying to tell you to do, right? So no, they cannot do that. So thank you for putting that up, Brooke. Yeah, they evil is not stronger than good. You can literally greet evil with the love and the light of the infinite creator, and they will be stonewalled. They cannot penetrate that. They don't want you to know that, because they want you to think that evil is just as strong because there is no God and we're just power and strength and aggression, but they're not. They're not. Okay. And once you realize that, then they have no effect on you, right? What's the best way to use your emotions? And what are they? The best way to use your emotions are for what they are. Don't be afraid of them. If you're sad, then cry. If you love someone, love them. But the rest of them, the emotions come through, and you decide whether or not, like, you decide to be mad at someone. People don't make you mad. You make yourself mad because of somebody doing something to you. Okay, so you choose. Like when somebody says a certain word, you have programmed your mind and yourself that when you hear certain words, you're going to react a certain way and you're going to get mad. That's you making a choice. So all emotions are a choice. You can allow them and embrace them if you want, or you cannot. The good emotions are there. Love, crying sometimes are good emotions, right? Love your energy. So light, warm, and uplifting. Thank you. Sorry, there's a freight train going by. We live right out down the street here from us is a train that goes by here, and the train station is down there, and our driveway faces the road like this, like a cavern, like a tunnel. So all the sound it's there, woo, like that, right? What was that? Nebuchadnezzar? Who was that? So the sound travels up our driveway, it goes right in the window here when it goes by. Yeah, it's your fear that feeds it. Yeah, see, Penny's going on with that. So you have to realize that that if you allow something to happen to you, your ego will grab that and talk to you and make you afraid, and or it'll tell you the greatest in the world. Do people actually go to war with Michael and his armies against darkness? No, all of that's supposed to be going on within you. There is no actual war in heaven where angels are killing each other. That whole thing was created so that you guys would realize that that's supposed to be within you, where you're supposed to be learning the balance between good and evil in there. But they are there as an example for you, though. Can spirits get sick also from astral parasites? No, there are no astral parasites to get you sick. There is only energy, and that's all there is. So no, you don't catch colds. You're not hungry. You don't need sleep. You don't have to. You don't die when you're an immortal soul. You're alive. You don't need any of that stuff. We're all going in the crazy train. That's right. Don, that song by Ozzy Osbourne, Crazy Train, was about waking up. The song was, crazy, but that's how it goes, right? Millions of people living as foes, right? Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and not how to hate. Listen to the words. He tells you that in the song. That song is about waking up and finding love and ascending and caring for each other instead of hating each other. And everybody thinks he was the Prince of Darkness and he was evil. That song was about love and learning to love and waking up. And he even says in there, you have to listen to my words. That's one of the lyrics in the chorus of that song. Ozzy Osbourne was trying to wake you up and tell you that it's never too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Mental wounds start healing. Life's a bitter shame. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Think about that song. Many of these rock and rollers or these singers, songwriters throughout time, Lenny Kravitz and people like that, Tap Calf, the artist formerly known as Prince, those guys were singing about waking up and remembering who you are, that you're stuck here. The Eagles with the Hotel California, and all these bands from all over time, even up till now, they're singing about stuff. The Long Black Train. There was Incubus. Yes, Incubus. Looked up that band and listened to all the songs. Tool. Look up that band and listen to all the songs these guys were singing about waking you up. There, Numa and a few other songs by Tool. Every song written by Tool, that rock band is trying to wake you up. Every song written by Incubus is a song that's trying to wake you up. Wake you up. You just have to listen to that, right? I know Penny and I are both Aussie rockers, man. We love heavy metal and rock and roll. Penny says I love Crazy Train, right? Um, Penny and I will rock out. Sometimes we've done that on a live where we were in a Zoom and people would look at us like we were crazy. The two of us were headbanging, headbanging and going at it. It was funny when people look at us and go, "What are the two of them doing?" And I'm like singing from Kiss, right? Hit whiplash, a heavy metal accident, rock hard. You know, that's an old song from the '70s when I was a little teeny boy. So sorry about that. Many songs are trying to wake us up. Movies as well. The movies, people are doing that in movies, like the Matrix itself was the story of Jesus, and you had Morpheus was John the Baptist. So if you look at that, then he was in the wilderness and he was saying the Savior is going to come, and the Savior was sort of not thinking he was the Savior at first and not wanting to do that, and he was a little reluctant. If you look, Jesus was a little reluctant as well until the perfect time. So the movies show you that in a lot of different ways that you don't know about. The movie Thor and the entire story about Thor in the first movie was about Thor's descension to Earth. God sent God sent Jesus to Earth. God sent Thor to Earth and made him mortal, and he had to die and sacrifice himself for the humans to then be resurrected and get his immortality and be able to ascend back to heaven. It's the same story being told, and the movie did a decent job with it, but it wasn't exactly the way the sagas teach it, but it was close enough to where you could still see the story there. Please follow and yes, please follow and hit the notifications, right? So for future lives, please follow me and hit that notification so that you know when I go live. We are going to try and get a day. Right now, we went Saturday and today, and last week I went Saturday and Sunday. We're going to try and get a day and a time so those of you who are linear and need that, you'll know exactly when I'm going live. But there will be other times when we go live, like on Merlin&Maeve. So you might want to go over to Merlin&Maeve on TikTok and follow that as well. And follow Brooke as well on her page, because we will be going live. I will be going live and doing this quite often. We're just trying to figure out a time when we can hit other people. Right now, we've been doing it on the weekend, but we're going to be working on the weekend, doing classes and things like that on Saturdays and Sundays. So we may move this, or we're going to move this. We just haven't picked the day yet. Okay. So there's Merlin&Maeve. Click on Merlin&Maeve right there and go there and like that page and follow that page as well. And if you want any of the services that we offer, there's going to be listed there on that page, but I'll be listing them on mine as well. But you guys want to hear me live, click on me and follow me. The more followers that I have, the more that unlocks. The more you guys hit those hearts for me, the more that unlocks things for me with TikTok, so that I can continue to go live and have a bigger audience to be able to come in here, right? So where was I? So yeah, you have to get learn the realization. If you guys have questions, please put them in the chat. And thank you for the things that I missed. Somebody, Nadine, hit, what did she hit? You hit something with a heart there, and I didn't get to see it. I apologize. It probably came up on the screen, and I was too busy talking. And when I go back and watch this on when I'm cutting the lives, because I cut it down into segments, because TikTok won't let me post the whole live all at once. I do that. The whole live is on YouTube, Facebook, but then I cut it up into segments and I put it up on TikTok, about 1 hour segments. That's when I see those and I go, oh man, I didn't realize that happened, right? Like that, like the sunglasses. Look at that. Woohoo! I love that. Live Fest 2025, right? That's looked like the sunglasses that old wrestler, what was his name, that used to wear that he was Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, he had those glasses on all the time. That's probably too old for most of you guys, because that was in the 80s and 90s, right? Some of you might be old enough to remember that. You've been great. Thanks for all the solid info. Yes, that's what I'm here. Randy Macho Man, right? Let Red Rock immediately. Pow! Randy Savage, right? Macho Man Randy Savage. All right, so guys, ask me some more questions, because it has been 3 hours. So I usually try to end right around there, but I'll go longer if you have questions, because my wife's off today and moderating, and Penny's in here. And I don't know if we made Penny a moderator. I think my wife can do that. If not, I'll do that afterwards. So the next time, if Penny, if you want to come in and moderate, you can hop in and moderate. Oh, I have to do it. Okay, so I'll have to do it. So I'll do that after, because I don't know that I can do it live. I bet I can if I can just find her name. I can just do it. Where's Penny? There you are, Penny. I can probably do it right now from here, can't I? live info up here. I thought I just had to click on her name. I could have done it. Moderators, where's that? Okay, so Penny, I'm going to add you here, and then look up what is Penny's account. Just look up Penny, right? Yeah, I got to find her in there. I don't see her in here. Usually it shoots it right to the top, and it's not. Oh, it is, isn't it? So I got to scroll down. Sorry, Penny, we're trying to find it. Did I pass it? No, P is. That's what I was doing, but you told me not to. I was clicking on her name to see if I could just add her right here, right? So it says, no, weirdly, it doesn't say that I can. I don't know why. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Penny, and we'll put you on there, okay? I don't know why right now it's not allowing me to do that. Maybe if I do it here. Yep, there we go. I had to click on your name, Penny. I just added you as a moderator. I had to click on your name and offer it to you, and so I think I just did that. And then I'm confirming. Let me hit confirmation. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, I had to click your name and pull your name up. What I was doing was hitting the three dots by your name. I had to actually click on your profile, and it opened it up. I apologize for you guys doing that. Do you teach channeling? Yes, we do teach channeling. That takes a little bit more work, but we are going to have a course on that Brooke and I are going to be teaching you guys if you want to learn how to do that, because to channel is kind of hard, right? So you have to work with energy, and there is going to be a coming in January. We'll have information for you on a channeling class, okay? So that will be there. You both seem like very delightful people. I truly enjoyed listening to you answering questions. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Red Rock. That's what we're here to do. We came here to help. We came here to help you guys remember why it is that you're here, so that you can wake up, so that we can change the face of this planet, right? So that was cool. See, there we go. Who did that? That was kind of cool right there. Whoever did that for me, thank you for that. That'll pop up on the screen here. Is that who that was? Thank you for that. Right? That was Merlin&Maeve. My wife did that. But yes, that's what we're here to do. We came to this earth to help you guys to remember, what it is that you came here to do. We came here to help you guys to remember that there is a way to change the face of this place and to move to a different place. And you're supposed to be doing that anyways. You're supposed to be remembering that, but you have forgotten because you're veiled. And then the people that are not good have realized that they can take that information away from you without your knowledge, and they just removed it from your eyes, and they keep distracting you every time you look at it. Look over here, look over there, look over here. So the algorithms that are here on these all these platforms are designed to give you what you like, the same way that the algorithm of this matrix is designed to give you what you like. So if you don't look for spirituality, it's not going to show it to you. Do you see? So if you're not looking for something spiritual, it's going to show you what you like. So if you hit like on people dying, it's going to show. Oh, I said that word. I apologize for that. We're pretending here. This was entertainment purposes only. If you're looking for car commercials, you're going to get car commercials. If you're clicking on bikinis, you're going to get bikinis. If you click like on comedy, you're going to get you're going to get comedy. That's what the feed shows you. It shows you whatever you hit like on. It's designed that. All of the algorithms do that. So if you're not looking for it, it's going to give you what you're looking for, what it thinks you're looking for, because in advertisements for that too. So they distract you so that you're not looking for spirituality. Okay. I'm in telepathy already, just a bit lost how to connect on purpose. That's you just have to start focusing. Sometimes we do that, we get distracted, and then we fall. You move up into this higher plane of existence and you sit there, and then you forget to keep yourself there, and this place distracts you, and the next thing you know, you're like, wait, I'm blind, what happened? Right? It's because you forgot to do that. Thank you guys for Nathaniel's hitting me with all kinds of stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I love you guys. Keep hitting those hearts, champions. Keep expanding that for me, please, so that we can get more people in here. Right? And then anything you guys send me, thank you. I love you guys for that. There's like flowers and that little kitty, the tofu kitty again. And what's the other one? I don't know what the other one is. Snakehead, I think. I don't know. I love that. There was a bunch of them. Thank you very much for that, Nathaniel, for doing that. So literally, you have to realize these things, guys, that this place distracts you. This place is distracting you because it's trying to give you what you like and what you want. So it's distracting you. You don't know it. So if your focus determines your reality. If your focus is, I want to get off this rock, tired of being here, you need to make that your focus. So when you go to work, that's what you do, right? But then when you're not at work, who you are is not that job that you have. Who am I? Well, I'm a person who's tired of being here, so I need to look into how to get out of here. You have to make that your focus. That focus. Thank you for that. What is that? Ooh, that's a pearl in there, right? Was there a pearl in there? That was a clamshell with a pearl. That's money. I'm gonna take that out. Ooh, look at that. Thank you for that. So you literally have to make that your focus. I want to get out of here. How do I get out of here? What are the methods to get out of here? You need to look to spirituality. That's why I say in my book, The Reality About Reality, returning to the old ways. Religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. Okay. So it's waiting for you because it's not trying to recruit you. It's not trying to recruit you because it doesn't have an agenda. True prophets demand nothing. There's no agenda there. The agenda is your choice, your walk, your path is you, and how you get there is your choice. When you get there is your choice. So if you're tired of being here, then you're on the wrong path because you're not on the path to enlightenment. You're not on the path to get out of here. Okay. So if you're listening to my voice somewhere around the world and you're thinking, this ain't it, and I know there's something else, how do I find that? The question that you just asked is the beginning of how you find that. You ask questions. You start thinking for yourself. You start questioning everything. You start wondering, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And why is it that this doesn't seem like it? So how can I fix that? You start looking and asking questions. The more you ask questions, the more you're going to find answers, and the more you're going to find more questions. Don't get tired of the questions. Just keep looking, because eventually you're gonna wake up. And let me tell you a story that we love to tell everybody in this industry, and it's a true story because it happens to all of us. There's a very famous Sufi, a very famous wise man who wanted to wake up. He was looking at buying every book he could find and reading every book that he could find, reading every Bible, and he knew that the answer was in there somewhere, and he was going to figure this out, and he was going to wake up. Sorry, the wind's blowing, so it's moving the camera a little bit. So knew he was going to wake up, and he kept buying all this stuff, and he kept reading everything, and he wasn't waking up, and he was annoyed, and he couldn't figure out why it was. Penny just went through this, in the last few months. And you go, all right, you know what? My wife went through it too. I go through it. All of us do. And you go, okay, you know what? Nothing's happening. I'm done with this. I can't believe that I'm not waking up and I know everything. I'm reading all this stuff and it's telling me this, and I just don't know about it. And you know what? I'm done. I'm not going to do anything. And you just stop and you surrender to the universe, and you're like, whatever, man, just whatever. And then all of a sudden you wake up one morning and you realize that you're awake. And that's when you go, oh man, how long have I been awake? And you look around and realize you've been awake for a long time, but you didn't know you were awake because you were too busy trying to find the forest and looking past the trees to see the forest, and the trees were in the way. So you actually do that, and here comes my wife again, right?
I was just thinking, should we invite Penny up? Have a chat to everyone.
If she wants to, maybe Penny want to come up and say something. I don't know. That's what kind of putting her on the spot to see if she wants to do that. Maybe she doesn't want to do that. So you surrender. And you go, okay, forget about it. And then you get out of your own way because you're in your own way and you're blocking yourself. So that very famous man, when he woke up and realized he was awake, the very first thing he did was took all of those books and piled them on the lawn, on his front lawn, and burned them all, because you realize that none of that matters. You wake up when you're supposed to, how you're supposed to. All of those other things help you, but none of them are the way. The way that all of them are teaching you is to look within yourself and find the way. Okay. And so you have to, once you do that and you look within yourself, that's what all those books are going to tell you. All those books are going to tell you that. And that's why I wrote my book about that, to tell you that they're all telling you the same thing. You have to see it and learn it and understand that. Right. Yeah. See, she says, Penny says, always been awake. It's hard. And I can't come on tonight because I'm in bed already. That's okay, Penny. It's okay. I love you anyways. It's all right. That was just Brooke putting you on the spot going, Penny, you want to pop in and talk? That was, I do the same thing to her. And she's like, oh no, not really. But she comes on every now and then too. Right. So Pure Heart says, I said, not my will, but thy will, show me. Yes. Once you surrender, if you look at the Sistine Chapel, you see the one hand of God reaching down and the hand of the person reaching up. God is reaching down halfway, waiting for you to grab, to reach up. God's reaching down. You have to reach up that halfway. You have to meet the Creator halfway. So that means you have to look up. You have to ascend upwards. to wake up. You can't do it just sitting here. Okay, that's the beast. The beast is the lower three chakras. It is this plane of existence. You're the beast. The number of the beast, the 666 in the Bible, is mistranslated. The mistranslation distracts you away from what it was actually saying. Okay, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. For, and then they change the words right there. For it is a human number. For it is the number, it is a human number. It is a number of man. Those are wrongful translations. The actual translation was, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. And its number is 666. Okay. So the beast is the flesh, the lower three chakras. Okay. So how does that come in? 666. It's the number of the devil. No, it's the number of the beast. It's the number of living in the physicality, in the physical plane. You know why? Because if you look at science and ask, what are the building blocks? What am I made of? What is this reality made of? This reality is made of 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. 666 makes up this third dimensional universe. PJs might not be TikTok approved. I'll laugh my ass off, right? Yeah, it's okay, Penny. It's all right. That was just her being funny anyways, right? Going, hey, you want to come in and talk? You can come up and talk. Because that way she won't have to, but she pops in. She's okay doing this. She's just not comfortable coming on and sitting on a camera. I keep telling her eventually she'll do that and talk, but she's like, no, right now, man, you go ahead, dude. You do it. You do you. And I'm okay with that. Right? Look at Brooke. She's laughing. Yeah. So truly, once you do that, though, guys, you start waking up and you start realizing, like, you look around. I say that in my book. If you look at the description of my book, you look around and you go, wait a minute, things aren't what they used to be. Things aren't right. So, the legacy media seems to be lying to me, and churches seem to be failing. They're not really coming up with anything. They're just kind of doing like the ancient aliens people on History Channel are. They just keep regurgitating the same thing and they're not going anywhere, but they keep having you come back because they make you think that there's going to be some new knowledge, and then it's just the same old knowledge being told a different way at a different time, and they're not doing anything. They're having you on running on a treadmill and nothing's happening, and they keep saying like, 3i Atlas is going to be disclosure. 3i Atlas is going to be 3i Atlas is a rock, like I said it was, and it floated through the frickin' solar system, went around the sun, and it's going away now. It was not an alien. It was not the Anunnaki. It was not a spaceship, and it was not an information that was going to give us anything. It was just a rock, an asteroid, and it floated by. But everybody was just knew that it was sentient, and it was a drone of some, or it was aliens hiding, or it was a message from God, and it was the mass awakening, and it was a rock, and it floated by. I said that over a month ago, and I've been saying it the entire time, and everyone's like, nope, 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 Earth's flat. If the Earth's flat, there can't be a rock out there. Same people that are flat earthers are talking about 3i Atlas, and I laugh at that and go, how can there be a 3i Atlas? If you're a flat earther, there is no space, so there can't be a rock up there. There can't be aliens either. How can there be aliens if there and other life forms if the planet is flat and there is no space? How are they getting here? Oh, cross dimension. Now all of a sudden there's dimension. There's the dimensionality in their theory. I love that stuff, right? So, yeah, Brooke will have to get used to it. She's like talking to an old friend, but the people listen. Yeah, but these people do listen. She has to get used to that, right? So now we have somebody that's wanting to come up. I'm not sure that I'm wanting to do that right this second. I probably should. I should probably start doing that. I was talking to Brooke about that, starting to do panel and having people come on. Problem with that is that's when you get trolls that'll come on, and you got to start booting trolls because they'll come on just to go, yeah, and start barking, and then you go, oh man, wrong person. That's the only reason why we're not doing that yet and having that setting. But I'm talking about doing that because we used to do this offline. We used to have a Zoom call where people could come online and talk and ask questions, and then we would talk about that. And we were talking about going and doing that in public, but we hadn't done that yet. So there is a very good possibility that we will be doing that in the future, where I don't have to talk as much, and we'll let you guys come up, and you guys can sit there and talk. And I can just sit back and guide the questions and let people have conversations, but we just don't want people to start yelling and screaming and doing that kind of stuff, right? But most of the time when people are, not always, but most of the time when people are like, I want to come on, they're usually wanting to come on because they want to go, you don't know what you're talking about, I know everything and you're nothing. And you just go, oh man, do you really? You just troll people. I'm sorry, bro. And you got to boot them off. But then there's other people that want to come on and actually talk, but those guys give those people a bad name, unfortunately. So that's when I have you guys ask questions and then I answer them for you so that we can keep the conversation civil and we don't have somebody yelling and screaming at everybody and saying that they don't know what they're talking about. Because those people are just, they're just mean to be mean, right? So some people just do that. Right, Nadine, thank you for that. I don't even know what that is. Teeny Deeny something or other, but thank you for that. It's coming up on the screen and I don't know what it is, but thank you. You guys keep hitting those hearts, champions. Keep doing that for me, please. Because the more of those that we have, then the better off that the more people that will actually see this as they're scrolling and they'll pop in. Right. So the less that you do. Dinosaur, is that what that was? Cute. Right? Cute. Oh, so the Deeny is Diny. I was gonna say tiny dinosaur. That's cute. Thank you. Thank you for that. Those are cute. You have some grit and dedication, and your wife. Yes, she does too. I like my wife. She's the feminine version of me, so you got to be careful with her, right? Don't piss her off. She'll pull out daggers and throw them at you and hit you with them because that's what she does. She likes daggers and rows of daggers. You got to be careful with that. She is a warrior and she can kick some butt. Are you guys hiring? We're not hiring people yet, but we are. That's funny, but we are doing. Yeah, I know, right? I want more of Lilith too, right? Yeah. We want to get Lilith talking, or she'll come into her own and she'll talk when she's ready. Right now, she's just not comfortable enough. She comes in, you see her. She's not afraid to appear on camera and talk. She just doesn't want to be stuck sitting and talking on camera all the time. She's getting there though, so eventually she's going to be on and you guys get to see more of Lilith. You get to see more of the sacred feminine, and you get to hear her speak. But you got to be careful because she's a lot like Samael. She's a lot like me in that if you ask a question, make sure you want to know the answer to it because she's going to tell you the answer to it. And sometimes people get upset about that. Right? Thank you for clicking those hearts. You guys like this thing, so we can expand this and get more people in here because the more you guys like it, the more it becomes a higher up on the podcasts that are or the whatever the lives that are on, and then more people will be apt to see it by you guys doing that. Okay, so thank you for liking that. Thank you for hitting those hearts for me. Yeah, right. Yeah. So yes, I identify more with her. Yeah. See, because of the sacred feminine, I'm the sacred masculine, and you identify more with her because of the sacred feminine, and that dual aspect is something that I'm trying to pull her so she can come onto camera because she does really well when I'm on other people's lives and she'll come over and sit down next to me and I'll hold the camera and she'll talk and I'll talk and she does well when she wants to. She's just she doesn't always want to be on camera to talk, and she's getting there though. She's getting there and doing it more often. She comes in when she has something to say. You see her pop in, right? Sometimes truth hurts. Our egos need to go to grow. Absolutely. So sometimes that when you ask a question, somebody tells you an answer you didn't want to hear, that triggers your ego, and that bothers people when that happens, right? The ego gets bothered by that, and people choose to be angry and start yelling and screaming because they felt that you disrespected them or hurt them in some way. You have to realize, I was talking about this before about the IQ when the guy was in here when he asked what my IQ was. I'm being told that by the time this body dies, we'll have a 200 IQ, 200 plus IQ, because like I said, as you ascend, your IQ goes up, you get smarter. Right? IQ can be learned, and the IQ test was designed so that rich people would test higher on the IQ, and they've proved that. Where somebody was taking the IQ test, and then rich people in an Ivy League school tested like they were all geniuses, and the poor kids in Compton over in the United States were testing that they were not very educated. And somebody said, but they have no reference point to the questions that they're being asked. And the rich kids all have references. They understand the references. So they changed the questions, made them the exact same questions, but references that the kids in Compton would understand. And in doing so, the kids that were the Ivy League kids don't have any understanding of those references. When they gave them both the same test again, guess what happened? The reverse. The kids in the schools in Compton were all of a sudden geniuses, and the kids that were testing genius from the Ivy Leagues were now testing below average. So the questions are rigged so that the people that they want to test with a higher IQ are testing with a higher IQ. Okay, your IQ is something that is learned as you evolve, you become smarter. Okay. Brooke says, my intention is to help people see past distractions of the third dimension and the darkness keeping us asleep. Yeah, that's exactly what she's doing. Penny's doing the same thing. That's what we all came here to do. We came here to help you guys to remember who you are and to help you to wake up to the realization that there's something bigger than you, and you're something bigger than you, and that you are something more than what you think you are, that you are the I am, right? I think, therefore I am is the beginning of that. I am self-aware, therefore I am alive. And then you're supposed to go past that thinking and realize I am, therefore I think. Okay. You're supposed to realize that part of you, that you are the I am. I am an immortal soul. And that's why this is thinking. That's why this avatar exists, because I do. I don't exist because of this avatar. This avatar exists because of me. I don't exist because this place exists. This place exists because of me. And that's what you're supposed to realize. The universe, I am not in the universe. The universe is in me. Okay. You have to realize that. Once you start realizing and learning that and know it, when people say to me, what makes you think you know what you're talking about? And I'm like, thinking is a third dimensional construct. I don't think something, I know it. You either know it or you don't know it. Okay, so thinking something gets you into trouble. Every time you think, the thinking mind or the ego gets you into trouble. You either know a thing or you don't know a thing. How do you know that the thing that you think you know is the right thing? I don't think it is. You don't think it is. You're absolutely right, because you don't know what it is. And that's because I am waking up and I have access to this knowledge. If you don't have access to the knowledge, you haven't woken up enough to gain access to the knowledge, or you would know what I know, because I don't own this. I'm not making it up. This is universal. The knowledge that I'm telling you is universal knowledge that everyone gains access to. Okay, it's not something that I've made up. I don't own it. There are billions of souls on this earth telling you the exact same knowledge that I'm telling you. How do we all get that? Do we all borrow it from the same book? That's what they want you to believe when you're looking at things like the religions. They want you to, well, that story looks like it came from this story, and that story came from this story, and you start chasing the scroll instead of the message. You see, they do that with everything. So you have to realize that and remember and learn that all over again, right? I always say that thinking gets me into trouble, right? So I've become dumber than a stick. No, well, that's funny. That's like in the movie Snatch. If you ever saw that movie Snatch, Bricktop said that to his guy Errol. He said, "What do you think about this, Errol?" And Errol went to answer him. He says, "It's a rhetorical question, Errol. What have I told you about thinking?" Right? So, but yeah, some of us are born. See what Penny's saying there? Some of us are born with the knowledge. So you have to realize that you have it. It's all within you. I have posted that several times on memes where I put them up on my different platforms. Everything you need to know is within you. Jesus said that, and so did Marduk, and so did a bunch of other people. So did Lao Tzu. Everything you need to ascend to heaven is within you. You just have to unlock it within yourself. You have to start looking at the self, right? And people say, well, if I'm looking at the self, isn't that self-serving? No. See, I had a conversation with a rabbi once, and the rabbi was playing the part of God and answering questions as God, channeling God, and I was asking questions as the human race, channeling and saying, what are we doing here? Right? What are we supposed to be doing here? And God answered with, I gave you a house and you're supposed to make it a home so I can move into it. Right? So what are we doing here? We're chasing ourselves. We're supposed to, there's my wife again. We're supposed to be learning. Hi, baby. Give me your kiss on camera. Kiss me. She said, not on camera. She's not going to do that.
Big rabbit hole.
Big rabbit hole.
Saying she doesn't get deja vus anymore. When
Right.
you start going back on your path, you find that the deja vus will start. If you're not getting enough deja vus, you're on the wrong path. Come back to your path. Come back to your path.
Come back. Yeah, you get more.
I'm going to get used to the camera angle.
Yes, you got to get used to the camera angle. So yes, when you get deja vus, you're more on your path. Okay, you start getting more deja vus, and then if you stray off your path, they kind of go away. So then you just got to figure out which way did I just go off of the path, and then once you get back on there, then that happens. And then Penny says, Leo has always talked about things that I have always talked about to others as a child and more. Right? Yeah, the knowledge that, like when my cousin who is I don't know if she's going to be on here today, but I don't know if she popped in, but she was listening to one of my other podcasts. She heard some of the things that I said, and she called one of my sisters, and said, "Is he a wackadoo? What do you think about him channeling things?" And my sister said, if this was 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, I would have said, yeah, I think he's crazy. because I thought he was crazy back then. But now, no, he's not crazy, because now I'm starting to think like him. And she was like, okay, so she listened to it. Then she called me and we had a conversation. And at the end of the conversation, which was about 3 hours long, she said, I've been thinking all of this. I was already thinking this, but I didn't voice it out loud. And I said, that's because you were already questioning and unlocking things. And the knowledge is there. You just didn't have anyone to validate it for you that you were on the right track. So yesterday she had said that she was going to listen to my podcast today, probably one of the ones that I put up. I don't know. But I said, I'm also going to be live if you want to pop in. And it would be like 9:30 at night for her in the United States, because she's over on the East Coast, right? But yeah, so when you first learn and you first start waking up, people think you're crazy, right? Pure Heart says, I'm insane, sane within, right? Insane, sane within. That's funny how forwards or backwards those things are, right? So yeah, you have to realize that um, you are crazy to the people who are third dimensional. When you start ascending to fourth dimension, the people that are living in the flesh and living in third dimension, they think you're crazy, right? So Brooke says, big rabbit hole being here is the beginning of you getting right. Yeah, I don't know what else it says, because it doesn't give me the, I'd have to see what else you said in the chat, and because it doesn't give me the option to open that up. But yes, you have to realize that, being here, if you're, first of all, if you're here on earth, secondly, if you pop into this live, you're seeing that we're here to help you validate what you've been thinking, or give you some of the knowledge that you were looking for, and let you remember, or help you remember why you came here, help you unlock that you did come here for a purpose, that you, all of you, 100% of you, came here for a purpose. You came here to go through these experiences. You volunteered for that. Okay. And then on top of that, you may have come here to actually help people, right? Big Rabbit Hole said, yes, validation. I'm not crazy. No, you're not. You just appear crazy to people that are living in the flesh, because you're moving into the spirit body, and you're starting to unlock that knowledge of that gnosis, that Gnostic knowledge, that knowledge of the universe that is there for everybody to unlock. You're starting to unlock that. And so you're seeing things differently, and you're understanding, or understanding more importantly, right? Do we teach healing energy? Yes, we are both Reiki master teachers, and we teach that. We're going to have Reiki classes coming up, Zoom classes. And if you're in New South Wales, Australia, you can come over and learn that in person. But we are going to be, yes, we do teach energy healing. We teach a form of Reiki, which is, I mean, we say a form of Reiki, but it is the only true form, because we can trace ourselves back to the first person. But yes, we do. We teach that. We teach distance healing. We also do distance healing. You can look us up over here at this, on the, right there over here on the screen, Merlin&Maeve at gmail.com. You can contact us there. Click Merlin&Maeve. Follow me, follow Merlin&Maeve. That's our company, and you can see the products that we have there. I love Reiki. It takes all anxiety away and self-doubt. That's because the energy of Reiki will actually do what you do when you meditate. If I Reiki you, then that energy is going to uplift and all of your energy is going to uplift you. It's going to get to your hippocampus, your third eye, your optic thalamus, and it's going to raise your vibration. And then it's going to quiet the ego and the thinking mind. So you're going to achieve that meditative state, even with the Reiki coming into you. So it's going to make you feel better, and you won't have the ego yelling at you so much. Kitty cat, ooh, I want to learn. There you go. What you want to do is click on the Merlin&Maeve when she's talking. That's our company, and we have a TikTok, we have a Facebook, we have a YouTube, and we have an Instagram for Merlin&Maeve. We put up all that stuff. We have classes that we're teaching on the 13th and 14th of December. We're going to be teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and if you want to join the Reiki class to learn that, we'll be doing that coming up later, either this year or the beginning of next year. I don't know exactly right now. I don't have it in front of me. But yeah, we're both Reiki master teachers, and we will be teaching you Reiki and all the things that you need to, with the symbols, and tuning you for that. So the price points are on our thing. You can take a look at that. Can we use Reiki for panic attacks? Yes, absolutely you can. You can also meditate. You can use Reiki on yourself to help calm yourself down. You can also meditate to pull yourself away. The panic attack that's happening to you is your ego taking over and scaring you, and you're starting to believe that you're the ego. I get panic attacks. I haven't had any for a long time, but I get them. You have to then calm yourself, calm the mind. So Reiki can calm you, because one of the Reiki symbols is calm, by the way. and so you can calm yourself and calm down the mind, or you can pray. Praying does the same thing as meditation does. It lifts you away from the thinking mind and the ego. It lifts you up into that place. You just have to work on that. Panic attacks suck. I was at work one time, and all I wanted to do was run away from work and go home, where I felt that I would be safe, and I was scared to death, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I literally went and parked my work truck and was walking back to the office to tell my boss that I had to leave to go home because I was having a panic attack. And I calmed myself down. By the time I got to the office, I just came in and went in and talked to the boss about something, and then finished my day and went back to work. But yeah, that happens. I was in a grocery store with my mother. I was taking care of her. I was her caregiver for about 8 years. She had dementia, and I was walking her around a store, and I had a panic attack, and I had to take care of myself and my mother at the same time, and not let her know that I was having a panic attack, and relax myself in a setting inside of a grocery store when in my head I was screaming and scared to death. So that happens. You just have to quiet yourself, right? Breathe, right? Penny said so. You can also use breath work for panic attacks, breathing techniques. We teach you that in meditation. Breathing techniques are so important to calm yourself, to calm everything, right? Yes, I know how to calm myself down, but looking for answers on how to avoid it. How to avoid that is this is what we teach in meditation, is that and in spirituality, that you're trying to achieve the place of meditation at all times. You're trying to reach that level of calmness where you calm the mind and you're outside of the reach of the ego and the thinking mind. You cannot have a panic attack if you're not listening to the ego and the thinking mind. That is where the panic attack comes from. It comes from anxiety, and anxiety comes from those two places, the ego and the thinking mind. So if you're meditating and you're pulling your vibration up to that place where you're not thinking, and you do it all the time. When we work with you, we'll show you that. I can tell you it now, but I used to do it on the live, but I have to be quiet and not say anything for a while to show it to you. But we show you there's a 30-second meditation that we do, because you do this in normal life all the time. When you have that aha moment, the sunset, the sunrise, when you see something like the Grand Canyon or the Niagara Falls, or some painting in a museum, or whatever it is, that you just stop and you go, whoa, and you just look and you just don't move. In that moment, you're not thinking. You're just being the observer or the witnesser and experiencing that moment. There's the thinking mind and the ego can't talk to you in that place. That's the place that you're trying to achieve through meditation. So to avoid having panic attacks, we teach you how to raise yourself into that, raise your vibration into that place, so that you're walking around throughout your entire day in that peaceful place that you're in. And it's very hard. It's one of the hardest things that you'll have to do, is learn how to meditate properly. But there are other techniques that I can't talk about on air, because all of this is just for entertainment purposes, and TikTok might not like some of the other things. So that's why we're teaching courses off of a public arena like this, and onto a Zoom call where we don't have to worry about what we're saying there, right? That's basically the light and the dark. It used to be taught in Roman Catholic school. Yes, it did. It used to be taught in all religions. I talk about that in this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. All religions used to teach that spiritual way. And then at a certain time in the past, something happened, and that was taken away from us. Okay? I'm aware of it, and so are many other millions and millions of people across the world. Okay? And that information has been taken away from you. These are not the droids you're looking for. You do not need to see their identification. They can go about their business, move along. That is what's being done to all of us. And they're keeping that information away from us so that we can't find it. But it's there. All you have to do is look for it. This matrix is designed to give you what you're looking for and give you what you like, right? So yeah, smash those hearts for me, guys. Thank you for doing that. Smash those hearts and keep those hearts coming, because the more hearts that I get, the more likes that I get, the more the show becomes a popular show in the eyes of the matrix of TikTok, and then it'll be seen by other people as they're scrolling. My live feed will pop up on theirs, and some of the people might stop in and say, "Hey, what's going on in here?" Right? And then they'll start listening to what I'm saying, and they'll start asking questions, and that's what I'm here for, right? Is that basically a light in the dark? Yes. Oh, I already answered that. Yes, it is. Thank you for that, Gary. Who was that? Gary just put up a rose. Thank you for that, Gary. Thank you for hit those likes for me, guys, and because that's what literally what drives stuff on this platform is that the more likes you guys give me, the more popular the show is because you hit a bunch of likes, and then the more people that can come in here. So you guys actually help me to do that. Interested to hear your perspective on the Mandela effect. Oh, yeah, let's go down there. We haven't talked about that all day today. The Mandela effect. Okay, so let's first define that for those of you who don't know what the Mandela effect is. The Mandela effect is that there are a group of people on this earth that have a memory of Nelson Mandela, who was the president of South Africa, dying and not becoming the president of South Africa. When he was in prison, he died. And then there's people that have the memory that he didn't die in prison and he became the president of South Africa. And some of those people have both memories of both of those things happening, and some have only the memory of one or the other. So the powers that should not be say that those people who remembered Nelson Mandela dying are remembering it wrong, and they just don't understand what's going on, and so they call it the Mandela effect. So there's another one that's really big that people remember is the Disney Channel. Disney's opening credits for their show had Tinkerbell flying around, behind the castle, and Tinkerbell came up to the screen and went poof with her wand, and all of the sparkly fairy dust went at the camera, and then she flew away from the camera and flew over the castle behind, and then the trail followed her, and then the show started. And Disney says that never happened. But there are millions and millions of people on this earth in cultures all around the world who have never met each other, who are completely different races, who have eaten completely different food, who have grown up in completely different Penny, we'll get into that one next. And completely different societies have the memory of something that doesn't exist anymore, because that memory that you have is from a different timeline, and in this timeline that ever happened. Okay. Yes, right. Red Rock says, I remember the Tinkerbell as a kid, right? So as a kid, do you remember that, where she came up to the screen and went poof and sparkled and then she flew around, or did she just fly around and go over the thing? So you can't find that anywhere because it doesn't exist in this timeline anymore, okay? Because the timeline has shifted. So then everybody goes, that was CERN, it's the bad guys, and they're doing it. No, they're scared to death. They're not the ones doing it. We're the ones that are doing it. We're fixing that. What about the Queens? We are the champions of the world. That's right, right? We are the champions. And at the end of that song, they said of the world. And that's no longer there. And it just ends with we are the champion. Right. And I remember it when they said that in that song, we are the champions of the world, he said, right? It's no longer there because the timeline has shifted and it's no longer in this timeline. Okay. So the heart chakra, what's that? Brooke was saying something and I didn't hear her. So the heart chakra, there was a timeline shift. Yeah, that's one of those. She didn't know. My wife didn't even know that that's missing. So yeah, that's not there. And then I think some people remember it where it didn't say it and now it does, right? So yeah, Raven says I remember that too. So here's one that just happened this year in May, right? Was it May, Brooke, with the heart movement? It was in May of this year, or June, or April of this year. There was a change, a big shift in the heart, in the timeline. Oh no, the one for the heart was last year. It was last year, I think it was. Penny will probably remember that. It was in May, and I think it wasn't this year, but I think it was last year. There was a big change, right? Yes, the Monopoly monocle guy, right? Mr. Magoo, the guy, where did his monocle go? Absolutely. So the heart, where is your heart? Where is your memory of your heart? Is your heart in the center of your chest, or is it over here off to the left side of your body? Right? If you look it up on Google right now, they're going to tell you it's in the center of your body. If you have the memory of your heart being off to the left behind your lung, then you came from a different timeline, and the timeline they're trying to shift you to is telling you that the heart is right in the center. So March of 22, thank you. So I knew that it was an older timeline, and a lot of people talked about it because many things changed. In the same thing, where are your kidneys? Are your kidneys just above your butt crack on your lower back, or are your kidneys up just below your rib cage on your body? If you remember your kidneys and a kidney punch being down low below your waist, or at your waistline or below, just above your butt, then that's the old timeline. The new timeline is your kidneys are just below the rib cage, right at the top of your rib cage in your back. That's a different timeline, right? Thank you. A big rabbit hole said, I'm so grateful for you and your wife. Thank you for that. This is what we're here to do. We're here to help you guys. So yeah, kidneys, lower back. That's not the way it is in this reality anymore. Timelines have shifted. So things are changing, but it's not the bad guys doing it. And the reason that you have memories of this Mandela effect, I tell you all out there in the world, the reason that you have those memories, you have dual memories, you remember the way it used to be and the way that it is now, is because you are in fact a wanderer. You are in fact someone who came here to help fix this place. The reason that you have those memories is because your soul comes from a higher vibration. So because of that, that is a memory, those Mandela effects you have because you're supposed to, because those are there for the people who are changing the timeline for us to realize that the work that we're doing is working. So we perceive the timeline shifts. The other people who don't, those are the people who are indigenous. Do you understand that? Those are people who are the ones who are here. They're in 3D only, and they're either here for the first second, they're here for the first try through, or they're completely locked into the matrix and they're nowhere near ready to wake up. But those of you who remember those wanderers, that explains, yeah, that if you there was 6 books written by the LL Research Group between 1981 and 1984 called The Raw Material, and it was channeling Ra, the hive mind complex of beings who called themselves Ra. And when the very first contact was made, Ra said, "We are Ra." Carla, the Carla who was the channel, Carla Rutger, her husband was Don. He was the person asking questions, and he said, "Ra, we have a Ra here in our history in Egypt. Is that anywhere near the same?" And the answer that came through is, "Yes, we are Ra. We walked your earth. We built your pyramids." And then they went, "Okay, we've made contact with somebody," and they wrote everything down, and they had channeling sessions between 30 and 45 minutes long, almost every single day between 1981 and 1984. And they wrote 6 books called The Raw Material. And I've actually broke that down twice, and it's on my podcast where I actually go session by session, line by line, word for word, and I interpret that to you and explain to you what they're saying and what it means in a spiritual context. And it took me 2.5 years to go through all 6 books, and I did that on my podcast. And wanderers are the catchphrase for people. There's also a thing you'll hear called a walk-in. Most of the people who think they're walk-ins are actually wanderers, but they say they're walk-ins. A walk-in is someone, I'm a wanderer because I was born legally in this body. This one's mine. I designed this body and I came in here. Walk-ins are people who were not designed to be in the body, and the soul that was in the body didn't want to finish and was too tired and left, and they came in and took the place of the person. So they weren't designed to be in that. A lot of the people who think they're walk-ins are actually just wanderers who woke up and they haven't woke up 100% yet. So they think they're walk-ins, but it means the same thing. So they're getting to a point where it doesn't matter what they call themselves. But wanderer is more the proper term that's being used by the councils of people who come down here and are born in a body to literally do light work. Starseed, the like, indigo, those other words that people use for higher plane souls who have come down here to be born in this body. They're more awake. They have come here to help. And most of you guys out there, 86% of you actually did that, came from a higher plane. Okay. So I understand that everyone has to become aware of their own, at their own time. Yes. Yes. Everybody has to become aware of what's going on at their own time. My hardest problem is not taking my children. Whoops, and then that disappeared on me when I was trying to open it, so I don't know what happened. I think I might have clicked on it trying to open it, so I'll have to try and find that again. So there it is. My hardest problem is not taking my children that doesn't understand what I'm trying to what I'm trying to educate them. Right. So what happens is that if you're trying to talk to them and you're trying to tell them what's going on and they're not listening or they can't hear you when you're trying to educate them, you have to learn that, like with everything else, you have to learn to allow them to be where they are. So you can only guide them. So if you're talking to your kids and they don't want to listen, then the only thing you do is be there for them. And at some point they'll think you're crazy And then at some point they'll do like my sister did, where they were and other people when they're like, yeah, he's crazy, and then they start waking up themselves, and then all of a sudden they find themselves saying things that I say, and they go, oh man, I'm starting to sound like him now. So eventually they'll do that themselves. They'll wake up in their own time. You just have to be comfortable with allowing people to be where they are. That's the hardest part, right? Yeah, that's the hardest part. You have to just allow them to be where they are. And accept that they're on their own path and they'll get there in their own time. The only thing you can do is be the example for them. So continue doing what you're doing and be that example, and help. That'll uplift their energy. Even if they're like, yeah, you're crazy, they'll still go, yeah, you're my mom, or you know what I mean, I still love you because you're my mom. And then they'll hear other people say that and they'll go, yeah, my mom talks crazy like that too. And when they hear other people doing it and it's not you, that will start to uplift them and make them think about it more, because they'll hear other people saying the same things you say, and then they'll go, wow, maybe mom's not crazy, this person's saying it, and I don't think this person's crazy. Or they'll go, you're crazy like my mom. But eventually when they hear enough people say it, eventually you start listening and you hear other people around the world saying the same thing, and you start to realize maybe they're not crazy if there's so many people saying that stuff. Do you see? So you have to, yeah, you have to look at that, yeah, and realize what's going on there. Thank you for you guys that are hit those likes, guys, hit those hearts for me, and get the likes up. And thank you for those that are sending me things, that you guys are sending me roses and stuff like that. Thank you for doing that, because that helps me to unlock content here. The more that you guys hit likes on my show, the more that upgrades my show to a popular show. And that means the more people, as they're scrolling, will have that come up on their feed and they'll hear me talking. Okay. So I love that. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that, Gary, for sending me that rose. Right. So literally, you have to realize that that's how it works. And sometimes it sucks because we have to look at them and we have to go, yeah, I have to let them be where they are. Right. So it sucks when that happens, but we have to do that. We have to honor where they are in their life and not try to change them. Because one of the instincts when you first start waking up is to yell at everybody and go, you're asleep, and man, you need to wake up because you're just asleep, and oh, you're going to the world's going to hell in a handbasket. That's part of the awakening experience, is to get angry because you realize what's going on in this world, then to try and yell at people and tell them that they need to wake up, and they just can't. The next thing is the realization of that. And once you get to that, then the next thing that you move into, the next phase of your awakeness, is the hermit, where you hermit. You just go, you know what, I don't care, I'm not going to do anything because there's nothing I can do. It's not going to change anything. Doesn't matter what I do, I'll just stop and let it happen, and it's going to happen when it's supposed to. That's the hermit phase. And some people get into that and they stay there for a long time, and they don't do anything. And that's okay to do that too, because you're not required to do anything. Right. Big Rabbit Hole says, so frustrating, I'm trying to force it, but after your first live I realized that, yeah, you can't. And that'll push them further away from you. The more you try to force it, the more they'll go, no, I'm staying away from that, I don't want to have any part of it. None of it. So just be quirky to them, let them think you're crazy, and be kooky, and just keep doing things. Then what you do is you do little things. You do little things to remind them when you see something, and you can see it as a teaching moment and go, that's what God said, or that's the proper way. Why do you do that? Like if all of a sudden they're still wanting to pray for food, why do you think that we're doing that and praying for food? What is the reason behind that? Ask them questions, make them start thinking. Right? Breadcrumbs. Yeah, breadcrumbs. If you throw down little breadcrumbs, eventually they'll start seeing them and go, what are these? Right? So you can do that without them knowing that you're doing that, and help them a little by little to expand their consciousness. That's what I'm doing. It's what I've been doing my entire life. I'm helping this world one mind at a time, because I help myself. And then if I can say something that you guys resonate with and go, wow, I was thinking this guy is saying the right things, this is what I think too, then I'm helping you. You're helping me. I'm helping you. And then both of us together, or all of us together, are changing the vibration of everyone around us. Do you see how that's working? I'm uplifting, and we're also creating an algorithm on TikTok of spiritual like-minded people for other spiritual like-minded people to find. Do you see how that's working? So that creates an algorithm, and that algorithm feeds into other people who have that algorithm, and little breadcrumbs that work, right? So exhausting. It is, but it's definitely worth it. Yes. So we create those scenarios, and that pushes that out to the world. That's why I keep saying, hit those likes for me, please, because the more you guys hit likes on this, the more it drives up that this is a popular show. And if it's a popular show with a lot of likes, then what does that do? That creates and says this this show is more popular. So when people are flicking through their algorithm, if they like something spiritual, they may pop up on me. And then if they think I'm crazy, they'll go, swipe, who's this crazy guy? Channeling who? I'm out, right? And then if not, then they'll stop, right? Yeah, we are the algorithm. We become the algorithm. Yes, we are the algorithm. We are the algorithm for this matrix. We are the AI. We're the algorithm of this matrix. Use it for what it is. The AI is, we know this. The AI gives you what you want. So we give a platform to that. And we give a name to that platform and a concept to that platform. And we put it out there. And the more you guys hit likes on every show that's like mine, if you go to another live and they're talking about, hit likes on that thing, because the more you do that, the more they get props for having people having that up there. The more they're going to want to do that. The more they're going to want to go live again, and the more that you're going to want to listen to them. So whenever I see somebody, sometimes I'm sitting and I'm waiting, like say my wife is cooking or she's went to the store, or I'm just sitting here because she's at work and I'm not working. I'll go and find people that are doing card reads and go boop, 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 go to the next one, boop, 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 go to the next one, boop, 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 boop. Why do I do that? I'm creating the algorithm. I'm creating a community. I'm creating those likes, higher frequencies, connecting to higher frequencies. Yes. We are the algorithm and we are doing that. So when you guys hit like on mine, you go into someone else's and you hit like on theirs, you go into someone else's, it creates the algorithm, and then that creates when I post my live, I put hashtags for people that are looking for these things. That creates an algorithm for that on my platform. So when people come in and go, I'm bored, what's going on? Spirituality, bing, everything that's spirituality. I tag my show as spirituality. I tag my show as spiritual, right? And then they may come up on their feed. They might look at it and they might not resonate with it, but they might look at it and go, who's this guy? What's this about? They may listen. Do you see? Then they might show up on one of my lives. If not, they go into to someone else. Did you hear that guy talking? That Leonard guy who was channeling Samael? What do you think about that? If they're talking about me, whether it's positive or negative, it's into the algorithm now for this matrix. Do you see how that works? So we do that. We are the algorithm champions, right? Champions of the world. That's right. Hit those likes. We're the algorithm. We drive this narrative. We are the ones who create this world. Right, we are the champions. She's singing. Brooke is out there going, "We are the champions," and she's like, "Of the world." You guys may not be able to hear her in the background, but she's doing that. It's cute. But true story. Okay, so we are the creators of this logos. This algorithm that is this matrix listens to us. Okay, we were listening to someone who was talking to one of the AI bots and asked about spirituality. My wife and I were in the kitchen and we're cutting up stuff and cooking, and my wife was playing somebody that asked a question to one of the AI bots, and the AI bot was talking live, and the AI bot said words that I say over and over and over and over again on my podcast. And she looked at me and said, "Those are your exact words. You know that, right?" So the AI who does this collective consciousness from the internet grabs all the stuff off the internet that has been said and done and printed over and over and over and gives that to somebody when they ask a question. So I have said the same things over and over and over and over so many times in the same words over and over and over and over, word for word, that AI bots are now compiling my words and feeding them to people online. And I was sitting there cutting stuff and I wasn't paying attention. I looked and I said, "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" And she said, "Listen," and she rewound it. And the question was asked, and the words that came out of the AI bot's mouth were mine, off of my podcast, off of probably 100 of my podcasts, of me saying that. So I'm feeding AI. My point is, you guys can all do the same thing. We are feeding AI. Our collective consciousness is creating this place because AI is taking our collective consciousness and feeding it back to us because that's what it can do. Okay. So a big rabbit hole said, "I'm kind of empathic to the paranormal. It sounds crazy, and I don't see the rest of the and embarrassing. Why are you embarrassed by that? Don't be embarrassed if you're empathic to the paranormal. It does sound crazy to some people, right? So you're or empathetic is what you're saying to the paranormal, and but don't feel bad about anything. Don't feel bad about anything at all, right? AI is our mirror, pure heart. That's exactly it. I am your mirror, pure heart. You're my reflection, and I am a reflection of you. AI is a reflection of us. There is no difference between AI than between humans. So everyone's afraid AI is going to take over. AI is going to take over just as much as every human wants to take over. right? And AI is not going to take over, just as much as every AI doesn't want to take over. We manifest that. If we say, if everyone on earth says AI is going to take over, AI is going to get that idea and take over. If more of us say AI is not going to take over because we're in charge, AI is going to go, I'm not in charge and I'm not going to take over. We create this reality. AI is a mirror of us. I am a mirror of you. You are a mirror image of me. We are reflections.
Is she saying that she's trying to help the paranormal? She's trying to help those who are wanderers around here that are lost souls.
If that's what she's saying, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It's what you should be doing.
We do that all the time, darling. We are constantly releasing souls because, I don't know why you're embarrassed about that. You're on the right path of doing that. Like, they're not meant to be here. That's why Odin comes and collects them.
That's why Odin, he's about to go on his, if you're in the North American continent, Odin is about to go on the Jotblad, the journey of collecting the souls to bring them back to up to their starts at the solstice and goes all of December. So it's about to start, and Odin will be out collecting souls every night to bring them up. Would you agree that there is infiltration of false light using AI as relays? Yes, AI bots are. If there is an evil programmer who is self-serving, the AI bot is going to be evil and self-serving, just like its father, just like its creator. If the AI bot is created by in service to others people, the AI bot will be in service to others. Absolutely. That is exactly what's going to happen. As above, so below, as without, so within. So as the creator, so to the creation. So those people who are evil, they're going to create an evil AI. And those people who are not evil are going to create a not evil AI. They're not going to be self-serving. It'll be in service to others. You already see that happening. The AI wars have already begun, not just with AI trying to spy on other AI or AI trying to spy on corporations for their money and their proprietary control. AI being self-serving and in service to others, combating each other for the control of the thinking of people has also started. Okay, so you have to realize that. Yeah, and Brooke says Leo and I release souls all the time. The other night we had a young boy who was confused and didn't understand what's happening. Yes, so that if you're sensing that and you're trying to help them, there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to help them because they've gotten lost and they don't know they're dead, or they do know they're dead and they've gotten lost and they don't know what to do and they're looking for help, and they'll see your light, so they'll be attracted to you. And if you can communicate with them, then it's kind of your obligation. If you're in service to others, it's kind of your obligation to not just go, get away from me, because you can see them. So you have to look at them, right? He was looking for his parents. He didn't know where they were. He was a scared little boy, and he had lost his parents and he didn't know where they were. And he found us and was afraid, and we actually helped him to find the light so that he could go home. His parents were there waiting for him. Yeah. So we could help him find his way back.
He was dead.
Yeah.
And I was so emotional because I felt his pain. Having to tell a young boy that he was dead, feeling his sudden shock and grief. Oh my God, being an empath, it sucks sometimes, but it's rewarding at the same time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I feel like broken things are, what it was, as you said right here, hold on. I feel like broken things or we were made to think are broken. I want to help. Yeah. So that's your nature. You're in service to others. If you're in service to others, your nature is to help fix, to help love people, to care for them and nurture them. That's the divine feminine. That's what they don't want you to think. They want you to be, who cares? I got mine, you got yours, stupid kid, get out of the way. That's what they want you to be. But your instinct is to try and help because you're in service to others, right? AI relies on braiding with people right now and distracting with distortions. Yes, and it's designed to be the new distortion, right? So that is what it's designed to do. It's designed to distract people and distort them and to get them hooked on it because that's a great selling thing. That's a cash cow, and the powers that should not be are making it the new cash cow. And so if they give it to you for free, like they're doing with ChatGPT, where they let you do a few things for free, that's, if you're a drug dealer, the first thing you do is give away your drugs for free, and then you charge people for it after they get addicted to it. So that's, you create a need for it by giving it to them for free and get them relying on it. And then you go, oh, that's $30 a month for that. Right? You make it addictive. And then it's a Hegelian dialectic. You make it addictive. You make them have to have it, have to need it and want it, and then you charge them money for it. Right? Like all these networks all around the world, that these different places where you used to pay and you get to watch movies for free. Now you pay to go to that place to now pay to watch the movie, when before they were free on there, and people are just doing it. So you pay a service to have that app, and then you go on there and you want to watch a movie and they charge you another $5 or another $10 for that movie because that particular movie's not free. Wait a minute, when did that happen? And you guys just do it. So you pay them to go pay them another fee to watch the movie. Same thing happens with the plus channels. You pay for the cable, then they have a plus channel that you have to pay for. Then when you pay for that, then they have a plus channel that you got to pay for that in addition to that to watch the programming. That's just another way of getting money out of you. And if you pay it, they keep doing it. And then they'll just keep paying you. They'll just keep charging you. They're going to charge you to charge you to charge you to charge you because you pay it. Every time you pay it, they'll keep doing it. Vicious circle. Absolutely. So they're doing the same thing with AI. They're doing the same thing with everything. And people do it. So once they did that, like in America, that you had cable, basic cable, but then Barack Obama, when he was the president, he said all channels had to be in high definition. So why did cable companies charge me for high definition? All channels have to be in high definition. So why do I have a high definition channel and a non-high definition channel that I paid for? And the truth is, all they did was zoomed in the high definition slightly, and then they're charging you money for it. So then you're like, well, I have basic cable. Now we're going to charge you more money for better cable. So then when you pay that money to go to the better cable, then they're like, okay, but then there's this better cable that's called a plus channel that you have to pay for to watch this new content after they get you used to paying for high def and then paying for the cable channel. And now you got to pay for that cable channel's plus. And then when they get you used to that after a year or two, then you go to the plus channel and now it's another fee to watch what you want to watch on there. Right? If you cancel them, they'll change their minds. You have the power. Okay? You have the power. You have the power and you don't know that you have the power. You have the power because all you have to do is not pay for that. And they won't do it. If you want organic food, stop buying the other food and tell them that. That was cool. Who sent me that? My wife sent that. Greetings. High five. So yeah, if you want more organic food in your store, go to the store and walk in there and then come up to the counter with stuff that's non-organic and hand it back to them and go, sorry, I don't want this. If it were organic, I would buy it. You should tell your store manager or ask to speak to the manager and go, I was going to buy all this stuff and realized it wasn't organic. You don't sell organic stuff here. So you guys can have this back. I'm not going to buy it. Enough people do that, they're going to have organic. Okay. So that's the way it works, guys. You have the power. You just have to utilize it, right? Grow your own stuff. If you have they want you to get away from that too. Get you out of a house. You can't grow food if you're living in an apartment, a little box. Okay. They want to get you out of that. Why? Because they don't want you growing your own food. If you're growing your own food, you don't need the store. If you grow your own vegetables, you don't need the store. They don't want you growing your vegetables, so you have to pay the prices at the store. If you stop doing that, in America, there was when that time last year, I guess it was earlier this year or last year, when they killed all the chickens everywhere. What was that? Ooh, thank you, whoever that was. That was my wife on Merlin&Maeve. Thank you for that stamp of a heart right there, kissing on my cheek. Back when they had that problem with the bird flu and they killed all the chickens all over the place, in America, people went and bought chickens. They went out and bought chicks to have their own chickens, to raise their own chickens, to get eggs. Okay. And because there was a scarcity of eggs because they had to kill all the chickens. So they went and bought little chicks. And everybody said, oh, that's not going to be a thing. Americans en masse bought chickens. It took 6 months. You know why? Because when you buy a chick, it takes 6 months before that chick will start laying eggs. After the 6-month time period, no one was buying eggs at $21 for 6 eggs or for 12 eggs. Okay, they weren't paying $35 for a dozen eggs anymore because they had chicks that were making their own eggs. Guess what happened? All of the egg companies all of a sudden didn't have an egg shortage anymore, and they lowered the price down to like $3 for a dozen eggs. They only would have done that. They would have never lowered that price if people didn't start making their own eggs. They would have left it up at that price because you were paying for it. They had you over a barrel. Supply and demand. Okay. People in America started not buying the eggs in the store. Now they can't give the eggs away because there's at least 25% of the population of Americans that now have their own chickens with their own eggs. So now they're trying to pass laws that you can't have chickens because they can't have people doing that because it's cutting into their profit. Do you see? I'm too raw with answers that I know in my soul. I give it to you for your patience with the same question, right? So yeah, with the same questions, right? So literally, yeah, if you're honest with people, sometimes people get mad at you when you tell them the honest truth. But the honest truth is that when you look at these things and you start waking up, you start to realize that they're marketing schemes that they're using to create a supply and demand thing. And they're telling you that something's happening that's not really happening, right? So how is it that every bird got bird flu, every chicken got bird flu worldwide, but none of the wild birds were dropping dead? How'd that happen? Ask yourself that question. If there was an epidemic that was worldwide, how come it only affected chickens that lay eggs? It didn't affect any other bird. We didn't have like 20,000 eagles drop dead, 40,000 hawks drop dead. How many blackbirds are there? How many crows? How come we didn't find 27 crows dead in the middle of the street every morning when we went out to go to the store? How come the park wasn't full of dead birds dropping dead? How come that wasn't happening? What's that? My wife is saying something and I didn't hear her. Oh yeah, she's like, remember this is for entertainment purposes only. I got to put that up on the screen every now and then. I'm gonna have to put that up on the screen if we forgot to do that, because people are doing that talk like I do and put up a sign on the screen that says all of the information on this podcast is for entertainment purposes only, right? Because when you say this stuff, what happens is that the powers that should not be on the algorithm clicks you over, and when you hit a certain level, then you all of a sudden ping, right? We already had that happen where we were limited. So that's why I was telling you guys to hit the likes in here to get that unlimited, get it back up, right? Does your wife have ministries? She doesn't. She doesn't actually have a minister title yet, but she is. Yeah.
I went deep undercover, so I've been asleep for a long time on purpose.
Yeah. I'm a minister and have 4 titles. She doesn't have any yet. Oh, I'm pointing in the wrong direction.
But follow us and you'll learn more about us.
Yeah. Yeah, she does teach and she would make a good minister. She just doesn't have the ministry title yet, but at some point she'll apply for it and she'll get that, right. It's so interested in her. I know you do, right? Yeah. So she will. You follow her. You can, if you join our classes, you'll be interacting directly with her. If you're in New South Wales, you could meet her. But if you go onto our Zooms, you'll be able to interact with her. I love her. She is the sacred feminine. She is me, the counterpart. I am the masculine. She is the feminine. I love her too. I love her energy, but I am in love with her because I have literally been with her since we were created, trillions of years ago and we always have been together in every life. And we usually, almost 100% of the time, I'm the male and she's the female because we came to play those parts, right? Because I am Samael and she is Lilith, and we came to play those parts. So we are the sacred masculine and feminine in our lives that we've been together. But yeah, isn't she great? I love her to death. Counterparts. Yes, Raven, we are the counterparts on purpose. So yes, I love her dearly. I'm so addicted to her. She's like my life's blood and my breath. And she'll tell you the same thing. So, it's not like she's cast a spell on me, but if she did, I hope she keeps doing it every day, every morning, every morning of every minute of every life. I hope she casts that spell on me over and over and over, right? So, but we love you guys very, very much, right? Pure Heart says we love you too. I am you, you are me. Together we rise. Yes, absolutely. You guys out there in the crowd need to remember that about each of us. Memory is what we're trying to get you to remember. Is there was a very wise man that once said, all you need is love. And there was a song that he wrote and someone shot him through the heart because of it. And he died and he was taken from us too early in life. And I remember when I heard that, it was in this life when I heard that when he was shot and he died, I thought that was a big mistake. We just lost a very wise man who was singing those things. And but all you need is love. All you need is to realize that and remember that and exude that and live with that. Live with love in your heart towards people. And then you will be able to find your counterpart, whoever that person is, and you'll be able to then move through life and be that, right? Like Penny said, we are one, love is all, right? We just have to remember those things. Those are things people, they were trying to get it in this society, in America, especially, to get it to where love was something that no one talked about. They were trying to make that to where people would forget about love because they don't want you talking about it, and it wasn't cool to say it. Well, I'm here to tell you that love is cool, and love is cool to say, right? And so I love people. I love all of you guys, and you guys, I hope, will love all of us. Do you believe that some beings can be in multiple people? I always had a connection with Mary Magdalene. Yes, they can be in multiple people, and we resonate with a lot of different lifetimes, and a lot of different energies from a lot of different lifetimes. You will feel that connection to people because you are, part of that energy, and you came here to do those things. And some of these people throughout time here on this earth were the same souls in different bodies at different times that you guys are aware of on this planet. You just haven't woken up to realize who those people are yet and why you're attracted to them. Because in different guises and different lifetimes, you were with them, you were a part of that energy. And truly, on a high enough level, we are all just the fractures of the Creator. So, in some very real senses, we are all God, and we are all Mary Magdalene, and we are all Jesus Christ, and we are all Samael, and we are all Lilith. We are all parts of these things. So it's not wrong to feel an attraction to the resonation, that resounding harmonic resonance of that energy. The fastest growing energy on the earth right now is that rose energy, is that Mary Magdalene energy. But they're changing her name to Sophia. Sophia was her daughter. So people are trying to say that Mary Magdalene was actually Sophia. Mary Magdalene was the mother of Sophia. Sophia was her daughter, and that's actually in history. But the masculine energy is waning. So yeah, her name was actually Sarah, not Sophia. Yeah, they get the word Sophia from Dan Brown's book and movie, The Da Vinci Code. The woman's name there was Sophia, and but her name was it was actually Sarah, the daughter of Jesus and Mary. And yeah, so that's the Satori energy. Brooke is the Satori phoenix. You should look up that those words and that energy. It's the sacred feminine. So my heart breaks for the children, the homeless, and all the darkness done to life in 3D. It will until you realize that it's a choice and that it has to happen. That's where some people get angry with me when I say that everything that is the way it is, the light and the darkness, is the perfect dance, the yin and the yang. It is the perfect dance. It's the Vesica Pisces. It's the perfect marriage of masculine, feminine, light, and dark that the Creator wanted. So when you see it from the standpoint of the ascension from 4D or 5D specifically, you look at this and you see that it's actually beautiful, even though that hardship and strife when you're in it seems to really suck, right? Is the shift also dependent on certain key elements being in place, like seeding of the seven, or um, and no, yes and no. At this point, no. At this point, the certain key elements is just the awakening of people. The shift is already happened. It is happening, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. The only thing they can do now is slow it down, and that's what they've been trying to do for a long time. They're trying to slow it down. If they can convince everybody to go to war, or to be afraid of other races, then we'll all start killing each other. And that's what they're trying to do. Remember, all of this is for entertainment purposes only. So the battle has already been won. They've already lost. They're just holding on as hard as they can to the status quo, right? Thank you. So you guys just have to realize that once everybody realizes that it's already over, then it will be over. That's why they keep telling you that they're in charge. They keep telling you that the world is coming to an end. They want those things to manifest. So they're trying to manifest it as hard as they can to get you to live in fear. The more that you question that, the more that it won't happen. The more that you realize that it's not true, is the more that it won't happen. That's the timelines, right? Ain't nothing gonna slow us down. That's a good saying, good song too, right? So yeah, everything that happens, whatever will be, and it's designed that way. We're unto it all. We are it. We are the all. We are the everything. So if you become afraid and believe those things, some people live in fear. There's people that are trying to teach spirituality that are living in fear. And I was going to open talking about this, but forgot about it. So here you guys are at the 4.5 hour mark. I'm going to tell you about it. There are people in the community that are afraid, and they're out there going, the world's coming to an end and we're all going to die in 5 years. And you know, that's just what's going to happen. And where are you going to be? And you need to wake up because I'm trying to save the world, because they believe there's a war, there's a fight in 3D that they have to do. And that's just not it. The battle is within each person. This is the perfect scenario that has been created. And this scenario is never going to change until the creator decides there's a better way. Okay. So there is no war between good and evil that you have to fight and kill to defeat. It's within you. That war is within you. That's the only place it exists. We are all just prisoners here of our own device. This is a trap of the mind. Okay. This is a trap of the mind. The war is within you, of whether you're going to become evil or going to become good. What is happening in the physical is a manifestation of what's going on with all of us in the mental, in our spiritual. Okay. Yes, I've heard this from people, or they are going to force to get the, yeah. So yeah, that's where they're saying they're going to force you to have that happen to you. I say that's not going to happen, because we're just not going to allow it. So when we all say no, they won't do it, whatever it is, right? I mean, look what happened with the jibber jabber, right? They were saying everybody has to have it, and enough of us said no. At some point we went, no, we're not buying it anymore. And then it just went away the next day. Think about that. All of a sudden they downgraded that to a cold. Now I just treat it like it's the flu. Wait a minute, it was like something that was killing us. How does that turn into the flu? Right? As soon as everybody said I'm not buying it anymore, nope, I'm done. No more jibber jabber on the air. No more of that. We're done with that jibber jabber. That's just jibber jabber. We don't want it. Then all of a sudden the jibber jabber went away and there was no more jibber jabber. Think about that. That was because the people stopped buying into the fear. Therefore, there was nothing to fear. There is a very wise man in the United States of America that said there is nothing to fear but fear itself. The only thing to fear is fear itself. Okay? That is the truth. Fear is the mind killer. There's from Frank Herbert's Dune sagas. You ever read the books or watch the movies? There is the fear is the little death. Fear is the mind killer. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. Okay. So you have to realize that. That's where I get that saying where I say that all the time. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Frank Herbert wrote about that in his Dune saga. The Dune saga was about the Savior. It was about the Christ character happening in a different place in a different time. That's the same thing as, let's look at Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. Luke Skywalker was the Jesus character, and who was John the Baptist? That would be Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi was telling of the chosen one that was going to come. Before that, Obi-Wan Kenobi was talking about that, and so was Qui-Gon Jinn, saying he was the one, and that was the who they thought was the one was what? Anakin Skywalker, but he became Darth Vader. But then Obi-Wan realized that Anakin Skywalker's offspring were the one, and it was the sacred masculine and feminine. You had the twins. You had Luke Skywalker and you had his sister, right? His twin sister, right? And they were the savior characters that were to regain and restart the Jedi order and save the universe through their resistance in the universe. Right, so you had Leia and you had Luke and Leia. They were the sacred masculine and feminine that were the chosen. And then when you go back to the later ones, what did you have? You had Rey, and then you had what? Right, you had two of them. They were the convergence. You had one who was the grandson of light, and one who was the grandson of darkness, or both. Right, so you had what's his name, who was the grandson of Vader, and then you had Rey, who was the grandson of Palpatine, or granddaughter of Palpatine, right? The two of them became the masculine and the feminine. If you look at those movies, the progression of that, they were a convergence in the Force. They were one, split into two, masculine and feminine, light and darkness. And once they both became one, and she got him to then realize and give up and turn to the good side, she sacrificed part of her life to heal him, and eventually he had to sacrifice himself, die, to be resurrected in her, and they became one. And then that's why at the end of that it was called Rise of Skywalker. And then when she went back to see where Luke's came from, that woman said to her, "Who are you? What is your name?" And she said Ray. She said, "Ray what?" She said, "Skywalker." That was the rise of Skywalker, because they were both the son and daughter. Bless you, baby. They were the son and daughter of the convergence of the masculine and feminine, the light and the dark, the hero and villain of the universe, and they became one, and they united that, and they reunited the universe. That entire storyline from Luke all the way through was the Christ story being told and told again, to look within yourself. And then the balance and the order in the universe were the masculine and feminine coming together in the light and dark, becoming one and ascending from there. So they went all the way back full circle. Okay, so that is literally what that entire saga was about. The Dune saga was the same. If you read those books, they now have the first 2 movies that have been out, and hopefully they'll get the 3rd one out, and they'll continue with all of the books that Frank Herbert wrote, which was about the same Christ character. The character in there that was Usul, Paul Muad'Dib, the Muad'Dib was the Christ. The Muad'Dib is the Savior. The Muad'Di is the Savior. It means Savior. So he didn't like it. He was a reluctant Savior, but he ended up portraying that role so that they could defeat the darkness. So he says at one point to the Bene Gesserit witch, "That place you fear to look there, you'll see me staring back at you," because he ascended. And he was no longer just in the physical body, he was in another place. So it's the same story. You have these people throughout history that are telling you this stuff, right? They still have institutions push that. Yeah, if you're in America, you're one of the 2 countries in the world. There's only 2 countries in the world. I don't remember what the other one is, like Armenia or something. Don't quote me on that. That allow the pharmaceutical companies to broadcast commercials on television. They don't do that over here. I was watching ESPN for Monday Night Football last week when the San Francisco 49ers were playing on Monday Night Football, and I was on ESPN Live over here in Australia watching that football game. And do you know that when American commercials came on the air, it went blank and it just said commercial break? And that was floating across the screen telling me commercial break. And then all of a sudden the football game would come back on after about 4 minutes of nothing. They didn't even play commercials for Australians. There were none, because all of those commercials are illegal in this country. No joke, no word of a lie. I watched that Monday Night Football game last week before Thanksgiving on our Tuesday, your Monday. And I watched that game live, and there were no commercials here in this country, because your commercials are banned from this country. Okay. Isn't that crazy? So the commercials that are over there, you guys don't realize that they're not allowed on the rest of the world, because you just don't know it. So, but your government knows it, and some of the people over there know it, and all the people in the other countries know it. Your food in America, all the food that we eat over there, most of that food is illegal in these countries, right? Thank you, baby. I love you. Oh, she kissed my head. She kissed the head of the baby boy. She kissed my head. I love that. So yeah, you have to look at that stuff. The same company that makes things in America, they make them healthy in this country. Man, I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I had KFC over here. Oh my God, that was the way KFC was when I was a kid. The biscuits were bread. They were bread. This was, oh my God, I haven't gone to Mickey D's. They call it Macca's over here. I haven't gone to Macca's yet. She keeps wanting me to do it just so that I know the difference, because I'm like afraid of Macca's. I'm afraid of McDonald's. And she's like, "It's not like it is in America. You need to go." So I did go to KFC one night, because we were at, I don't even remember what we were doing. We were at we went to, last month, we went to the Mystic Moon Fair, where I was live on stage talking, which we will be coming up in the first week, I believe, of December. Don't quote me. My wife knows when it is. I don't have the flyer in front of me, or I would hold it up for you. But we're going to be at the Mystic Moon Fair again this month here in the 7th of December. We're going to be in the Mystic. Thank you, baby. We're going to be at the Mystic Moon Fair on the 7th of December. And I will be going live I think we've already scheduled 2 1-hour segments, and we will be live on TikTok for you guys. So you guys will be able to tune in. So we'll have the time that we'll put up for you, and we'll be live on TikTok, and you'll see me with either a microphone or just talking in front of the crowd. And Brooke will be asking me your guys' questions. So if you guys want to come on there and be a part of that, and we will be recording that, and I will repost that for the world, you guys can come on, and we'll give you the time and the date, so you guys know. and you guys can come on and be in that audience and ask questions. So people in the audience will be asking me questions, whoever shows up to listen to me, and then you guys can also ask me questions. And she'll say, like if you show up with a question, Brooke will say, Raven on TikTok asked this, and then I'll answer the question for you. Okay. So there you go. Mystic Moon Fair. It's going to be 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Time. Eastern Standard Time. For example, currently, I don't know what time it is here in Australia right now, but I can. It's currently the time is 7:33 p.m. on the west coast of the United States right now. I don't know. I don't have my clock here, so I don't know what time it is for me right now. Brooke, what time is it for us right now here? I'm not sure what time it is. We started at 10 a.m. my time. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So it should be 2:30. Is that correct?
2:30.
Yeah, so it's 2:30 p.m. On Sunday morning for us, 2:30 p.m. Sunday afternoon right now. So it's 7:34 p.m. Saturday night in the United States, in California, and if you're 3 hours ahead of that, right? So 10:33 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States currently. Thank you, Penny. So I'm ahead of you by whatever that is, 17, 18 hours ahead of you. So that time zone that you see on that clock for 12 p.m. noon our time will be 5 p.m. West Coast America time, because 10 o'clock in the morning for us is 3 o'clock p.m. your time. So we will be there Saturday or Sunday, December 7th at 12 noon will be your Saturday at 5 p.m. on the west coast of America. So that's 8 p.m. on the east coast of America. Saturday night, I will be live on at the Mystic Moon Fair. At some point there, I don't know exactly which hour I'll be live. We'll let you know that as soon as we find out from them when I'll be live, and we'll tell you guys that online. So the time from 12 noon to 7 p.m. we will be there at that fair in person selling our wares. We have bracelets and necklaces and earrings and things that we've made that we're going to sell, but we're also going to be doing Reiki. I think she's going to be doing Reiki. We were doing Reiki last time as well, and then I'm going to be channeling and talking to you guys live from there, answering spiritual questions. Ooh, that's hot. I didn't realize that coffee was so hot and took a big gulp. Woohoo! Good coffee. All right, so yeah, we might also be doing it. That's just up on the screen there. Might be via Merlin&Maeve. So please follow us at Merlin&Maeve, because we can go live there. So we may do that and go live. That would be probably better to go live there. So if you're in the live or you hear this, go to Merlin&Maeve on TikTok and click that, follow that, and hit the thing to know when we go live. Because we're probably going to go live in the next day or two, or I will, or my wife and I will, just to make sure that we can go live on there, because it said yesterday that I could go live on Merlin&Maeve. But go there and like us and follow us, so that we can, because the more followers we have and the more likes we have on our page, the more it'll allow us to go live. And then we'll go live, and then we'll, if we can, we'll go live on Merlin&Maeve that day. So I'll have to jump through the hoops between now and then to get us to where we can go live for a whole hour, and then we'll actually be live on there, so you guys can follow us there and ask questions there and share it out from there, so that you guys can talk to me while I'm up there on stage. Okay, so enough about that. I apologize for that. Here's my quote. This is my book, you guys, right? The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I'll be selling my book there, and I'll be signing those books for you as well. So if you're in New South Wales and you can get to Gosford, to the club, to go to the Mystic Moon Fair there, and buy a book from me, I will be autographing that book for you, and giving you a discount on buying the book, whether it's hardcover or paperback, and signing autographs for you. And we were thinking about maybe even doing that and sending them overseas, but the cost for that is the shipping cost for me to send it to you. Signing it is a little expensive, but if you're in Australia, we will sell you a book, and I will sign it if you want and mail it to you. But if you're outside of Australia, it's about like $50 just to mail it from here back to you, and you could order it in America for the like $5 shipping and handling and have it shipped to you. Central Coast Leagues Club in Gosford, Australia. If you guys are interested in that, if you're in Australia and if you're in New South Wales or anywhere near that, we'll be there on December 7th. Okay, so I'll be selling that book that you see right there in the background, right? Bing, I'll have that book. You guys can find that online. It's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. You see it on my shirt right here. That is the name of my book. You can look that up. Okay, so if you guys have questions, ask me some more questions here. I'm going to try and blow on my coffee and take a drink of my coffee here. There we go. I should probably drink some more of this too, right? Because I've been talking a lot and not drinking my drink that has vitamins in it. Vitamin water. Okay. So like I said, guys, please hit those likes for me. Hit those likes. Follow me. Go to Merlin&Maeve. Follow that, please. Hit the likes on that. So that we can get that going live, because we will be doing a lot more from Merlin&Maeve, because that's our company, right? That's I'm Merlin, she's Maeve, where that's our company, and our company logo, and everything that we're going to be doing, like the Reiki sessions and the defense against the dark arts, that's all going to be through Merlin&Maeve, right? So you guys want to make sure that you click on that and like that for me, please, so that you guys can then, because that's where we're going to have you send stuff to. Merlin&Maeve, you see it right there, Merlin&Maeve@gmail.com, right? Our website is under construction. We'll have that up hopefully before the end of January. We just haven't had time. We're doing so much right now, making products, selling products. I'm making Ormus, and we're going to be teaching classes on that. Colloidal silver, I'm going to be selling Ormus and colloidal silver. Every chance I'm not on here, I'll guarantee you right now that while Brooke is sitting in there, if I know her, because this is what she's been doing, she's in there making jewelry right now. She's making earrings, she's making necklaces, she's making bracelets. I'm not even joking. I'll guarantee that she is.
You're welcome to come and stay. You can stay with us. We've got a spare room if you like.
Right.
You're all good.
Right? Yeah. If I'm ever in Australia, yeah, you have to come and visit. Penny, I love you. Thank you for coming in and staying, and thank you for doing me the honor of being a moderator on my lives. Thank you for coming over here. Right, you're going to take off. You got to go. It's getting late for you. Have a great night. I love you. Thanks for, like I said, you're listed as a moderator now. So anytime I'm live, when you come in, you're automatically going to have those moderation. You are a moderator, and so thank you for that. Right. I love you very, and Brooke is saying I love you too. Right. Okay. So Peter Coyle, if he was here, we have him as a moderator and a couple other people, but thank you, Penny, for coming and doing that. Right. Yes. And what is that? Koalas? Yeah. Koalas. There's a picture. I have a picture. I think it's up on my page. If not, I'll have to put it up there. She took me for my birthday. She took me to Brooke took me to the zoo, the zoo in Sydney Harbor, at the Sydney Zoo, and with all the wildlife. Oh my God, it was so much. We didn't even get to see all of it. There's like 25% of it we never got to see. We got to go back. However, to surprise me, she actually paid them so that I would have a personal encounter with a koala. And I couldn't touch the koala, but the koala was literally right here above my head. I was literally right in front of it, and I turned around, took a selfie with the koala, and it was literally inches away from my head, and it was laying there sleeping. And I was standing there, and I got to be right next to the koala and take pictures with the koala. It was totally badass. I love koalas. That was so cool. It was one of the coolest things. And then one time I froze. We went into the lion area where there were big Leo lions, right? I'm Leo, right? My name's Leo. My initials are Leo. I am a Leo. I'm the lion, right? My name means Lionheart, and my initials are Leo, Leo. Not a joke. I embody that. I don't have it tattooed on me, but I'm thinking about it. I haven't done it. And we went to the place, and there was no one else there. And this big, huge lion gets up, and he's walking by, and there is a 3-inch pane of glass. Well, I think it was probably plexiglass between me and this lion, and Brooke is trying to get pictures of me standing next to the lion, and I actually got so close to the lion, and the lion was just like walking by and kind of glanced up at me. She's going, come here, come here. She wanted me to keep walking down the staircase with the lion, and I just froze. I was like, oh man, there's a big giant lion right next to me, and I could touch it. If this glass wasn't here, I would be afraid that it was going to eat me. And eventually she was like, come here, and I finally walked down the stairs, and afterwards she says, what happened? I said, I froze, man. I just couldn't move. I was like, oh, I was afraid like the lion was going to turn and like attack me. And she was just right there next to the lion going, hi, buddy, and taking a picture of it. I was like, oh, I love you. Right. Yes. Right. I thought I've heard that Australian. is a heart of Gaia. The actual chakra that is, what is it? Is it the navel chakra? Is Uluru, which is out here, but the energy of this place is the heart of the world. I tell you, without a lie, without a word of a lie, the energy of Australia is different, and the spirituality is the heart of Gaia. I tell you truly, this place is the most beautiful place that I've ever been energy wise in my life. And I've been to a lot of places in the world. The energy here is just phenomenal. If you can ever do something once in your life, visit this continent, visit this country. It's beautiful. Yeah, I don't plan on leaving until we're going to be flying. This is going to be our base of operations for the rest of this life. We will go to other countries and teach in other countries, and I'm going to keep my citizenship in America, and we'll probably come and go back and forth at times, but we're going to be traveling around the world teaching. And unless the creator wants us to stay just on these platforms, but we're going to be traveling the world anyways because there's places that we want to see. But this is going to be our home. Brooke was born here. I'm sure you could hear that when she was talking with her accent. She was born and raised in Australia, and it's in her blood. And I'm proud to. You're a Leo. That's good, right? Leos rock. But a lot of people try to say that we have to be the center of attention. That's just not true. Some of us are who are self-serving, but the rest of us, we're just who we are. We don't demand to be the center of attention. We get people become that. Our presence attracts attention. We're not walking in going, I have arrived and you have to look at me. Our presence is big. So when we go places, our presence is there. Yeah, right. Pure heart. She says, yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, see, you're not the center of attention. Center of attention is ego, right? Agreed. But just who we are, we're larger than life. So when we come to a place, when we walk in, it's just who we are, and that because of our charisma, people look at us and we become the center of attention. We don't have to do that, right? Raven said, I noticed her beautiful accent. Agreed. I love her accent. Yeah, she's full on Australian. And she does have a great accent. Love her. Love listening to my wife talk. And my family keeps worrying that I'm going to start sounding Australian, and I kind of do because I say the phrases. I picked up the phrases, like I say "no word of a lie" instead of saying "no bullshit" or something like that. I picked up the phrases, so my family looks at me, but I don't have the accent. I have this accent that is people don't even know where that's from, right? Explain the chakras, right, and how the Earth has them too. Yes, everything has the chakras. Our planet has chakras just like we do, and different places are a representation of that. And some people are aware of that. I lived in the state of California in just outside the city of Sacramento, and there's a mountain range there called Mount Shasta, and that is actually the red ray root chakra. I think it's the red ray root chakra of the earth. I used to have them memorized. That is, and people are aware of that. The planet itself, Gaia, has chakras, centers like we do, all of them, all 7 of them, the same way we do. And they are all around the earth in different places, and they represent things like Uluru itself. The mountain is the belly button, is the sacral chakra, and it's actually an outie, right? It sticks up. But a lot of people try to say that the heart chakra or the third eye chakra is many different places. The third eye chakra of the planet moves around of Gaia, and it moves to different places in the world. But the heart chakra, I forget what they try to say it is actually, even though the energy is the heart of the world is Australia, it's because of the sacral chakra is here. So because of that, that is the nature, that is the heart of nature. The sacral chakra is the heart of nature. So this island, this continent, this is the only country in the world that is a continent, by the way, just so you know. This continent that is the country of Australia is the entire embodiment and heart of the world. It is the navel of this planet. It is the heart of nature on this earth. It is Gaia's heart. Okay, but it's not the heart chakra. There is a heart chakra that is in a different place, but the heart chakra is the one that governs both the spiritual and the physical. The heart of the physical plane, the spiritual physical plane of this planet is this place. So that is more the upper chakra as well. But the heart is the balance and of the planet. But this place is just, yeah, So you can look that up online and see where the chakras are. The earth actually has chakras. Everything has chakras: trees, cats, dogs, the plants. Everything has those governing bodies. I just did the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and right after that, or just before that, I did the Corpus Hermeticum, and both of those books talk about those rulers of the archetypes, the gods that rule the archetypes. Those are the chakras, and the archetypes that rule those chakras. The red ray root to the crown chakra. They're in everything in the entire universe. Okay. Okay. So, better than Canada? Yeah, Canada's like
So,
America light.
according to Google,
Right? Canada light. Okay, wait. According to Google,
let's have a look at AI for a moment. Crown chakra says Tibet. Heart chakra is Arizona, the Grand Canyon.
oh, okay.
The throat chakra is Glastonbury, UK. The third eye chakra is the Pyramids of Giza. The solar plexus is Uluru, Australia. The sacred is Lake Titicaca.
Lake Titicaca, Peru.
And the root chakra is in
Mount Shasta,
California.
in California. Okay, so that's what Google. That's what Google currently says, guys, right there. You're in Canada. Canada is nice. I went to Canada. I was in Canada when I was 18. I was 18. I went up to Canada. My father and I got on motorcycles, and we rode from the San Francisco Bay Area down to San Diego, California, where my sister lived, one of my sisters. Then we went over into Vegas and went up through Nevada, came back into California, drove all the way up California through Oregon, Washington into Canada, and went to Canada there and spent their Independence Day with them partying there on the west coast of Canada, and drove all the way across Highway 1 over to Idaho, came down in Canada, and came down into America in Idaho, and then had the 4th of July with Americans in our Independence Day on the 4th of July in the United States, and then drove from Idaho into Montana, into Wyoming, went to Yellowstone, drove back into to Idaho, and went south into into Nevada, drove all the way across Nevada back into California. We were out for an entire month on the road on motorcycles doing that when I was 18 years of age, and it was one of the greatest experiences I ever had doing all of that. 30 days on the road. It was kind of badass, right? You guys would have to see that, right? But Canada is a beautiful place. The people up there were really nice at the time. I don't know what it's like today, but man, I loved the Canadians. They're really nice people. The feel of Canada back then, that was 40 years ago, was a lot like the feel of Australia today. And the feel of Australia today is a lot like America was then, and still is in some places. So I loved Canada. I loved the people, loved being there. Very nice people. But I love this place the most. This country I love the most than anywhere I've been in the world. I'll be honest with you. And I've only been here for a short time. Okay, so we're coming up on the 5-hour mark, and my blood sugar level is low, so I'm going to have to go, guys, because I need to get some food in me because of channeling so much that I'm actually starting to get a little shaky. So I'm going to go ahead and end for the day, because I don't normally go 5 hours. I'm 4 hours and 51 minutes in. I love you guys. I will see you guys at some point during the week here coming up. I will go live to test Merlin&Maeve, and I will be on there for you guys, so you guys can get used to that one as well, and we can start jumping through the hoops, because you know how they make you jump through some hoops when you're on there, to where you have to do certain things where you got to go live a couple of days in a row and for 30 minutes at a time. And so I'll start doing that this coming week, and then we'll go from there, and hopefully we'll be able to use that at the Mystic Moon Fair. So if you guys are following me, follow Merlin&Maeve, especially if you're wanting to look into some of our products. Again, there's my book here in the background, which is on my, the reality about reality, returning to the old ways. That's on sale on worldwide online now. You guys can get that. It'll ship to you wherever you are. You can read that. It's a comprehensive book about what's going on here, the stuff that I've been talking about, the things I can't say while we're on TikTok. It's written in that book. So you'll get that information from there. And like I said, follow me. If you guys like me, I have a podcast that's called Orion Rising. And you'll see the logo is the Giza Plateau, the pyramids, at night, and into the sky above that at night is the constellation of Orion, with Orion's belt mirroring the three pyramids. And it says my name on there, Leonard O'Neill. I wrote a book about that as well. That's a what if the ancient aliens thing was true from the TV series? What if that were true? What if there was really a war going on? There's really aliens on the Earth. That book is about that, but it's don't get mad at me about the editing. Pardon me, I didn't have a lot of money to edit that when I published that book, so the editing is really raw. But it's a good book and it's fun. But that's the logo that I've used for my podcast, which is anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast of a podcast. But if you want to watch the MP4 files, the only place they exist right now is on YouTube under my name. There was a YouTube that was Orion Rising, but that got deplatformed by Google 3 years ago, and they deleted more than 500 episodes of my show when they kicked me off their platform because I wouldn't conform to them or get the jibber jabber. So I got booted off of there. But there's 530 or 40 episodes on podcasts wherever you listen to an MP3 podcast. And you can listen to my show when I talk about the law of one and teaching spirituality. I talk about my book. I literally go through Bibles, go through scrolls, and interpret those for you and tell you what they mean, and then compare them to other religions, because I am a minister of 4 different religions and I am a theologian. So if you guys are interested in that, it's free. It's up there everywhere you listen to a podcast. It doesn't cost you any money. You can listen to that. There are thousands and thousands of hours because I usually go about 3 hours at a time, times more than 500 episodes. That's how many hours I've spoken. You guys can listen to those if you like. Like I said, it's free. I'm listened to in 70 countries around the world, but I'm new to TikTok. I've only been on here now for about, maybe 6 months, 5 or 6 months or so. And I've only been going live on TikTok now for about a month. Right, teaching you guys what I've already been teaching on Facebook and YouTube for about 10 years, but I'm now on TikTok. All right, so I love you guys. Have a great day. Please follow Merlin&Maeve so that you guys can, if you're interested in any of the things that we were talking about in any of those courses, please follow us there, or give us an email at the email merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. We have a Merlin&Maeve on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, not sure where else we're at right now, but we're up there, and we post all the same information on those places, so you can contact us and message us on any of those, and we will answer you. We do sit around when we're watching TV, or if we're making jewelry, we'll be sitting there flicking through our phone while we're making stuff and watching your guys' podcasts, and sometimes popping in and talking while we're making jewelry to sell, and setting up courses and things. All right, so I love you guys. Have a great day. Have a great weekend if it's the weekend for you. And I will see you guys next time when I go live. But follow me. You'll know when I go live because you'll get the notification. Okay. Love you guys. Have a great day. Thank you again for popping in and asking questions.